is the last ball. Sweep
welcome.
from Riaz to deep backward square. They go through for one. Ball comes back into Amy Jones. And it's another convincing win for England over Pakistan. It is a clean sweep. England winning here by 34 runs at Headingley. They won at Edgbaston, they won at Northampton. They've made it 3-0. Heather Knight can be well pleased with her side.
Hello and welcome for the second time to the first one-day international of the English summer. England pulled off a clean sweep in the T20 series and now they turn their attentions to the 50-over format. I'm Daniel Norcross. We're live from a sort of grey, gloomy-ish derby. We've got clouds, as we have had, all over England for the last few days, but they're high enough, and I think we're hopeful that we're going to get a full game in. Alongside me, I have got an array of World Cup and Ashes winners, Georgia Elwys and Catherine Sciver-Brunt, and just sat in his little eyrie in the corner there, we've got Phil Long, our scorer, who will be with us today, giving us, well, details of numbers, stats, history, past performance and whatnot. We've had the toss, it's already taken place. Pakistan have won it, and it's no real surprise they've elected to bowl. It says on our sheet field, no one elects to field, it's really boring. They've elected to bowl. And England go in with, I'm going to give you their teams straight up, Maya Boucher, Tammy Beaumont, Heather Knight the captain, Nat Sciver-Brunt, Alice Capsey, Amy Jones, those are the batters really. Then the bowlers, Charlie Dean, Sophie Eccleston, Sarah Glenn, Kate Cross, Lauren Bell. So 3 spinners, 2 seamers. For Pakistan, Sidra Amin, Sadaf Shams, Maniba Ali, Aisha Zafar, Nida Dar, Alia Riaz, Fatima Sana, Najiha Alvi, Ami Hani, Diana Baig and Nashra Sandhu. So, let's start with the toss. Let's start with you, Catherine Sciver-Brunt.
Hello.
No surprises? No surprises in that they've chosen to bowl?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Obviously, we've had a bit of rain around. It has got a little bit of a green top. Overcast conditions, like I would have thought that would be what I would do as well. So yeah, good decision. You can never base it really on your opposition being better than you. You just got to, hope for the best always.
Well, back in 2016 when they played 3 games here, I think Phil Long will confirm this. They bowled first every time, scored 163, I think, 164 and 165 in that order. So they were getting progressively better. But on each occasion, England really marmalised them in the one-day internationals. It was sort of the start of a new era, the Robbo era, and Tammy Beaumont back in the side, Charlotte Edwards out of the side. It was a slightly different situation here. England building towards the next World Cup. They only had 6 one-day internationals last year. This is the first of 6 this summer, Georgia Elwys. And we note there is no Danny Wyatt. The eagle-eared will have noticed that. How big a blow is that for England?
Yeah, I think it will be through that middle order. I think the experience that she brings, saw her score a fantastic 80-odd in the last T20 as well up at Headingley. So a big miss for the side, but opportunity for the youngster Alice Capsey to come in and stake a claim for that spot in the ODIs.
Now, Nat Sciver-Brunt's not going to bowl. So, Catherine, there are basically 2 seam options. That's all. No Lauren Filer. Does that surprise you, or is that the way you go at Derby?
No, I think that they wanted, a good balance. They want to keep some good batting in there, but they obviously need to make up for, Nat's overs being lost, which is normally between 5 and 8. And Heather is also there to make up for some. If it's spin friendly and they're in a good spot, she will definitely come on and give herself a couple of easy wickets, as she likes to do. She will definitely tell everyone she does that. But yeah, for now, this is the best scenario. I think if this was obviously an Ashes series, things might be different, but we do have the luxury of playing someone not as good as us. So for now, this is what they want to do, and it gives the 3 spinners more time to work together, because come the World Cup, this could definitely be the makeup is the 3 spinners in there. So yeah, I think Heather will take up that loss. And
Capsey as well, perhaps? I mean,
yeah, I mean,
picked up a couple of
to be
wickets
honest,
in the T20 the other day.
Yeah, I'm surprised obviously to see her in the team, but now that she will definitely bowl. Yeah, I would like to think they'll go to Alice before Heather, because that has been a bit of a standing joke before.
Is Alice in this side sort of because Danny Wyatt isn't?
I
would you
think so.
say?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's Danny White's spot at number 5, and with her missing out due to illness, it just gives Alice Capsey the chance to come in. I think, like Catherine said, the bulk of the overs you'd like to think will come from the 3 spinners, the 2 seamers, Kate Cross and Lauren Bell, and then any that they need to make up will probably come from a combination of Heather and Alice.
Now we've got some audio of Heather Knight confirming, I believe, Nat Silver-Brunt will not bowl until Taunton, as she's recovering from a medical procedure she had before the Edgbaston T20. But let's hear from the England skipper. Well, we might hear. I think we've lost her. I think we've lost Heather already. The game's not even started yet. Hopefully she'll be able to come out and bat at 3. She's not just vanished completely from the face of Derby. Now then, Tammy Beaumont at the top of the order. She is not far away from cementing herself as well at the very, very highest echelons of England run getters. And it was Pakistan which kind of kick-started her career. Is a bit unfair. She'd played before that, but Phil Long had her stats before her 2016 reincarnation, and they weren't pretty. And then suddenly, a new lease of life, and she's been a kind of ever-present in the ODI format, not in the T20s.
No, Tammy is definitely one of the best batters England have ever had, and put her alongside Charlotte Edwards probably. Nat has got some ways to go, but is definitely on the same lines. But Tammy, yeah, her spot in this team, in this ODI team, for me is a dead set. She's someone you've got to sort of nurture and look after. If you get her in the right frame of mind, you will get 400-500 runs from her per tournament. So it's a certain way to work with Tam, but if you do find that formula, you get a very good Tammy. So you are right. Like, she will, whenever she decides to call it a day for England, she will be up there as one of the best of all time. And I mean, how long ago was it when she nearly broke Lottie's record?
Well, it was
only a couple of years. Was it a year or 2 ago?
Well, I mean, she's got the most number of runs scored by an England woman in any form of cricket. By getting that double hundred in the
highest
test
score,
match.
It was like 160. She got out, and I think she might have been just shy. And
Charlotte Edwards. Charlotte Edwards was on commentary with us at the time, and she was drumming her fingers on the table because she was desperate for her not to get surpassed. What is that?
It's like 10 more runs or so.
Are we setting us up for a fall here? What is the record? Is it 178?
She made 168 not out was Tammy Beaumont's score. That series you mentioned in 2016, Tammy came back into the team, didn't she? It was Mark Robinson's first home series. She made 70 and then back-to-back hundreds, and as we've mentioned, never really looked back from there. Another point is she played in every ODI since that recall.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Every single one?
Today's her 90th consecutive ODI appearance for England.
What I was going to say, that is testament to fitness, Georgia Elvis.
Yeah, and I think it's her character as well. She absolutely loves playing cricket. She loves playing for England, and we talk about her as being one of the best ODI batters that England have produced, but she still feels like she's got unfinished business, especially in the T20 side as well. So she's got that hunger, and she's got the appetite to keep going out there, keep scoring runs, and she's settled at the top, and like Catherine said, that's her position now, and nobody's taking that away from her.
There's a player in this side, though, I think doesn't get quite the props that she deserves, Charlie Dean. Now, I wanted to ask Phil this, because I haven't been able to check. She must be among the fastest women to 50 wickets. Is the fastest woman to 50 ODI wickets?
Other amazing stat from her point of view is for women who've taken 50 wickets, she has the best strike rate of all time.
Of all time?
In the world?
Ever. EVAH, yes. I mean, that is something, isn't it? And I think she kind of flies a little bit under the radar. I mean, what are her qualities? She seems to be very tenacious and extremely competitive.
She is. She's quiet, but she goes about her business in a very much an assassin way. I think since we made ODI cricket more aggressive, so we played more aggressive and less blocking, less dot balls, she's become more successful because she is very much a T20 bowler. She's very canny, she's very smart, she knows how to set someone up, she's very good at mixing her pace, flight, spin, or nose, just flat darts, and so with that and with this new way of playing ODI cricket has then played into her hands, hence a bucket load of wickets. She will want to work on that run side of it. I think the economy and the amount of runs that she goes for, sometimes she wants to all put the two together like Sophie does. Sophie's very hard to get hold of, but when they do try, she gets successful, hence the T20 record also. So yeah, it's about, I think, the way they work together. Sometimes Sophie might create that pressure, Charlie takes those wickets. I think Charlie will definitely say, I am very happy to be bowling in an era where I have her at the other end.
Batting, though, look, I saw her in that incredible game at Lords when the run out at the non-striker's end took place. Batting can be slightly underrated. She's batting down at 10 that day and nearly got England over the line in an incredible 10th wicket partnership. But is she batting a little high at 7? Is that England's weakness here? Because they're quite definitely 6 batters, 5 bowlers. And you would normally, it just feels like there's just one batter missing here.
Yeah, I mean, she won't say so, but I do think she's probably suited to a number 8 position. Having said that, her approach to batting is that kind of doggedness, stick in and sort of accumulate, which, you know, if you're 5 down early on, is the perfect kind of type of innings to come in and for her to be able to play the way that she naturally plays. I mean, she had that fantastic partnership with Amy Jones as well in New Zealand, didn't she? So I think she's grown in confidence a lot with the bat, and it's working out. Her way of scoring runs is not going to be the same as necessarily the top order. She has to accumulate. She runs well. She's got all the tricks and the shots behind the bat as well, and it's just putting that together in an ODI sense and taking her opportunities when she gets them. I think this is a fantastic opportunity for her to show what she can do if she does get 10 or 15 overs out there today.
Sorry, it's a bit of a headache actually for John, because she has started improving quite rapidly, obviously in the last 2 series, but obviously that number 7 spot would belong to Danny Wyatt, and you would lose out either a Lauren Bell or a Kate Cross, and Nat take, you know, the extra overs, and then you know, Alice and maybe Heather would take if they wanted to spread it across somebody who's not bowling that well. So that would be, I think, his preferred option, but he's got a proper headache there and something he's got to figure out.
It's a balance issue the England men have got as well, isn't it, when Ben Stokes can't bowl. Effectively she balances the side when she can bowl.
I'll tell you what's lucky though, we have got some incredible bowlers there, so you've got 30 overs guaranteed you don't have to worry about, and then, you know, the other 20, well, today for me there's 50 overs guaranteed, you don't have to go nowhere else. But look, sometimes you have the, you know, not so favoured, I only really want 5 or 6 out of them, but no, there's 50 there as long as they stay fit, obviously.
Now, England have a formidable record against Pakistan, never lost in a one-day international against them, but they had a formidable record against Sri Lanka last year, hadn't lost to them in T20s and they got ambushed. So let's focus a little on Pakistan here. Are we dismissing their chances, or do we think there's a real possibility for an upset? 50 overs is a big old format, long time, but do you give them a chance?
I think if England play the way that they should, there's no chance that Pakistan will be able to keep up with them for 50 overs. I think they had more chance in the T20 series. I think over a longer form of the game, England's class should show, but like you said, against Sri Lanka that wasn't the case last summer, so that's something England will be very wary of today, and tackling this series is that, you know, they want to win series like this, even though they're expected to. They want to put on good performances. No
Wahida Akhtar, I'm sad to say, but we might get to see Alia Riaz giving it some tap at the back end of today, and we saw her a bit out in South Africa, and she was great fun. Now the players are on their way out. Flags are being flown, and they're coming through this kind of corridor of people. I can't quite tell. It could be children.
Some schools.
Are they
some
children?
Local schools for sure. Yeah. They've got their school uniform on. Looking smart.
So many of them about these days, I'm telling you. So England's openers are making their way out to the middle. Maya Bouchier and Tammy Beaumont.
Who will take the first ball? Tammy loves it, but you know, could be Boosh.
Now, Australian men used to do an alternate thing. So David Warner would be 1 and then 2. They would just flip every time.
Yeah.
So is Tammy a kind of I want first ball every time?
If it was me, I'd be like, let's have a look at who's opening the bowling. Do you fancy them? Is that your strength? And then I would just do that. Sometimes some people prefer in swing, some people prefer away swing, some people, you know, spin, whoever's opening the bowling. So Tammy will take the first ball. But I mean, between these two at the minute, the form they're in, it could arguably be either.
Sorry, Catherine, you're being kicked out.
See you.
Yeah, Artif Nawaz is coming in for the first time today. He's going to take you through the first 20 minutes or so. Maya Bouchier, it looks to me, is not. No, it's going to be Tammy Beaumont who's going to take the first ball. Quite easy to tell these two apart. Bouchier, tall and willowy. Tammy Beaumont, not so much.
Not tall and willowy. Yeah.
No, I'm going to make my way up. I'm going to go and have the curry in the tent.
Enjoy it.
It's lovely to be back.
I keep hearing wonderful reviews. Good morning. How are you, Georgia?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very well. It's afternoon now, sorry. I beg your
Afternoon,
pardon. Yeah. Lovely crowd. It was a really nice touch here from Derbyshire, getting the local school involved in that entrance. It's a nice turnout as well. They told me as of yesterday they sold about 1,600 tickets, which is not bad for a Thursday. Derbyshire, it's not the biggest ground in the world. It's very chilly out there as well. Thankfully, it's dry. Yesterday we had a good swim in Headingley, but I can tell you it's nice and dry today. Afternoon, Phil.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good to be in everybody's company today. There's a wonderful sort of sci-fi looking countdown on the big screen. This is quite fun. Fatima Sana has the ball in her hand from our far end, and she'll be running in shortly. I'll tell you a little bit more about this Pakistan team in a minute. As here comes Fatima Sana in, as that ball's been cut hard by Tammy Beaumont into the ground on the bounce to the backward point fielder, and there is no run. You'll notice different wicketkeeper for Pakistan from the T20 series. They've got Najiha Alvi taking up behind the stumps. We saw Muniba Ali with the gloves in the T20 series, but good to see Najiha Alvi getting a chance, although she's carded to come in way down the order, down at number 8. Old school wicketkeeper. You're so used to these flashy keepers opening the batting these days, Georgia. Here's Fatima Sana in once again, a little bit fuller length, very good length, and not much movement in the air as Tammy Beaumont pushes forward in defence to mid-on. No movement so far, but a nice and tidy start from Fatima Sana.
Yeah, it looked a little bit slow from those first two deliveries. There's a little green tinge in there on the top, so you'd think that it might be a little bit of sideways movement, but we haven't seen any just yet.
The ground staff have been working very hard here. It was quite damp overnight. They've been working really hard just to dry up the outfield. Looks really nice at the moment. The lights are on here as well. As here comes Fatima Sana, full, driven nicely, only as far as mid-off, and there is no run, persisting with this fullish length to Tammy Beaumont. It's lovely. It's quite a picturesque ground. It's got that sort of old-school feel to it. It's not too big, small stands. Even the floodlights are kind of mini. They've got sort of three rows of 8 lights, 3 rows of 10 lights, I beg your pardon, and just very, very miniature. But quite nice. Quite not even miniature. I'm going to say petite. It's a petite ground. There we go. Fatima Sana, ball in hand, sprinting in again to Tammy Beaumont, who just works this ball in front of mid-wicket. They'll get off the mark this time, England, off the 4th ball of the match. Some polite applause from the spectators in attendance. Lots of warm clothing. I like your fleece, Georgia. I know you've been getting a few compliments on this today, but it's sort of like a colourful. It's not quite army fatigues, but it's like the brightest possible version of that.
Yeah, some splats, aren't there? Some orange, some blue. I actually only bought this last week, and I don't think I've taken it off since I did. So
it's been chilly. It has been chilly, to be fair. It's got sort of Art Attack vibes. Did you watch Art Attack?
Yeah, I love Art Attack. Very good.
There's a little plane flying above. I wonder what the nearest airport is. I'll ask Phil Long in a second because he knows these parts. Here's Fatima Sana in again, nicely clipped by Maya Bouchier, only as far as mid-wicket. Another dot ball. Where are these planes coming from then, Phil?
Well, that's a helicopter to start with.
Oh, I see, okay. I couldn't see it. You spend see, I don't fly very often, Phil. That's
well, I don't fly by helicopter that often, but even I knew that was a helicopter.
Where's it coming from?
It might be going to East Midlands Airport.
East Midlands, that's the local one?
Which is not a million miles away, that's right, yep. On the border of Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire.
Oh, lovely. They should really build a tourism attraction there. Here's Fatima Sana in once again. This is a bit wide-ish outside the off stump. It's been signalled a wide by the umpire as well. It's the first one that's been sort of offline from Fatima Sana.
You mentioned how chilly it was and how Georgia has got her fleece on in the commentary box. This is the first time England women have ever played an ODI in May, in either home or abroad.
Really? Home or abroad?
Yeah, the first time they've played a game in May.
Even international tournaments. It's quite remarkable when you think about how far that history goes back. They've got a nice new shirt to commemorate the occasion as well for the one-day internationals. Here's Fatima Sana in again as that ball's defended back towards the mid-on fielder for no run. That is the end of the first over. 2 runs off it. The single for Tammy Beaumont and the wide outside off stump. So nice and solid start for England. It'll be interesting to see who partners with Fatima Sana. Been reliably informed that the build-up for Pakistan, their focus is very much the T20 World Cup, and they're not going to be taking too many fast bowlers with them. So this is a bit of a novelty, really, to see 2 fast bowlers opening in tandem. Got Diana Bigg. Looks like Diana Bigg is going to be warming up to bowl from this side. Double top knot she favours with the hair.
She's a cool character, isn't she? She's been around a long time. Well, if there's any swing on offer out there, I think she'd definitely be one to extract it.
Yeah, played domestic football for Pakistan as well many moons ago, before becoming a mainstay in the national team.
Is Waheed Akhtar just overlooked for the squad?
I think she was never really. I think she was brought on the tour really for the experience of the tour. I don't think they were ever expecting her to play any games.
Right.
But she made quite a splash in those T20s.
Yeah.
But again, looking ahead to that World Cup, I don't think they expect to take Waheeda. Probably Diana might be in the squad, but I can't imagine her starting. Fatima Sana will be the sole seamer for them in those spin-friendly conditions. But disappointing to not see Waheeda. She was very impressive in those T20s. Here's Diana Bigg now to start things off. Nice and full. A hint of movement as well in the air. As Tammy Beaumont gets nice and forward in defence and there's no run. Just a little bit in the air there, Georgia?
Yeah, I think there is. It does look a little slow. It does seem like Maya Boucher and Tammy Beaumont both have a lot of time to play the ball. I'd quite like to see the keeper coming up to the stumps. We see Tammy Beaumont likes to walk down the wicket, try and put the bowlers off the length, and if she does that, keeper comes up, it stops her doing that.
No, it's full start for Diana as Nida Dar, the captain, hadn't quite moved into position yet. As Tammy Beaumont, you could hear her off the stump line. Hang on, May. Hang on, May. She's still moving. The fielder's in the deep. There's a deep third and a deep backward square leg as Diana Bigg in once again. This is full. It's been chipped aerially, just wide of Nida Dar. Not the best fielding effort in the world as the ball trickles towards the mid-wicket boundary. And Sidra Amin will do the tidying up. They'll get back for 2, though. Another couple of runs for England. Straying slightly, maybe looking for a bit of away movement, just straying into the pads a bit, Georgia.
Yeah, I think Tammy did a little shimmy down the wicket then, like I was talking about the ball before, and that just allows her to pick up the length. Diana Bigg doesn't really miss hitting that top of off stump, so that allows Tammy to just get it a little bit more on the half volley.
Here's Diana Bigg in once again. This is full, driven beautifully, only as far as Alia Riaz at extra cover. And there is no run. She looks to be in good touch there, Tammy Beaumont, right out of the middle, that last one.
Oh, she's a fantastic player. She played at Derby. It's one of her home grounds for the Blaze. I think she knows it well. Spent a lot of time here. I think she's somebody who's very comfortable with her ODI game. Knows exactly what she's trying to do. She's been there, she's done that. Phil said an amazing record of 90 consecutive ODIs.
Remarkable. What a run. Here's Diana Bigg in again. That one just keeps a little bit low as Tammy Beaumont pushes to cover. Big old call of weight there, and they decide to keep waiting.
Yeah, those consecutive ODIs. 90 today for Tammy Beaumont. The record held by Mitali Raj. She played 109 in a row. And Dupree of South Africa, 101. Tammy Beaumont next on that list, so she's got those within her sights.
Well, Mignon Dupree, keep an eye on that record. Here's Diana Bigg, driven beautifully straight to Alia Riaz, who's worn that a little bit. She tried to get behind it, just got sort of her knees behind it. I think it might have struck her high up on the thigh, and she sort of football passed it to the fielder at mid-on. They run through for a single. I hope she's okay. She hasn't given it any rubs or anything. She's doing that tough Australian thing. Again, sweetly struck by Tammy Beaumont, though. She's really in. Ooh, just look at the replay of it. Right to the side of the knee there.
Yeah, ouch. I wonder how many opening partners Tammy's had in her time. That'd be a good one for you, Phil.
There we go. Gonna break open the fill machine. Here's Diana Bigg again. This time the ball's been cut sweetly. Excellent diving stop. Half stop, really, a backward point. They'll take a single. It's Muniba Ali there, preventing the boundary. But they do get a single. 5 for no loss then for England after 2 overs. A nice steady start to this game. Now, just while Phil's looking out, George, I was watching the Pakistan women play against the ECB Development 11, which was made available online, and wasn't a great showing for Pakistan in that game. Bowled out for 115, 43 overs. Yeah. And England got home quite comfortably in the end.
Before the rain came, wasn't it?
Before the rain came,
yeah. Cold day in Leicester, wasn't it, for them then?
They've not had the best of conditions. A lovely day in Leeds, but other than that, the cold has sort of followed these Pakistani women around. They've looked very chilly, very uncomfortable a bit earlier watching them warm up. Now then, Fatima Sana in for her second over. Maya Bouchier on strike, outside the off stump, left alone. Sort of a teasing length, almost a test match length that. As Maya indicates with her hand that just a little bit of nip away. Now here's what I wanted to talk about, this kit. This New England kit for the ODIs. There's so many of them these days, honestly. It's very hard to keep up, but I quite like the shade. It's sort of a lighter shade.
It's a lovely shade of blue, isn't it? Okay. I don't know how you describe that. It's not a royal blue, is it? It's lighter than that.
Yeah, there's probably some kind of word on the old chart, but I quite like the look of it. Here's Fatima Sana as that ball takes a thick outside edge down towards deep third. Sidra Amin does the fielding. They'll get a single. And be curious to see how Maya Bouchier adjusts her game as well. She had a good little run in the T20s. She looked quite solid. She was a run out in the last T20 where England piled on that 170 score, but she looked very impressive for a 30 of 26 in Northampton. Again, middling the ball quite nicely, just making that adjustment. It can be a bit tricky, Georgia.
Yeah, I think the big thing for Maya is we say she always gets really pretty starts. What she needs now for her career is to go on consistently.
And then comes Fatima Sana, ball's just blocked into the onside.
And obviously that's very easy to say, oh, you need to go on and score big runs, but she tends to get herself in, she looks great, and then finds ways of getting out herself and run out, a strange shot out of nowhere when you think she's batting at a really nice tempo. And that's something she's been working on, and know she's been working really hard on her batting tempo, how she goes about building, constructing innings. And as a young player, that's the sort of thing that she's got to look at Tammy Beaumont, how she goes about it, and almost absorb as much as she can from her.
Here's Fatima Sana in once again. There's a play and a miss from Maya Bouchier outside the offside. I beg your pardon, it's Tammy Beaumont on strike, just pushing it one outside the off stump, misjudging the length. And it goes through to the keeper. No run. Phil, you've got that info that Georgia requested.
Oh, Georgia did request it. She's had 8 partners, Georgia.
Now, wait. Don't tell them.
Do you fancy naming them?
Yeah, there we go. Here we go. Come on, Georgia. Georgia Elvis.
So these are Tammy Beaumont's opening partners since she came back into the team in 2016, part of her 90-game consecutive game run.
So specifically ODIs. All right.
ODIs opening the batting.
So, well, I can help you with the first one, Maya Bouchier. Full, driven beautifully. That's going to be the first boundary of the day. That is a delightful stroke. Just so sweetly struck by Tammy Beaumont. It was over-pitched, outside off, and put away to the extra cover boundary for full.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Length on it. The length just a little bit too full. Bit of width as well, and Tammy Beaumont leans into that. Thank you very much. She doesn't miss out there.
Yeah, just so sweetly struck. 11 for no loss. Right, come on then, Georgia. Can you name these 9 batting partners? So I helped you a little bit.
Eight.
Okay. And we've got one already.
So we've got.
Yeah.
Should we go alternate? I'll go Lauren Winfield Hill.
Very good.
I was going to say Lauren Winfield Hill. As in comes Muniba Ali again, as that ball's been pushed into the offside. There is no run. I feel like at some stage she opened with Heather Knight as well.
She didn't in this run. She did in her previous incarnation when she was in the team before, but not in this run.
This run of
2016, that's right.
Okay, gotcha.
Sophia Dunkley.
Sophia Dunkley, very good.
Amy Jones.
Amy Jones is there.
Stumped now. I want to say Alice Capsey.
Oh, Alice Capsey. I think that was the tough one you've done.
Oh,
well.
yeah.
Just one opening partnership with Alice Capsey.
That's all. I feel like that's most of the recent ones done.
Yeah. Is it a current player?
2 current, 1 retired.
There's Diana Big in again for the 4th over. This has just been chopped into the ground by Maya Bouchier on the bounce to backward point. There is no run. I suspect is Sarah Taylor in there?
Sarah Taylor is in there.
Yeah,
That's
there we go.
very
Well
good
done.
one.
Well done.
One of these players is in the squad, but isn't playing today because they are ill.
Wow.
Rather good clue.
Wow. I mean, is Diana Big. This is down the leg side. It's going to be a wide, an easy call there for umpire Sue Redfern.
I definitely should have got that one.
Yeah, I feel like we both should have got that. Danny Wyatt, for anybody who's wondering who that was. Danny Wyatt not playing today with illness. It's a shame.
Oh, Emma Lamb.
completes the 8. Very
wow,
good,
we did it.
Very good. Yeah,
Teamwork.
Excellent.
I mean, you did the bulk of the scoring, I'm not going to lie. But I chipped in with valuable runs. I was the Jack Leach of that partnership, and you were very much the Ben Stokes. Here is Diana Big again, as that ball keeps a little bit low. So Maya Boucher pushes to extra cover. There is no run. Score is 12 for no loss. We're into the 4th over of the innings, and thus far, it looks like there's no major demons. There's a little bit of movement in the air. It feels like, Georgia, a really good chance. Like you said, Maya Boucher looking for big runs. This is as good an opportunity as you can ask for. In an opposition who are on the ropes, they're not really focused on the format. 11 losses in a row for Pakistan coming into this game, as in comes Diana Big, driven beautifully, but straight back to the bowler. There is no run. This is about as good a chance as you could hope for to put on that big score.
Yeah, and she'll know that more than anybody. I think she, by her own admissions, would have been disappointed with her starts in the T20 series and not really going on, been given this opportunity at the top of the order by John Lewis, because she's played well. She played well in New Zealand. Her domestic form's been good, and she's got brilliant technique. It's a tempo, it's a mindset, and I think that's the only thing that will stop her today.
Here's Diana Big in again. Once more the ball keeps a tiny bit low, and it's been pushed to mid-on for no run. Neither Dar does the fielding. But she looked like she's happy to sort of take her time today. We've seen that one sort of swing and a miss outside the off stump. That was from Tammy Beaumont. But generally, both these batters look like they understand. They've made that mental transition from 20 overs to 50 overs.
Yeah, she looks calm and she looks relaxed. I think that's a feature of Maya. She tends to have that sort of demeanour about her, whether she'll be feeling the pressure from a few dots now.
Diana Big in once again, this time straying onto the pad. It's been chipped away out towards the mid-wicket boundary. There's 2 fielders in pursuit. The ball is slowing up a little bit, and the fielders will do a bit of relay fielding. It was Sidra Amin and Aisha Zafar who got the throw back in for Pakistan, and 3 more runs to the England total.
Yeah, Maya Boucher's last innings in an ODI in England was at the game at Leicester against Sri Lanka at the back end of last season. She made 95 off 65 balls. I think she was out going for 100, wasn't she, if I remember right?
Never scored 100, Maya Boucher. Never, not in domestic, not in international.
Could that change today?
We've set it up nicely.
We have, come on the Bouche.
We just had the aroma of curry wafting to the back of the commentary box. As here is Diana Big, and again down the track comes Tammy Beaumont. Lets that one go as he goes through to the keeper, no run. Signs of a good early partnership so far here for England, but still something for Pakistan to be interested in. They haven't quite run away with it yet. 4 overs into the game. The score is at 15. Very pleasant day. I can see the shirts of the players ruffling on their backs. There is a bit of a breeze. I can see Heather Knight, England's captain. She's got a big hoodie on and a towel to stay warm. She looks a little bit like Clint Eastwood from The Good, the Bad and the Ugly, really, right now, with that sort of poncho. It almost looks like a poncho.
Yeah.
It's a towel, but it looks like a poncho because she's wearing a hoodie underneath it.
She doesn't look so impressed with this English summer, does she?
Had a good chat with Heather a little bit earlier. As in comes Fatima Sana for a 3rd over. That ball's driven to extra cover. There is no run. We talked about her quite unusual nickname, which is Trevor. You know the story behind this?
Well, only that Heather sounds like Trevor.
Well, that's what happened
okay.
when she first played cricket for England. She was interviewed by someone, and they asked her name, and she was very nervous, so she very quietly said Heather, and they heard Trevor, so they've called her Trevor, and it just stuck, and she's been called Trevor ever since. Quite a remarkable nickname.
They're funny things, aren't they, nicknames?
For England's captain. Here is Fatima Sana. And she comes again. This is slightly full, driven nicely, but only as far as mid-off. Alia Riaz does the fielding. There is no run. Very impressive cricketer is Fatima Sana. Won the ICC Emerging Player of the Year award in 2021. And has made some eye-catching performances ever since. Played in New Zealand, in fair break, in domestic competitions. You sort of forget how young she is. She's 22, but she sort of projects a lot younger when you meet her. As in she comes now and bowls. That ball's been punched off the back foot, only as far as mid-off though, and there is no run.
She's got a lovely repeatable action, hasn't she? And she presents the seam really nicely as well. So if there is any movement out there, she will extract it. For now, she's quite content to just keep it tight. Pakistan have got a tight offside ring at the moment, and they're bowling with good control, and it's difficult for Maya Boucher especially to be able to pierce the gap. The outfield is so slow from the sheer amount of water that we've had over the last couple of days.
Yeah. Here is Fatima Sana in once again. That ball sort of mistimed in between mid-wicket and mid-on. There's a little tumbling stop to make for the captain Nidadar. The batters get through for a single, taking the score on to 16. Yeah, just on Fatima Sana. We talked about that long drought. There was a bit of drought, but yeah, there was a long drought for Pakistan in terms of wins, but they came really close against New Zealand in 2003 in a quite remarkable game, which they ended up losing by 1 wicket. And in that match, Fatima Sana, she was captain, oddly enough, for that one game with both captaincy options injured, and she scored this most remarkable 90 to keep her team's hopes alive. As this is full, driven nicely. Is it going to be extra cover? No, there's a diving stop. Terrific bit of fielding from Diana Bigg to prevent the boundary. They do get through for a single though, England. 17 for no loss. There's one more ball to come in this, the 5th over of the innings. Moving along at a good pace. Somewhat sluggish in that third T20 with their over 8s.
Yeah, can happen, can't it, when you're a bit behind the game, you're thinking of plans out there, on your feet. Time does run away from you in T20 cricket. We see it very often.
They seem quite motivated today, the Pakistan team. We've seen them throw themselves around this outfield already. As down the track comes Maya Boucher, looking to make something happen, drives the ball only as far as mid-off. And there is no run. So another tidy over from Pakistan. England also unbeaten. 17 for no loss after 5. It's been a sort of honours even start here, Georgia. Give us your thoughts on what you've seen so far. And then Henry Moran's going to take up commentary.
Well, exactly that. Atif, I think honours even is right. It looks slow out there. The Pakistan seamers don't have that express pace. They're probably only sort of 60, 65 miles an hour, but the pitch looks slow, the lights are on. You'd think that would bring a bit more pace and zip out there, but at the moment both England batters walking quite consistently at the bowling, trying to generate their own pace, and the outfield is incredibly slow, so there is that as well. But lovely to welcome Henry.
How are you, Georgia?
Oh, good. How are you?
I'm very well. Here comes Diana Bigg, who is a fun bowler. She gets a lot of in-swing. She's running in now, past umpire Redfern. Now that's a little bit of a way shape, and it's too far wide and signalled wide by the familiar figure of Sue Redfern, wearing a very fetching shade of cerise that the umpires have been given for cerise. We go with that.
Yeah, I love that.
I was thinking. I turn to Phil for these sort of things.
No, my colour knowledge is poor.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Here comes Bigg. Running in once more, past the umpire, and a little bit straighter this time. Chopped towards Riaz at cover. And there'll be no run. 18 without loss still.
Before you came on, we were discussing what colour blue the current England one-day shirt is.
I'm going electric.
Oh, I like electric.
Nice.
What do you think?
Nice. I like it. We didn't come up with a colour name for it, so we can go with electric.
It feels bold, dare I say it. Here comes Bigg again. 42 on her back, running in with a slip in place, and coming forward is Beaumont, trying to find the angle, look for the gap, but at the moment it's all been a little bit hard going. It's a stodgy outfield. We've only seen the one boundary, that drive through the covers from Tammy Beaumont. I was a little surprised at the toss, the decision to field first.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a little bit of that green tinge, maybe the overhead conditions.
Floodlights are on. Here comes Diana Bigg again, outside the off stump, and no timing at all towards backward point, but they will get a single. Throw comes in. Stump's disrupted. There's some enthusiasm in the crowd, I think, because something's happened. And the score moves to 19 without loss. I just wondered if it was their only route to victory would be to get 200 on the board and then take early wickets and put a bit of pressure on England.
Yeah, potentially. Maybe they just want the better of the bowling conditions, and maybe they think under lights a little bit later on it might be a bit more pace in the wicket for them to bat.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, it's a straight ball, which is nicely driven by Maya Boucher, England's opener, who they're putting a lot of faith in, the top of the order across the formats, and she's earned it with a really good series in New Zealand. You feel that one big score away from really cementing that confidence. There's not as much anything in her own mind.
Yeah, definitely. I think she wants to feel settled at the top of the order, and she knows she needs that big score.
Waits now, the right-hander, driving, crunching the ball away through deep cover. There's a bit of a bounce and a bobble as it goes out towards the fielder in the deep. It's eventually collected out there on the boundary by Al-Mohani, and eventually England will scamper through for a couple more. 21 without loss. We're in the 6th over of the innings. It's just nice to be seeing cricket.
It is, isn't it?
I've never been more certain that we were not going to see a game than arriving at Headingley yesterday. In comes Diana Baig, sprinting in once more, and Boucher with a very straight bat will play it back towards the stumps at the non-striker's end, and the over concludes with a dot ball. 21 without loss after 6. It was bleak.
I saw you with the umbrellas.
It was very well. At least one person in public life, I say that public life, remembered a brolly yesterday. By public life, I mean somebody took a photo of it. But I can see Heather Knight on the England balcony wrapped in a towel. I mean, it's quite chilly out there, I think.
Yes, it looks it, doesn't it? I've seen Nida Dar on a few occasions when she's kind of on the screen, blowing at her hands, trying to keep them warm. I think I was talking to Atif saying Pakistan have had the rough end of conditions since they've been over, and they've only had the one nice day for them to play in. So foreign conditions for them. They'll have to get themselves up, energised and about, because it'll be a long 3 hours otherwise.
Here comes Fatima Sana once again. Oh, and there's a unusual shot from Beaumont, who's leaping about and trying to play a uppercut almost. It gets nothing on it. It's very unusual.
It was, wasn't it? It was the walk at the bowler, and then the bouncer dug in, and she couldn't get anything on it. It was kind of a flappy tennis shot, wasn't it?
That's exactly what it was. Yeah, it looks a little brighter just momentarily out there. Floodlights are still on, but I'm not sure they need to be at this particular moment. Here comes Fatima Sana again, end of the mark, a couple of hops and a skip, and she runs in towards us. Over the wicket and down the leg side. Will be signalled wide by Kim Cotton of New Zealand.
Do you think umpires have favourites that they like to go on the field with? So they'll look down at the list and go, oh yes, I really like going out there with Kim.
Yeah, or conversely, oh no,
not again,
not another one. I suppose it's a bit like being on commentary, isn't it? Some days I get to be with you, Georgia, and sometimes Alex shows up. In comes Fatima Sana, driven in the air over the fielder, just over the fielder. Nida Dar couldn't quite reach high enough, and the ball whistles away out towards the long-on boundary. Just for a second, Tammy Beaumont would have been nervous. She connected well enough with it, but it was not quite in control, I don't think. 26 without loss.
Yeah, I think Nida Dar, one of the smaller fielders in the Pakistan side, and didn't quite time her jump right, I don't think, and maybe it went a foot above her. Maybe if she had been able to time it a little bit better, it may have been a different outcome. Tammy Beaumont definitely would have had a heart in her mouth for a few seconds there.
And don't wish to be unkind, that was a really poor attempt at a jump, though, wasn't it? Here comes Fatima Sana to Beaumont, who drives this time all along the ground towards Diana Baig at cover.
Well, put it this way, I think you'd expect an Australian fielder to take that catch.
And they are the benchmark, I know, but it sort of had all of the mechanics of a jump without the feet getting off the ground. Do you know what I mean?
No, she's still a bit cold. She still needs to warm up.
Well, she's moving herself from that position. She's going to mid-wicket, and the marginally taller Ihana is going to move to that position and blows on her hands to keep them warm in case another opportunity comes that way. Running in towards us is Fatima Sana. Beaumont waiting and hitting the ball crisply down the ground for 4 more. That's a good shot. It was to the right of Aliyah Riaz at mid-off, and Beaumont meant that. And she moves to 18 and England 30 without loss.
Yeah, and it's been the tale of the first few overs, really. England batters having to generate all the pace onto the ball, and we've seen Tammy take a little step down the wicket, but this time she takes more of a little trot, doesn't she, so that she can generate the pace, gets the length that she wants, and is able to put it away a little bit more convincingly.
That's a good shot. There's almost a bit of sort of sunshine out there. What do you think, Phil?
Sunshine, but look at that flag, look at the breeze.
Well, yeah, it is blustery to say the least. Fatima Sana again, dug in short, pulled through mid-wicket. That's a good shot, and Nida Dar. Again, fielding isn't necessarily of the highest order, and it'll be 4 more. She rather watched it go past her. And England moved to 34 without loss. A flurry of boundaries in the 7th over. And we're not done yet. Beaumont to 22.
Yeah, it's good from Beaumont. I think that the couple of shots previously coming down the wicket makes Fatima Sana dig this one in. But yeah, you're right. A really poor effort from Nida Dar. She just watched it go about a metre past her and then let her mate run after it.
So that mid-off goes a little bit straighter, and Nida Dar at mid-wicket goes a few steps to her left. Here comes a slower ball, which is punched on the full by Beaumont, and that fielder who had moved, Aliyah Riaz, just a little bit to the right, does well to stop the ball with a long barrier. So the over comes to an end. Profitable one. Phil, how many from it?
13 off that over.
Right. And England are 34 without loss. We've had 7 overs, and we've got a change in the commentary box as an England legend joins us. We've got legends everywhere we go. World Cup winners everywhere we go. Georgia Elwes, Alex Hartley, and Catherine Sciver-Brunt as well. How are you? Hello, how are you? Very
I'm
nice.
all right, thank you.
What have we made of things so far? What do you make of the decision at the toss?
Well, I mean, they would probably weren't to think that it would be as flat as it is. I don't know. I think the Pakistanis probably thought there was a little bit in it early on. First up.
Here's Diana Begg starting a new over, and forward driving is Bouchier with a real thump towards deep cover. She'll turn for a second run that is turned down by Tammy Beaumont. England to 35 without loss.
And there was a wee bit of swing, but there was only ever going to be a wee bit. There's some green on there to help it not be too slow, but there's not enough on there to cause much carnage. So, yeah, I think any team, even if they know that they're not as good as the other, have to believe that they can win a game at all times. So I felt that I know England would have bowled first, so I think they made the right decision for themselves.
It strikes the pads of an advancing Tammy Beaumont, but she'd come a long way down the track, and I don't think there was ever the suggestion that Sue Redfern would be raising the finger.
It's worth a little look, though. We'll have another look here. Yes, that's missing leg stump, but it's always worth a look. She's not come that far down. There is obviously a rule on how far you can come before it's just discounted, so I don't think she was down far enough, and Tammy's only short, and I think that was going to hit the stumps height-wise, but just popping down the leg side.
Still a slip in place. Here comes Bay bowling to Beaumont. That's a bit fuller and jammed away into the offside, and it then is kicked by the bowler somewhat inexplicably towards cover, and they'll get a single.
Yeah, she just shinned that away for one. She'd be fuming.
I think it took a bobble, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a good ball though. Diana's, I don't want to jinx her, but she's poor thing. She's on song that she's got her line and length more sorted more than Fatima at the other end at the minute. So she's the one holding things together.
She's running it again to bowl to Maya Bouchier, who's chipped the ball over the fielder at mid-off. And the previous ball that you'd been full of praise for, Catherine Sciver-Brunt, next one over-pitched and walloped away for a one-bounce four.
Why does it always happen? Honestly, it's following me around this. Every time I say that, and that was just a floaty half volley in the slot. She just put her hands through it easily, didn't even remotely overhit. And it's actually nearly gone for 6. It's about a yard off being a 6 over mid-off.
Well, nice. You've just got immense power in the commentary box.
I must do.
That's the thing. Diana Begg again to bowl to Maya Bouchier. It's another full delivery. Oh, and she gets the bat down, but it was rather late in coming down to defend it.
Nearly choked on my coffee then, because in my head I was like, she's going to get her out now. And I thought, I won't say it. And then that was an accidental Yorker from Diana.
Your jinxing was particularly good on that previous ball because Maya Bouchier faced 19 balls without a boundary.
Well, you're welcome, Maya. It was, about time.
Yeah.
She did have a great series, Diana Begg, against West Indies before they came here. Pakistan's a couple of wickets, and she runs in now. Bowls a full ball, which is pummeled down the ground, and the dive from the fielder Nida Dar is ineffectual at mid-on, and it'll be 4 more runs. So Maya Bouchier, having not scored a boundary for 19 balls, has now got 2 in 3. England 44 without loss.
Yeah, we saw too many full tosses in the T20 series from Pakistan, and I hope this isn't the beginning of the start of another boatload of them, but she'll definitely welcome that. My own take care of it, and Diana's very disappointed with herself, but yeah, I mean, conditions are tricky. I think this is why the bowlers are off, is because they found themselves on a flat wicket when they thought it was a bit overcast. There's a little bit of green on there. They'd probably be told by the groundsman there's a bit of an extra bounce at Derby normally, but when you're 4'11", 5'2", generating an extra bounce is not really the one. It's always skid. So yeah, Fatima's the skiddier bowler, but she's just so out of rhythm this morning this afternoon that she just can't seem to get herself back in, and the harder you try, the worse it gets most of the time. So I think they're going for a change of bowling.
Here's a quiz question. Who was the leading wicket taker in your successful World Cup campaign of 2017? Not for England, just in general.
Leading wicket taker 2017. Good one. Want to say someone from India? No. It feels like it's someone from Pakistan. That's why you're.
Well, it's actually
this question up.
Well, it's Nashra Sandhu who's got the bowl. There you go.
Lovely.
And she'll move in now. Slow left arm round the wicket, and Beaumont deep in the crease will punch into the leg side in front of square for a single.
I wanted to say Julan Goswami.
That's a good shout.
But, yes, I would have thought. How many wickets did Nashra get?
17.
He's lovely. I bet Gozzi got about 13.
Well, Anya got 6 in one afternoon, quite memorably.
She did. I wish I'd have been able to bowl that in that moment. Full and straight it was.
Yeah.
That was it.
It was a simple ploy. Quite effective.
It was mesmerising, actually.
It was, a remarkable game.
Honestly, it was down to the fact that their batters below 6 had not picked up a bat for about 3 months.
Yeah, well, that's it. Top ball as Boucher chops into the ground. Well, it was a funny one, wasn't it? Because it sort of felt like as long as the run rate was above 6 and over, if England could take wickets, they were always likely to win the game. It's all big appeal for LBW. Blimey, given, Kim Cotton raises the finger, and Maya Boucher has that lonely walk towards her batting partner to say, please tell me that this isn't out, and they might have a look at it.
The experienced golden arm that we've just been referring to has taken a wicket straight away. So I think she's walking off quite quickly there. No referral. Tammy's told her to go on her merry way, but she's definitely their go-to, isn't she?
Well, it was full and very out.
Back leg, hitting leg, I would assume. Not much bounce there.
Do you know, I might have told a complete lie.
It is someone completely different now.
I might have done.
Surely someone's written in already.
No, I told a complete. I've missed. When I was looking this up the other day, I was like, I don't remember that. She took 7 wickets, but didn't she? Weren't they marvellous? They were almost worth 2 each. The leading wicket taker.
Was it then?
No, it was Danny van Neerkerk actually.
And then 2 South Africans. They had a fantastic season. That series. We beat them just in the hardest fought game ever, and that was our hardest game. I felt a very high scoring game, hundreds. That was one thing that was very memorable about that was Shabnam Ismail going for 80 odd.
Yeah.
Probably with only 1, maybe no wickets. And
she took it very well, as I recall.
Still talks about it.
So stats will tell you anything, but it does help if you try and get them right. So forgive me.
So Anya only got 3 in the other.
So Anya took 12 overall. So
I was looking at the wrong number. Yeah, well.
So
there's 6 in the other 6 matches. 8 matches.
And England's, Julan Goswami took 10. Alex Hartley took 10.
Beautiful.
Heather Knight took 8.
Yeah, she just brings herself on when it's a really great time to bowl. It's actually really annoying. So, I'm putting my hand up in the background. Hi, I'm one of the bowlers. Can I have some easy wickets, please? Nope.
You just.
She's known for it.
Really?
Yeah, give her some. Ask any of the other girls. Who gets first pick at the, dregs?
And you're told to cool your jets and
just have a sit down, look after your back, which I'm also thankful for.
Patted away by Heather Knight, the England captain, first ball.
I did used to have like 3 or 4 in the bank sometimes, and if the game was done, I would have it.
Yeah.
Just save yourself for day after tomorrow situation. But really sad because that there's 2 there.
There's wickets to be had. Another full delivery, tucked off the pads, and there's some enthusiasm from the Pakistani fielders. 45 for 1 now.
Catherine, you mentioned Shabnam Ismail. I was lucky enough to spend a few months in India this winter. And at the end of the trip, I went to a women's IPL game in Delhi.
Oh my, we were there together and you didn't even, you know.
National Standard bowls to Heather Knight, who shows some aggression first up. It's gone high in the air. Fielder underneath it, drops the catch. Feet were going all over the shop. It was like the earlier rounds were strictly that. And the ball falls out of the hands of Amehani. And Heather Knight survives. 45 for 1 becomes 47 for 1. I think they took a couple of runs. They did. And Knight dropped without scoring. Moves on to 2.
That was the best way to describe that. Little foxtrot.
It was, wasn't it? It was.
Yeah, not the best. And it's not the hardest sky to catch from. This is actually the easiest sky to catch from.
Even though the ball's sort of same sort of shade.
If anything that could have done it, it's the right to left wind. It's quite, I mean, the flag is blowing quite hard, so a little bit of movement there.
Yeah, I'm afraid. It wouldn't have been 10 from Len. 47 for 1 is the score. 9 overs gone. Daniel Norcross after some more from you, Catherine Silverbrand.
Yes, can't wait to get Norcross on. Loves to give me
He's in my
loads
sweet
of
spot.
banter.
He's in my sweet spot. I love a bit of Strictly. Hello.
Briefly continue my story. I was in Delhi.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Shabnam Ismail was bowling, and one field had a particularly bad night,
Oh,
dropping 2 dollies
Natalie.
and an awful bit of fielding.
It was actually awful.
And if it's the one bowler in the world you don't want to do it to,
No.
other than
They had a
Inshallah,
beer
Ismail.
after, and I think, you know, as it was Nat, she couldn't really explode, you know, because Nat's too nice. It'd be anyone else, they might have got it.
And they were quite inexplicable drops as well.
Oh, they
weren't
were, like she said at the time, I want, you know, when you just want a trapdoor to open and you to go down it and not be seen again. One of those.
Amehani is into the attack. 47 for 1 the score. First delivery short outside the off stump, punched off the back foot, but fielded at one of the many covers, not the extra cover. We've got a cover point, and we've got another cover, and then there's an extra cover, and there's a mid-off.
Fatima Sana, is it? Number 14.
Yes.
I think it was. And she's rubbing her hands. It's very cold here.
It's freezing.
And I imagine somewhat different in temperature to Pakistan at this time of year, but she didn't enjoy stopping that.
Next delivery, Beaumont cuts again. Can she get it through? No, she can't. That packed offside field.
Yeah,
Not letting anything through.
Very much hugging the ring, which is, you know, a bit early to go that defensive, but they've realised it's a very flat wicket and the only pressure they can actually build is from dot balls. So.
And now this is really going to test my ability to distinguish between different covers now, because we've now got 4 covers and a mid-off.
Stacked.
Cover point, cover, and then 2 other covers.
Second cover.
Oh, plays forward defensive dab at this one and beats the outside edge to the keeper. There's no run.
They're very aware that Amehani likes to bowl slightly outside off, and that's one of Tammy's favourite shots, so they've just plugged that whole area. But the reverse and the paddle is on.
She's in once more, floated up, swept away, and that'll be 4. She's got it to the right of square leg, down to the boundary. A lovely crisp shot,
yes.
Great connection from Beaumont, takes her to 28.
I would like to see a
50
lot
up.
more sweeping right now. The pace is not that much, it's just very slow. She's offering it outside the off stump. That one was on the stumps this time, but when you're bowling it outside off stump, it is a free sweep, albeit it will be straight, but there is a huge gap between long off and mid wicket. But there's also the traditional sweeps on every time.
Now they made a slight change, so square leg, well, it's gone a couple of yards behind square, and then there's a very square leg in the ring, short again, punched again off the back foot, but can't beat the cover fielder.
This is the type of ball Natalie's talking about on the podcast, my podcast the other week, about how can she improve and get better as a player. And this, what Tammy's not doing at the minute, is one of the shots that she was hoping to improve.
Cut again, and a little bit of a fumble by Deanna Baig in a distinctive sun hat. Throw comes in. Tammy Beaumont was dawdling somewhat. There's a sort of lack of urgency at the moment out there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Is it the cold? End of the over, 52 for 1.
So the shot I'm talking about, when you've got a wall, great wall of China in the ring on the offside, you've got to be able to penetrate. That she can't penetrate it. She's smacked 4 balls in a row straight to fielders because there's no gaps really.
Unless you go over the top.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is. Hayley Matthews plays this shot the best in the world and probably the only person that does it from the crease off the back foot.
Yeah.
And she's she just throws everything she has at it. She's not like a big, powerful figure. She's strong. Timing's good. She has these whippy wrists, but it's something that's what Nat wants to do. She's played a lot of IPL with her now, and she's been watching and learning, and this would be a perfect situation for that kind of shot.
There's an Australian chap who's come to the fore, Jake Fraser-McGurk, who's made that his speciality as well. He hits all the spinners back and over the head or over extra cover. Start of a new over. Down the wicket comes Beaumont and defends back to the bowler.
Because at the minute, they are actually getting away with murder, because the balls that are being stopped in the ring are actually not good balls whatsoever, but there is enough time to rock back and elevate that shot. It's just not a natural shot for any of our players just yet.
Nashra Sandhu, left arm round the wicket and off the back foot. Beaumont punches into the offsides, fielded in the sweeper for a single. It is really chilly out there, and I heard a phrase I haven't heard for many years. There's a lady downstairs in our media centre who's wrapped up very warm, and she said, "Oh, ne'er cast a clout till May is out."
Whoa.
Whoa, I know, whoa,
is
steady.
that?
Whoa.
I can't say I've heard that one before.
Right, well, I can talk you through it. It's a beauty. Sandhu in again short outside the off stump. Oh, that's poor bit of fielding will allow a single. It's only the single as it goes to backward point, and is tidied up by Sidra Amin on the offside boundary.
What was it again?
Ne'er cast a clout till May is out, and it's very, very controversial.
Well, we are still in May, so May is not out.
But the thing is it referring to the month or the flower?
Oh.
The tree that flowers and blooms.
May tree.
Short again. This has been strappled up to long on by Tammy Bowman. It almost bounced twice, and she just about got bat on that. And
if you know this, I feel like you're showing your age now.
Yeah, well, probably am. I mean, it was popular in the 15th century, this this phrase.
God, you don't look a day over.
Yeah, day over 90, yeah. Punched to get off the back foot by Heather Knight this time into the covers. Deanna Babe as a fielding. So a clout used to be, because people couldn't afford coats back in the day, hundreds of years ago. So at the end of October or so, the idea was you'd get completely lathered up in animal fat.
Lovely.
Yeah, it's good, this. You'll like this.
Oh, God.
And you'd put like skins on.
Yeah.
And animal fat to stick it to you. Tossed up, driven off the front foot, out towards
got to do what you got to do.
again. Sidra Amin, another single, end of the over, 56 for one. 56 for one.
Yep.
And 11 overs have gone. So the idea was that you would wear that, and that would be your like winter coat. And then you would cast it. You would cast it when the time was right and the ambient temperature was warmer, yeah? But the question is, does it mean when May, you don't get rid of it till the end of May, or does it mean when the Mayflower flowers?
When does the Mayflower flower?
This is early May. Which is a
Either or.
Yeah, this is the problem.
Either way,
It's not
it's
that
in May.
controversial.
It's May.
Sort of, give or take a couple of weeks.
I might have made bigger claims for its controversy than perhaps necessary. But let's get back to this game and how do England penetrate this field? I mean, we're out of the power play now, and yet there are still 5 in the ring on the offside, 1 at short mid-wicket. It's a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket and a long leg. So 3 boundary riders all on the leg side. An easy single on the onside, acres of space. No space on the offside, but no boundary rider as Knight whacks off the back foot, and a good bit of fielding in the covers prevents even a single. So what you're saying here is, Catherine, you would like to see
that just lean back,
take it over the top.
Yeah, take it a little earlier, lean back, and just obviously got to hit the middle of the bat. But they want to be aggressive. They want to score at a higher rate. They want to take the game to the opposition. This is one of the only ways to do it. There's not enough pace in the bowling to penetrate that infield. Watch her get it in the gap now, but you know what I'm saying. You've got to go over if you can't go through.
Hani in again. This turns a little bit from off to leg. It's played off the back foot into the offside. No run. But look.
For me, that's 5th stump. There's not much turning at all. Mid-off is up. Why not using your feet to pop that up and over any of the offside? There's barely any risk in that. And doesn't have to overhit. We saw Maya Bouchier do that and nearly clear the rope.
Next delivery is, swept out towards deep square leg, but it'll only be the single. There is another option, which may come with a touch more risk, but
reverse it.
Yeah,
I mean, absolutely.
Basically, there's a backward point, and there's nobody in a quarter of the pitch of the outfield.
That she's literally just behind point, and it's one of Heather's favourite shots, and the ball is literally 4th and 5th stump. There's no chance of getting bowled LB.
Forward comes Beaumont and just works it around the front pad into the onside. Mid-wicket has to make
there's just
no need a dart. They get a single.
There's no haste or
innovation,
aggression or innovation. No, it's almost like they're just, each batter as they come in is worried about their wicket too much, and about you can tell how many runs there is to be had on here, and it's almost like they're in the wrong headspace of going about it.
Hani, and again, this is just played off the back foot nicely to the onside of straight up towards long on.
Yes, it is slow.
For 1.
But when it's slow, you have to meet the ball, and a lot of the time that means sweeping or running down the wicket. So I don't feel like it's sort of a sit back in the crease and try and hit out.
Beaumont now gets a wide one that she goes on the cut and misses, but even had she managed to cut that, see, there's a great example, end of the over, 59 for 1, 12 overs have been bowled.
She could have reversed hit that.
If you just play the reverse, I mean, what's the risk? If you get a top edge, there's no one there to catch it.
I just don't understand what the thought process is behind. So at the end of the over, I'm going, okay, Hani, she might even go off now, but the thought for me would have been, the first over, Heather, she's bowling actually outside off, so reverses on, sweeps on, because on line, you can smack that even in aerially towards that mid-wicket pocket, or we can try and take her on and generate pace through the ball and go over mid-off. There just seems to be no chat about what's in front of them.
Knight drives first ball of a new over up to mid-off.
Have you ever seen anybody bowl with this much air with mid-on and mid-off up?
Ektabisht. But yes,
that was terrifying, though.
That was that. Sorry, you went a little bit white.
Terrifying.
You went a bit white when I said that. This is flatter and is cut off the back foot by Knight. She'll get a single point out towards the sweeper. She moves to 7, 60 for 1. Beaumont back on strike on 32. Yeah, I mean, that was sort of moon balls, wasn't it?
That was so slow that Diana Begg, who's in a bit closer at extra cover, nearly got round to cut that off.
Yeah.
So, and mid-on's now jogging backwards.
It's all a bit polite at the moment, if you know what I mean.
I honestly think, if we might accelerate rapidly and score a big score, but I do think there's been a period of play there we've missed out.
Next delivery again, a little bit flatter. She goes on the sweep as Beaumont takes it from well outside off stump out to deep backward square for a single, 61 for 1. Phil?
Yeah, England's ODI scores at home in their last 3 games against Pakistan. That was 2 in 2016 and 1 in the World Cup in 2017. 378 for 5, 366 for 4 and 377 for 7.
I'd also like to know what were the power play equations of each one of them.
Tossed up,
that might be impossible to find out.
No, he could do it.
I could take a look.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It would be good. Compare it to this.
You've not worked enough with Phil. You've got to work him.
I've got
You've got to
faith in
hard.
you. I promise I've got faith in you.
Yeah.
And the only reason I ask is that Menna have moved on from there and got more aggressive. So I bet this power play is less than all of those.
Again, tossed up and driven to Begg at short extra cover. There's no run. I suppose that was the series of quite small boundaries, wasn't it? Do you remember, was it at Worcester? Was it Worcester they had incredibly short boundary?
Yeah.
Am I imagining that?
And also Leicester was well in.
Leicester was well in, yeah.
Never mind the boundary. When it's through, it's gone,
Now just a little check drive, push drive, nothing really happening here. Goes straight into short extra cover, and again there's no run. An over that yielded what? Just the 1? 2? Took 2. I beg your pardon. 61 for 1. 13 overs gone. Beaumont 33. Knight 7. And Catherine Silverbrunt, you're absolutely right. There's a kind of lack of urgency, and it all feels a little bit like a field out session.
A bit safe, isn't it?
Bit
safe.
Almost
like having a bit of a hit.
Is this a function of having Dean at 7? I mean, are they actually thinking we've got to play it carefully? We can't afford to lose more than 2 or 3 wickets in the first 30 overs because we don't bat as deep as before?
I would like to think that they wouldn't do that. If we looked them in the first T20, they kept going until they were 11 for 4. They kept being very aggressive until they were in a right pickle. So I wouldn't think that they would just suddenly change tack now.
Hani starts again down the leg side. Big appeal for LBW. Not out. 2 legs. Oh, given. Well, I thought it was not out. It felt like it was going down leg side.
Sue Redfern would have never given me that.
Well, she's given it, and Tammy Beaumont has decided to refer it immediately, and I'm not entirely surprised. Because the sort of angle that we're looking at, it felt like it was going leg side. We might be about to look very silly. Sue Redfern has called for the third umpire.
It was full enough to have a really good think about it, but for me, as an knowing umpires in general, they don't ever give them out. You know, and it's a bit of a questionable situation.
But it is a sweep, and umpires don't like a sweep.
Full. But you could see Tammy went down in the shot and actually changed her mind. She changed her sweep because she thought it was missing leg.
Original decision is
and Tammy normally knows exactly where her stumps are.
Can we start the front off, please?
So we'll now go through the process, and until we see it again, here we go. Well, do you know, that might be out. That might well be, if it's not done anything. If it turns at all, and it's hard to tell because it was so full.
I mean, there's no turn on it, but what I will say is that
gap between bat and ball.
It's a long way forward, even for Tammy Beaumont.
You know where the ball's taken, when the ball hits the pad that early, DRS tends to give you. It tends to stay straight and not do the extra movement from that point on, so that's not good for Tammy.
That's not good for Tammy.
No, she needed the decision. If this is clipping, she'll be furious that she didn't get the decision based on what she would argue, looked as it was going down.
It's got a fair way to travel, and the thing is that also against Tammy Beaumont here is it's not as if Honey's bowling particularly wide of the crease here.
Tammy stood there as if she's not going anywhere, but
that's the confidence of the batter for you.
She only needs it to be clipping, and I think we both agree that
ball tracking coming now.
That is very much in the car.
Here we go. Ball tracking.
Is out.
Pitches on middle, Lewis is out.
Line. Impact is in line.
Well, it's not done that.
Back on the field soon. Stay with your decision.
But it's just seemed the other way, guys, and he's taking middle and leg. So
on screen signal now.
I feel like it was clipping for being out's sake. It was always going to be out, but.
Well, from looking at the ball tracking, it was almost suggesting that the ball was straightening rather than turning, and given that the prevailing
no way a ball's
direction
coming
of
back
travel,
from there, is it?
Well, unless she's suddenly become a leggy, it seems unlikely. But Beaumont's got to go. England have lost their second wicket. Beaumont goes for 33. They're 61 for 2, and this kind of claggy period has been their downfall.
Watch her change her shot here.
Oh yes, she was in two minds when playing the shot.
She almost went with what she believed was happening, that it was going down. It's unlucky that.
Well, unlucky. She's missed a straight one. As you were looking down from here, it just felt like the ball was going down, and the ball came off her pad and went pretty fine down towards the boundary.
Yeah, it was extremely full, though, wasn't it? It was practically hit her on the foot. So.
Yeah, but ball tracking is almost suggesting that it's kind of straightening from pitching on middle and leg and then hitting middle and leg, if you see what I mean.
No way.
But it's exactly what you were saying, Catherine. It's that on ball tracking, if you get it really full, it doesn't. You don't get any.
No, it's where it strikes the pad, so it struck her pad quite early, and I think then it makes its decision from there and just sort of stays straight. That's what whenever I've watched them back, they've tended to follow the same pattern. We got a ring filled for Natalie.
We have got 4 on the offside and a slip in place. Attacking Nat Silverbrunt. Our first ball was driven up to mid-off. There's no run.
Would you say gully? Second?
Second slip,
between second and gully even, I would argue a second would be slightly strange. She's just gone wider as well.
Yeah.
But it is slow.
Ever closer to
I agree with
gully.
this plan because it is slow. So I would have her there.
You wouldn't want to be there if Nat suddenly reverses there, would you? Goes on the back foot and she tries to punch off the back foot, gets a thick inside edge. It's so slow.
There's not much bounce there to get. No. Do you know what? She will have been watching this, thinking about that shot that I mentioned about going up and over. Yeah, I mean, give her a couple of balls, but I think you've got to play this back foot shot with a straighter bat rather than an angled cutting bat. So
deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on, short again. She's found the gap for 4. Fielder rather dived over the ball there, Fatima Sana, I think. Maybe I'm being cruel.
It might have just been one of those where you feel like you've got to dive, but you're not really in reach. Let's have a look.
Well, what's noticeable here is the moment Nat Silverbrunt's come in, it's the power and the timing. So both Knight and Beaumont have tried to play that shot a few times, and that's
So-
it's not
Fatima
great
Sana,
feeling.
that's criminal, isn't it?
Well, it is really.
You've got to help your mate. You've got to help
He
your
has
mate.
dived
You're
over it.
trying to cause some pressure to Nat, build some dot balls,
And
you know,
immediately, so Ami Honey has had 5 in the covers. Now it's 3 and a very wide slip, and now a sweeper out of deep extra cover. As so Brunt drives up to long on for a single, where it's fielded by Alia Riaz.
There's the one thing that
66 for two.
Nat's really good at, and we saw in the T20s briefly, was especially at Northants, she's very good at timing the ball to put it in the gap off the back foot. Obviously, we all know that's the favourite part of the game. So,
But now with Knight back in comes the deep extra cover. It's kind of strange, really, short, and it finds that one of the extra covers. We've got a backward point, a cover point, 2 extra covers, and a mid-off. End of the over, 66 for 2. 13 overs
and it's
have
like
been bowled.
you can bowl about 36 mile an hour there, and you hit it as hard as you like, and you'll never get it through.
It's time for me to depart and try and work out what's going on. We're having a double change. If we're having a double change, Phil.
Okay.
Tammy Beaumont, now the leading ODI run scorer in England for England. Next up, Atif Nawaz.
Yeah, Tammy Beaumont, 33 from 40 deliveries. They did 16 for the second wicket with Heather Knight. We were mentioning a moment ago those big England scores back in 2016, 2017. Yeah, the power plays there weren't particularly high scoring. 67, 48 and 49. Today, England 52 for 1 after 10 overs.
Not bad at all. Thank you, Phil. As the next ball's full, just defended, just behind point for no run, gives us a chance to welcome for the first time on commentary today, Alex Hartley.
I've made it, guys.
Well done, mate.
I broke down in Leeds.
Your car broke down.
Yes.
Just to make it very clear.
It's not that time of year where I have my yearly breakdown just yet.
In comes the bowler. There's a short. It's been cut away nicely out towards the deep cover sweeper. It'll just be a single. Walked in just in time to see some mystery spin as well. But we'll talk about that in a second. So what happened?
Yeah, my car is not a very good car. Clearly, I've bought a new one. I've got a brand new car, and it just keeps breaking down. So Richard from the RAC was an absolute godsend today.
Thank you, Richard. The next ball's pushed up at sort of thickish outside edge to backward point for no run. Other breakdown services are available, I should say, I suppose.
Did Richard, what was the actual problem?
My battery in my car that was provided from the car garage was too small for the car that I have, so I needed a complete new battery.
Oof.
And here's Nashra Sandhu again. That ball's pushed to extra cover, no run.
However, it should be sorted now. It should be done. He's given me a brand new battery. Big up Rich. He said, stop calling me Richard, it's Rich. So, yes, we're all sorted. I've made it just in the nick of time for the first ball.
It's Nashra Sandhu in again. Short outside off, cut away again to that fielder at deep extra cover. It's going to be busy today, you get the feeling, Sidra. I mean, well, you made it. I mean, it's weird, isn't it? Like yesterday, bang on time, everything's working, turn up to the game hours ahead of time.
It rains.
And it rains, and today when we're going to get some play, something goes wrong. It's just one of those couple of days. But you're all sorted now.
All sorted. Hopefully, touch wood, she won't break down again.
Okay, I might opt out of the car share, though, if that's all the same. As this is short, it's been cut to extra cover. Again, no run. I've put a bit of a lid on the scoring of the Pakistani spinners here. Nashra Sandhu and Umehani.
Yeah, to make it worse, he replaced the battery. And then he said, go on then, start your engine. So I said, it's not starting. He's like, you need to press the brake to then start the engine. I was like, yes, sorry, I'm being ditzy.
Right, the players are going to have a drinks break, a well-earned drinks break, actually. Probably won't fancy a hot drink, really, because it's quite chilly out here in Derby, but it's a little bit brighter now. The floodlights are still on, but it's a little bit brighter. That cloud cover is going to be with us all day. And these two having a chance to talk about what it is they want to do from here. Heather Knight on 8, Nat Brunt on 6, and England on 68 for 2 after 15 overs. Just the 2 wickets to fall. Could have been 3. Heather Knight put down by Umehani. But then Umehani, just the very next over, dismisses Tammy Beaumont. Now, did you get a chance to see a replay of that delivery, Alex? Because it was quite remarkable. She's an off spinner, and it sort of turned like a doosra.
Yeah, I don't know if she's got a doosra in her.
It felt like an accidental doosra, if I'm really honest with you.
Yeah, it felt like either accidental or the Hawkeye was slightly wrong.
Well, it worked out for Pakistan. It felt like a marginal call from Sue Redfern initially, but it turns out to be an outstanding one. As Yeah, Pakistan have 2 wickets. As we say, Heather Knight was dropped as well. She's on 8 of 19 at the moment. And that's Silva Brunt, who's playing as a batting specialist, a specialist batter even today as well. I'd like to see a few little thank yous, actually. I got a few interesting messages today. Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby got in touch with me just to make sure I knew what the names of the ends were. So we've got the city end and the racecourse end. The racecourse end is where we are. And the city end is that way, towards the city.
Towards the city.
Towards the city.
That makes sense.
It does, doesn't it?
Well done, Derby.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Fletcher. Appreciate that. And also, Georgie Heath got in touch. We were talking about nicknames earlier, and she said to me, Fatima Sana's nickname is Fatty Pop.
Yes, it is.
That's outstanding.
Fatty Pop, it is. I don't have a nickname. So
Al,
it's always been one. Yeah, it's not
Hartley.
a nickname, that is it? That's not. Hartley's my actual name.
What would we nickname you if you were to have a nickname?
Yeah, I'm not sure. There was, for a while when I was younger on the England Academy, Jammy flew around a little bit.
Jammy?
Yeah, the brand of jam.
Okay.
But that didn't stick.
Oh, I thought you were like lucky, like Jammy's, and she's really lucky.
No, so I've never really had a nickname, and I don't know if that's because nobody likes me or my name is just not nicknameable.
Well, I don't know. I'm sure people will have a go online. You drop us a few thoughts for nicknames on @BBCTMS on Twitter, and we'll keep an eye on that. The best nicknames for Alex Hartley. What have you got?
Yeah, come on, fire away.
So, I mean, some people just don't make much of an effort. Like with Phil, they just call him Longy.
Yeah, but Longy isn't his name. Long is.
Yeah.
So it's sort of it's a nickname.
Yeah.
But not a good one.
No, I mean it's not a very ambitious one. I'm honest. For me, I thought it was very clever when Dan Norcross decided to call me Tiffers, which I thought was very funny. It's a little spin-off of Tuffers, and I did try and resist it.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
I never realised that.
Yeah, I think that's where he got it from. I'm pretty sure. Nicknames are a funny thing. Right, here we go. Hani has the ball in hand. It's been impressive today, actually. It's only a first game on this tour. And, she's the designated tea maker for the team when they're in the hotels. So apparently she makes the best tea. So the tea is drank in Sadia Iqbal's room. So Sadia Iqbal's room is the sort of social area.
Ah, the tea room.
But Hani is the tea maker.
Ah, okay.
It's very interesting. Designations in the Pakistani dressing room.
Always risk having your room as the kind of social room, isn't it? It's nice.
You've
got to keep it tidy, aren't you?
Who's the social epicenter of this England team? That's fine. Let's chat about that. As here's Hani in once again. Lots of flight on this. Short outside the off stump, cut away straight to extra cover, and there is no run. Who do you reckon is the one doing the hosting in this England lineup?
There's a few that I would say could host. I know that Sophie Eccleston and Lauren Bell, they're sociable people. They go out and about quite a lot.
There's Hani in again. A bit of flight. Once more, short and cut. Straight to the extra cover fielder again. There's 4 of them out there in the covers. And they're keeping busy. It's like a fielding drill at the moment.
Yeah, it is. I know the ball's being bowled outside the off stump, but maybe for Heather Knight just to paddle the ball into the leg side to try and get one of those fielders across.
Here's Hani again, just drifting a little bit straighter, driven beautifully past the mid-off fielder and past the extra cover fielder as well. That's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Just going a little bit too full there on Mehani and being punished for it. England 72 for 2.
Or just do that, wait for it to be slightly straighter and nail it through the covers. That was a lovely shot from the skipper. Obviously frustrated having played the last couple of balls on the back foot, this time on the front foot through extra cover.
Heather Knight's first boundary off her 22nd ball she's faced.
Yeah, strike rate's going to get a little upward tick now. And that's Silva Brunt on strikers. She's on 6 off 7. Here's Mehani in once again. More flight, driven again. This time sort of slightly messy fielding in the covers, but enough to prevent any runs. She's just looking to pierce the gap at the moment is Heather Knight. She found it nicely with that previous try. She always looks so good when she's driving. So Mehani very quickly into her work. Pakistan trying to rattle through these overs now. Again, lots of flight and loop on this. Driven again to extra cover. I feel like you could record that. Just record me saying that, and you can play it over and over again.
Just keep playing it. I think we could just play that on loop and put our feet up.
Well, interestingly, there's a fielder who's gone out to deep extra cover now. So just the 3 in the ring on the offside, 4 including the mid-off. As this one goes slightly across the batter. I wonder why she's done that. Driven down towards long on for a single. Alia Riaz does the fielding, and that is the end of the over. Maybe they wanted to They would keep Heather Knight on strike. It's interesting. They sort of gave her a single for the last ball.
Just protect the over.
Yeah.
So rather than go for another boundary with the last ball of the over, make sure that you're only getting hit for a single.
That's where I've been going wrong all these years. 73 for 2 England after 16 overs, with Heather Knight on 13 off 25 and Nat Silverbrunt on 6 off 7. Talking about nicknames and epicenters, I bumped into Alice Capsey a couple of days ago. We had a really good chat. And she just got her nails done in a really sort of colourful, like a teal colour.
Oh, to match the kit.
Yeah, the Oval Invincibles kit. And then she's also got these stamps on them. It's a thing where you put stamps on your nails.
Oh, right.
I don't know. Phil? Any?
No.
I don't know. You thought you might know about that. I thought it was quite interesting.
The nicknames are coming flying in.
Are they?
They
Excellent.
are.
This is what we want to hear. As I think Nidha Dara's getting warmed up. She's getting into the spin action as well now. It's going to be captain versus captain. Nidha Dara into Heather Knight, who sort of straight pulls the ball to mid-off and there's no run. Right, let's sneak a few in. What are we getting?
My nickname for Alex Hartley, this is from Simon, would be Whisper, as she comes across quiet and reserved.
I don't think he's met you before.
That's called sarcasm, Simon.
Here's Nidha Dara now into Heather Knight again. It's a short outside off. Heather Knight plays it across the line, down the ground. A couple of bounces to long on for a single. What else we got?
Jimmy says Alex Hartley could be Miss Whippy because she loves ice cream.
Yeah, that's fair. Miss Whippy is a bit wordy. Whippy? Just Whippy?
Whippy.
Whippy? And also you could refer to your car as your whip.
It's not.
So this is a little bit fuller, but still muscled down the ground by Nat Silverbrunt to long on for a single.
I've never ever had car problems in my life, and buying a car has been the worst decision I've ever made.
Well, now you've got a good whip.
I have.
Your whip's got a good battery.
It looks good, but it's rubbish.
Here's Nidha Dara again. Nice turning delivery, pulled straight to mid-wicket. There is no run. It's a weird nickname for cars, that, isn't it? A whip. What's your whip? Have you got a nice whip?
I don't own a whip.
You don't own a whip?
No.
You're a trainman, aren't you?
I'm whipless. Yeah.
You're a PT guy. Public transportation. Here we go. Nidha Dara in once again as that ball's just dabbed into the onside. There is no run. There's a sense of urgency about the Pakistani fielders today. I've enjoyed it. I know they put down one chance. Was Ume Hani and put down a difficult but a chance you expect to be taken. But other than that, the ground fielding, particularly when it's cold, has been pretty impressive. As here is Nidha Dara once again. This is flighted, swept powerfully by Heather Knight out towards deep backward square leg, who does the fielding. It's throw back in as well. Just a single. I think it's Sadaf Shams out there. It is 76 for 2.
Yeah, Nidha Dara was expensive in the T20s. Probably Pakistan's worst bowler when it comes to economy. For me, she was just a little bit all over the place with her economy. Yes, she picked up 3 wickets in that last T20, but she went for 45. In the second one, she went for 33, so she was expensive in the first 2 overs for 23. So the difference today is she's taken all the pace off the ball, and she's just almost flighting the ball up and almost playing boring cricket.
Like a darts player. Love to see it. There's a few hot water bottles in the England setup. They don't have a dugout today. They've just got some of those fancy dining chairs sitting around with their hoodies and their bibs. Here's Ume Hani to continue. As that ball's punched just to mid-wicket. There is no run. Right, I had another one from John Winterburn on X, formerly known as Twitter. Nickname for Alex, JR. Yellow Pages advert from the 80s.
Yes.
J.R. Hartley.
Yes. That's never stuck. Someone's tried to get that going and I never responded to it because I didn't know what it meant. So they'd shout JR and I'd be like, who?
Here's Ume Hani. This time the ball beats the fielder inside the circle, down towards long on for a single. Yeah, our producer Chris Sykes sent me the YouTube of the advert as well.
Yeah, I've seen that a couple of times. But the thing is with nicknames, you have to respond to them.
Yeah.
So if people start, saying JR and I'm looking around saying, who's that? It doesn't quite work. Because it's me.
Oh, goodness. Everybody's smiling. Heather Knight's got a smile on her face as well. The non-strikers in. I don't know what was going on there. Ume Hani is in. Flights one up. It's been driven nicely past the extra cover fielder and past the mid-off fielder. Beautifully thread the needle on that occasion. Did Nat Silverbrunt to the long-off boundary for 4. Lovely timing, lovely placement.
Yeah, exactly that from Silverbrunt. Again, just hammering those offside fielders a couple of times, and this one on the front foot, past extra cover for 4. Beautiful drive from Siva Brunt. England are showing great patience here with the bat, just hitting those bad balls.
There's Umehani in once again. And that ball just gently played into the onside. There is no run. They're finding a boundary almost every over, are England. I find Pakistan keeping things tight in sort of clusters, but they just sneak a boundary ball in there every now and again. England quite happy. They've made a sort of solid adjustment to this format today. As in comes Umehani again. This is full, swept powerfully out towards deep backward square leg. Just in front of square, really. And they'll take a single. But it's been impressive, Alex, because these 3 games, really, they're sort of awkwardly placed, because there's a T20 World Cup coming up. That's the whole focus. That's everything. But obviously they want to maximise this opportunity of Pakistan touring England. So they've got these 3 one-day internationals. But it's hard to know what you're building towards in the short term anyway. As Umehani in once more. That sweep comes out again. And that'll go out to deep square leg. They'll, again, just get the single. A lot of effort for a single, but they get one.
Yeah, and I'm guessing points on the board points available for the next ICC World Cup as well for England. We'll talk about 50 over World Cup. So they're not 3 pointless games at all, but I do know what you mean, where it's almost taking away the focus of that T20 World Cup. But New Zealand come over later on in the summer and do the same thing. So, you know, we've got some ODI cricket alongside that T20 World Cup build-up.
An opportunity to advertise some lovely new shirts for the ECB as well. Different shirts for the T20s and the one-day internationals for England's women. 83 for 2 is the score after 18 overs. And now Nidadar, Pakistan's captain, just blows into a hand to get some warmth in there. It's still very chilly. As in she comes to Heather Knight, who pulls this ball hard down the ground towards long on. It'll just be a single.
Interesting how Nidadar held that ball there. She held it almost seam up, but didn't bowl an arm ball. Still tried to run her fingers across the ball. So almost that scrambled seam rather than, I guess, having that lovely seam position you think about as a spinner.
Here's Nidadar in, and once again, a bit more flight this time. Work to backward square leg, who makes a bit of a fumble there, Alia Riaz, but recovers well enough. No run. Yes. Different grips here. There's a lot of emphasis on mystery spin in Pakistan's women's team. Some really quality spin but slower bowlers, but Nidadar in once again, swept powerfully by Natsiva Brunt out towards mid-wicket. It was perfectly placed there, Fatima Sana. Prevents anything more than the single.
I think she ends up fielding that with her chest.
Yeah, she just
bobbled up and it hit her.
Tough character is Fatima Sana. Here's Nidadar once again, flight and pulled straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, who's put it down. She's put it down. Muniba Ali at mid-wicket. I beg your pardon, that's not Muniba Ali at all. Has been put down. I think it's Umehani at mid-wicket, fresh off her bowling spell. It's a tough chance, but it's been put down. Here's Nidadar in again. This is full. It's been driven down towards long on. It'll just be a single. That's twice now Heather Knight's been put down. Earlier she was put down on naught. And now she's been put down on 18. Wow. It's a tough chance there, Alex.
It was a tough chance at mid-wicket.
Here's Nidadar in once again very quickly as that ball's pushed more gently to Umehani, who sort of fumbles again. Probably feeling a little bit nervous now. End of the over, and it's off the captain as well, so there's always a little bit more of a irksomeness there. 86 for 2 off 19 overs.
Yeah, she hit it hard, didn't she, Heather Knight, looking for that sweep shot into the leg side, and just she actually got hold of it, but straight to that mid-wicket fielder who should have taken a pretty simple catch, to be honest. Yes, she hit it hard, but it did go straight to her. Unfortunately, she puts it down, so Heather Knight gets another life.
Yeah, I really expect that to be taken at this level. Umehani not played a ton of cricket on this tour, just one game before. This is her first game, I beg your pardon, on this tour, and it is cold. We saw them practicing before the game, their high catches and the flat, fast catches, but that'll be disappointing. She's still standing at mid-off now for Alia Riaz's first over. She's just warming up, but she's got the teapot on at the moment. Now the bowler's bowling to her, and she's put that down as well. Oh, goodness. Oh, poor Umehani.
Oh, and again.
Oh, she's put it down again. Oh, goodness. Just to emphasise, this is just the bowler doing some warm-ups to the mid-off fielder. Umehani having a bit of a mare at the moment. Here's Alia Riaz into Heather Knight, who punches this ball to mid-on. Nidadar fields. There is no run. And interesting, just as Nidadar turned to face Umehani at mid-off, she just turned her back completely. Just didn't want to meet her gaze. It's one of the worst feelings, I imagine, in cricket when you put down a catch.
Yeah, especially when it's such an important wicket of the opposition as well, like the captain. Twice.
Yeah. Here's Alia Riaz now, sprinting in. Bowls decent length going across the right-hander, who pushes to mid-on for no run. Score remains 86 for 2. This is the 20th over. Starting to pick up the pace a little bit with quite a few overs from the slower bowlers. They've had a drinks break as well.
Yeah, England not being able to rotate the strike. So yes, there's been a few boundaries here and there, but there's been a high percentage of dot balls as well.
It has indeed. As Alia Riaz is in, this is short, punched off the back foot to extra cover. They'll run through for a single. They'll make it quite comfortably. But a lot of noise out there from the Pakistani players, trying to keep their spirits up. Just a couple of days removed from that game against the ECB Development 11, where they took a hammering. And, can be one of those really long tours when you're constantly losing games. Here's Alia Riaz in once again. And there's a ramp shot from Natsiva Brunt. Doesn't quite get a hold of it. Just trickles out towards square leg for a single. It's the first sort of inventive shot we've seen today.
Yeah, it's about time, isn't it? It's a pretty safe shot to play because there's not much pace behind Alia Riaz. So if you can get into position early, you can set yourself for it. But it came off the toe end of her bat.
Here's Alia Riaz in once again. This is going down the leg side, but it gets a little bit of a tickle on that. Does Heather Knight. That's going to run away to the fine leg boundary for 4. Really clever use of that pace. Ill-directed delivery from Alia Riaz and punished.
Yeah, no fine leg out there either, so pretty straightforward for Heather Knight, just tickling the ball around the corner. Alia Riaz straying down the leg side, and it's an easy boundary for England.
Heather Knight's second 4, England's 11th of this innings. 5 of those came in the 7th and 8th over, so it has been quite tough going.
Starting to build again, or England, building a bit of momentum as Alia Riaz is in. This is short outside the off stump. It's been cut hard, but straight to extra cover. And there will be no run. So there we go, 20 overs bowled in this innings. England 92 for 2. Early stages here, Alex, but what do you think England are looking at for a total? What would be a good total? And once you've told us that, you're going to be joined, the one and only, very handsome man, Mr. Henry Moran.
Yeah, look, I think going into today, I would have thought that England would be targeting that 300 mark, looking to get 300 on the board, but they've been a little bit tentative today. I don't know whether the conditions out there, I think the slow bowlers of Pakistan have been hard to get away. We've seen a lot of extra cover being nailed time and time again. So yeah, England, they'll be looking to up it a little bit.
Hello, it's been not unlike your car first thing this morning. Sort of not really going anywhere. Here comes Nida Dar in the sunglasses, which is optimistic, and Natsiva Brunt hacks the ball down the ground for a single towards long on, and the score moves on to 93 for 2. So yeah, it wasn't good, was it?
It wasn't good, and the really frustrating thing was as well.
Nida Dar again. He's off breaks, bowls to Knight. Oh, that's a good ball. Beats the bat, and well taken behind the stumps as well.
And just no spin there, so Heather Knight with a little play and miss.
Dar tosses the ball from one hand to the other, moving in once again over the wicket. It's a loopy delivery, which is played very cautiously. Off the back foot for a single down the ground. 94 for 2.
We'd been laughing and joking yesterday about my car being
ludicrous.
Not great. It's really hard for me to describe my car on air, because the way I describe it off air, I'm not allowed to say.
Here comes Nida Dar bowling to Siva Brunt, who once again will get a single down the ground. 95 for 2.
What type of car is it?
I've got a Jeep Wrangler.
Is that big?
Yeah, it's massive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
It's that
colour?
White. But I'm going to get it wrapped.
What do you mean? You're not. Who do you think you are?
I might just take it to the scrapyard, to be honest.
Honestly.
But we were laughing and joking. Wouldn't it be funny if my car didn't start? And it actually didn't start this morning.
Here comes Nida Dar, and worked off the pads into the leg side. And that'll be one more for Heather Knight, who's been dropped twice on Norton 18. England 96 for 2.
Need a car.
Very good. And so, yeah, we tried to jump start it, didn't we?
Yeah, but your car just wasn't having any of it. But I found out there was a fuse broken in the battery as well, so
Was there?
no wonder it wouldn't charge.
Here comes Dar again, and swept firmly by Nat Sciver-Brunt out towards deep backward square leg for a single. The ball will be collected out there by Sadaf Shamaz, and England creeping towards the 100 in this, at the end of the 21st over, 97 for 2.
The guy that came to fix it laughed at my jump leads. He said, "What, these cost you £3 or £4?" I was like, "I don't know, my brother got them in an emergency last week when it didn't start again."
And they worked, didn't they?
They worked, but he said they're not good enough, need better jump leads.
Really?
So, well, hopefully, if you replace that battery, I won't need them again.
Well, hopefully not. I think that is disappointing, though. It's a sort of car, Phil, that you look at and think, goodness me, that must have a huge amount of space inside it. And you open it up, it's got absolutely no space in it. It's really weird.
It is really, it's a weird car, isn't it? It's got no boot. So you have to take the seats out to make a boot.
I mean, but
it looks so cool.
In my mind, a Jeep, I'm imagining it's, all terrain, go anywhere.
Well, it can. You just can't take anything with you. Here comes Riaz into the ground. The ball is hit by Sciver-Brunt. Yes, no, maybe. Eventually the throw comes in. They don't take a single.
I've got 2 questions. I don't know a lot about cars. Firstly, did you put is it a key you put in?
No, it's not. No,
so
it's a button.
Right. And the second one, what is a wrap?
So you wrap it a different colour.
In what sort of plastic?
Yeah, so I can change the colour to whatever I want. So I'm thinking dark grey.
Here comes Alia Riaz, and played in front of the pads out to the leg side, 98 for 2. You could choose any colour in the world
Yeah.
or pattern, and you've gone, I think I'll go dark grey.
Yeah, it's sexy, isn't it? Like matte dark grey. Oh God, it's
What do
going
you
to look
mean?
so
What?
good. It's got a new battery. The tyres are fine. The engine's working. It's never going to break down again.
You just look like you're driving HMS Belfast down the street. Here comes Alia Riaz. Over the wicket. That'll be wide, left alone. And one more to the total, 99 for 2.
Just a dirty white car.
Yeah.
Well, what are you suggesting I'll colour it in as?
Colour it in. What about the very fetching pattern on the Pakistan T20 shirts? That sort of green, multiple green stripes. Here comes Alia Riaz. 37 on her back, and a ball again outside the off stump is smashed towards deep cover for a single by Heather Knight. With that, the gentle ripple of applause greets England's 100, which comes in the 22nd over. It's been slow going, but they do make 100 with Knight on 27 and Sciver-Brunt on 18.
I'd feel like I was going everywhere incognito if it was that colour.
What sort of camouflage?
Camouflaged.
Here comes Riaz again, once more outside the off stump, thumped towards mid-off by Sciver-Brunt, and there is no run. Yeah, okay, what about something really bold, like bright orange?
No!
Why?
My dad once said I should buy an orange car because it was cheaper than the other colour that I got.
I bought a car once because it was a silly colour and it was cheaper. Here is Riaz, and this is pushed down the ground for a single. It was a horrible shade of brown that they described as burnt henna.
But I don't want to spend lots of money on a car and then just get it a stupid colour so it looks bad.
So what you'd rather do is spend a lot of money on a car and then wrap it up to look like a battleship.
Yeah.
In comes Riaz, and nicely pushed away through the offside. That might have enough heat on it for a boundary. No, it's a good piece of fielding out on the boundary to prevent the 4 runs. Sadaf Shamaz, who's been busy out there on the offside. England moved to 101 for 2. Sciver-Brunt's on 19, Heather Knight's on 27. I mean, you and me, Phil, are sort of, I think, at the other end of the motoring spectrum, really, as in neither of us actually own a car.
No, I'm just staggered by this dark grey. That was the last colour on the spectrum.
Black.
I don't know. So you go in, so can you wrap this car?
Yeah, so they get
grey?
it's like wrapping paper, and they glue it onto your car.
But they sort of use heat torches and things to.
Yeah.
They're quite satisfying. Those videos sort of pop up on your reels and stuff, don't they? A bit like people power washing carpets.
Oh, how good is that? Or swimming pool cleaning.
Yeah, I know. Here's Nida Dar. In past umpire Kim Cotton. Forward down the track is Sciver-Brunt with a firm drive to long on for 1. Flags being buffeted above the pavilion. 102 for 2. But this is, I think it looks fine. The white's fine.
Well, so the white will look good in the summer, but then in the winter.
What, like a winter coat?
I could put a winter coat on it.
Why don't you just make it a big fleece, wrap it in fur? Here comes Nita Dar.
It needs protecting.
And runs into Malta Heather Knight, sweeping firmly past the fielder at square leg for 1. Reasonably risky shot with that fielder inside the circle. 103 for 2.
Dark grey fur, I can go with.
Yeah.
You want me to have a furry car?
Yeah, why not? For the winter.
Yeah, dark grey. You know, you get some nice fake fur, right? It'd be lovely. Imagine that. You'd look like that car from Dumb and Dumber. Here is Siva Brunt chopping through the offside. And there is no run.
Now we're talking.
I'm not spending all this money on a car to look like I'm Will from the In-Betweeners.
Well, I don't know. I think it would work for you. In comes Nita Dar. Siva Brunt waiting. Reverse sweep is attempted. Clears the infield. That's a nice looking shot. 3 fielders herring after it in pursuit. Diana Bay crouches as the ball is eventually tossed in from the boundary by Fatima Sana. And 105 for 2. The ball really plugging in a slow outfield.
Yeah, it's such a slow outfield, isn't it? Quite often you'll see Siva Brunt play that shot, and as it hits the floor, it almost kicks on with the surface, but not today.
Nita Dar once more. And a big swing into the onside as the ball goes out to deep mid-wicket. I can reveal, dear listener, we're not far away from the joy of Catherine Siva Brunt commentating on that Siva Brunt. And I know this because I know she's in the room, because every so often I hear a sharp intake of breath whenever the ball is attempted to be played. Now she's actually hiding around the corner, unable to watch. It tends to be quite an experience listening to Catherine commentating on that. Nita Dar blows some warm air on her hands, worked into the onside, and there is a single taken. Actually, that particular delight we're going to have to wait for, because it's Georgia with us next, so we can just enjoy describing how Catherine's reacting. End of the over, 107 for 2. Alex is off to find supplier of car wraps of the furry variety.
No, I'll keep it white. I'll take your advice on board and leave it the colour that it is.
Well, you do tend to turn to me for fashion advice, so that does make sense. Style consultant. There we are. 107 for 2. Phil, honestly, it's a mystery to me, this.
Completely. I'd never heard of a rap before, so that's all. Every day's a school day.
Well, I know. Here's Georgia Elwes, World Cup winner in 2017 with England, Ashes winner as well. Georgia, you wouldn't do something as ludicrous as wrap your car in a silly colour, would you?
Far too sensible for
that.
that.
I know you are. I think you might go for the colour of wolves.
Oh, yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it? Bright orange.
Aliyah Riaz starts a new over, driven firmly by Heather Knight to the left of mid-off, and there is no run. What do you make of where we are in this game? It has been, after 23 overs, 107 for 2, sluggish.
Yeah, feels like a very typical old school ODI, doesn't it?
Aliyah Riaz running past umpire Sue Redfern, bowls to Knight. Oh, there's a catch behind. Yeah, she's gone. It was a really loose delivery and a poor shot from the England captain, who looked to try and flash it away through the offside, possibly even just the toe end of the bat. But a good catch taken by Najir Alvi behind the stumps. And Aliyah Riaz, with a pretty poor ball, has got the big wicket of the England captain. 107 for 3.
Well, it was short, it was wide, but she won't care. No, a little bit of movement. It's a good catch. Very, very good catch, standing up. Heather Knight knows she's hit it, she's got to go. And it breaks an important partnership, actually. How often we see Siva Brunt and Knight rescue England through that middle order, through the middle overs, and the partnership's broken. Pakistan, still definitely feeling the game here. They've kept it quite tight. I know their fielding hasn't really been up to scratch so far today, but maybe that will just give them a little lift that they needed against the run of play, and maybe re-energise them. It looks like Nita Dar's trying to galvanise the troops to go again.
Yeah, that partnership worth 46. Heather Knight made 29 off 49 balls, but she was dropped twice on 0 and 18.
29 off 49. That's very old school, isn't it?
Pedestrian.
Very much. Now here comes Alice Capsey. I feel this is quite a beginnings for Alice Capsey. She's got plenty of time to bat, and her form has been okay. She got 31 in the second T20 at Northants, but preceding that, 3 single-figure scores in the first T20 and then going back to the New Zealand tour, and then just won in the last match. She finished the women's T20 Challenge, Women's Premier League with the Delhi Capitals with 2 ducks. So for all of the talent, you do need to start getting the big scores, I feel.
She's not played a huge amount of cricket so far in this English cricket season. The first game that she did play was that first T20 at Edgbaston, so maybe a little bit rusty. It doesn't look like her usual self at the crease, doesn't have that presence that she usually does, so you are right. She's got a little bit more time now to settle down and build an innings.
Riaz bowls a full delivery which swings in towards Capsey. Forward, bat and pad close together, pushing into the offside. She got a couple of scores of 25 in the T20s against New Zealand at the back end of March, and as you say, hasn't featured in the early phases of the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint. So possibly a little rusty. In comes Riaz outside the off stump. That's nicely played away through the offside by Capsey, who will get a single out towards the deep. Feels like everything has gone through the offside today. 108 for 3. If you want to watch the in-play highlights, by the way, you can do that on the BBC Sport website and app, where our live text commentary is being operated by Fionn Wynne, who will be joining us during the interval as we have a little chat about various issues around the women's game, not least the Tier 1 confusions, but clarifications in terms of when Yorkshire will be starting. Here comes Alia Riaz once more. Successful over. And she bowls to Siva Brunt, thundering the ball into the offside. Wants a single, but it's a good stop by Diana Baig, and I think it's probably quite a painful one because it leapt and skipped off those used wickets, and you sort of have to put the body there and think, well, this is going to hurt, and sort of deal with the consequence. She's done well.
He has done well. It sort of spat up, hasn't it, off the wicket ends, and he took a tumble as well.
Riaz once more, kicking up her heels, running away from us. A full delivery, whipped into the leg side. That's a good piece of fielding by Fatima Sana, sliding to her right at mid-wicket. And the over will come to an end. A successful one, the England score on 108 for 3. If you did miss it, it was the news we got earlier this week that Yorkshire were going to become a Tier 1 team, joining the 8 initial Tier 1 host counties that will be from next summer. It was due to be from 2027 for Yorkshire and Glamorgan to join. It's now 2026, and so there's a few complications around that, so we will be having a little bit of a chat about what that all means, and a chat about England's journey towards the T20 World Cup in Bangladesh later on this year, and all sorts of other things, so do look out for that during the interval of this game. 108 for 3, and this long spell from Nida Dar is going to continue. Moves in, bowls to Capsey, gets in a right old tangle, and the ball drops into the onside.
Alice Capsey still only 19. Interesting little stat. She's played 129 T20 games for club and country. Today is only her 32nd 50 over game.
Nida Dar tosses it right up. That's well swept away by Capsey in front of square, out to deep mid wicket, where Riaz will field out on the boundary. 109 for 3. I suppose as much as anything, Phil, it sort of demonstrates the proliferation of T20 cricket, doesn't it? Nida Dar again blowing on her right hand to keep it warm. It is breezy and chilly out there. She creeps in now, past Kim Cotton, the umpire. Forward is Siva Brunt, plays the ball back to the bowler. And the end of her mark once more. Pakistan captain to bowl to the England all-rounder, and she will come forward looking to try and drive through the offside, and not for the first time today. The England batter just struggling a little bit with the timing.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, because the extra cover and the mid-wicket that Pakistan have are really deep on the ring, and usually those angles are different.
Whacked away into the onside. That's a nice looking shot. There's going to be 4. Sat up invitingly, and the bowler knows that the length isn't right, and you can't really afford to do that with Nat Siva Brunt, because she is not just an incredible timer of the ball, but she's got the power to put the ball into those deep pockets of the vast expanse of this outfield, and it races away.
Just her third 4 though of the innings.
113 for 3. She's on to 27. Here comes Nida Dar bowling to Sivabrunt, again targeting that part of the ground, and again the ball races away, and I hear shot from behind me from Catherine Sivabrunt as Nat Sivabrunt moves into the 30s, 117 for 3. If you want to get in touch with us today, tms@bbc.co.uk or hashtag BBC Cricket. That's what Timothy Bull's done in Cirencester. Lovely to hear you all on TMS again. Happy cricket season. And a suggestion, perhaps, that if you're going to wrap your cars in grotty plastic instead of nice paint, whatever next, front door wraps? It's a good question. Right then, Daniel Norcross is going to come and join us. Oh, he's taken delivery of some baked delights. This is terribly exciting. Daniel, over to you after some more from Georgia Airways.
Yeah, it's just a little settling period now for Alice Capsey. She needs to try and knock it up and down, get Nat Sivabrunt on strike, who's going along nicely.
Alia Riaz in Milky Sunshine bowls a full ball, which is defended back up the wicket to the bowler. There is no run. My first baked goods of the summer.
Come on then.
Yeah.
Tell me all about it.
I'm going to take you all the way through it. This comes courtesy of Jack Rule. Big fan of the programme. Big fan of women's cricket. Alia Riaz in again. It's just pushed off the front foot. Up to mid-off, straight to the fielder. Again, there's no run. Phil Long is itching.
I am happy to taste those.
There is no freebie that he will not. He will not guzzle. But he would be wise to guzzle these. I've tasted them already, and they are impeccable. Here comes Alia. Full, and again defended stoutly by Capsey. Up to mid-on, and again, there is no run. They contain. Well, let's give them their name first, because they've come in a marvellous square Tupperware, transparent, for the attention of BBC TMS. Well, that is us. Chocolate chewy crunch bars.
Yum.
They definitely are what they say. Full again, flicked away, this time onto the onside. They come through for a quick single. Throw comes in from mid-wicket, and Capsey is home for another one. 118 for 3. They are chocolatey, they are chewy, and they do have crunch. And they could be described as bars. There's 2 layers of them, and the entire calorific content required for, well, an army is available in one layer. Alia Riaz in again, driving through the keeper, and Given. Well, Given is caught behind, I presume, by umpire Redfern. And actually, this is all very bizarre, because the square leg umpire has called for the third umpire to have a look. But umpire Redfern went straight up, and Nat Sivabrunt must have got a little outside edge on that. Well taken by the keeper, because she's walking off. She's not having it referred, and that is a big wicket for Pakistan. England now 117 for 4. Nat Sivabrunt goes for 31. So we just see it again. It was a little wide of the off stump. She went after a full-blooded drive, did Sivabrunt. Got the edge. Now the keeper is appealing for the stumping, but umpire Redfern has given it out caught behind. I mean, it could be that she was stumped as well had she not got the tickle, but you know, the umpire at the bowler's end doesn't give the stumping, so she must have given it out as caught behind.
Yeah, and Nat Sivabrunt took a long time to walk off, didn't she? But I think she knew she's got a little tickle on that. It's a good ball, actually. There's a little bit of movement off the seam. The length invited up the drive, and the width certainly did. Nat Sivabrunt went after it. You'd say she's in. She would have hit that had there not been any deviation off the pitch. But I think that little tiny bit meant that she had another good catch behind the stumps.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Najiha behind the stumps, and she was very quick to go up for the stumping though, wasn't she? It was she was most interested in. Once she'd taken the catch, she then turned to the square leg umpire, imploring, but it was unnecessary. So Amy Jones strides to the crease with England in a little spot of bother here. They've lost 4 wickets, and after this, Charlie Dean comes in at 7. And I'm not casting any aspersions on Charlie Dean's ability with a bat, but we talked about this before the start of the game. I think she might be about a place, possibly 2 places too high in a normal batting lineup. This has caused a little bit by Nat Silverbrunt not being able to bowl. So you probably, wouldn't you, if Nat was able to bowl, you'd have another batter in there as well. So you'd back down to 7 and then you'd have 4 bowlers thereafter. But a wicket for Alia Riaz. And England, they're not teetering, but as a former colleague once said, you had 2 wickets this year. It all looks so pretty then. We won't have to do that yet. Well, you never know. Maybe the next couple of balls. Alia Riaz is in. Long hair. And the first ball to Jones is just defended into the offside. And there is no run. End of the over. A successful one for Pakistan. England 118 for 4. 26 overs bowled. So we're over halfway through England's innings. And any thoughts of those massive 300 plus totals? Well, England are a long, long way away from that. Back to the chocolate chewy crunch bar, however. So yes, we're just seeing on Ultra Edge on our replay screen a thick edge, actually a really thick edge. It's surprising that the keeper didn't really clock that, or maybe it was just, you know, belt and braces, make sure you whip off the bails as well. Anyway, what is in these? I hear you cry. Well, milk and dark chocolate. Only white chocolate is missing. Shortbread. Maltesers, other honeycomb-filled chocolate balls of delight are available. Marshmallows, dried fruit, brackets, raisins. As first ball of a new over is punched off the back foot to short extra cover by Capsey. There is no run. Butter and golden syrup. And it comes with a recommendation, which I really like. Bless you, Phil. Excuse me. Capsey cuts at this, slightly aerially, can't beat the field. It goes straight to point. And there is no run again. The recommendation is only a small piece at a time with a cup of tea / coffee. All the best, Jack. No, all the best to you, Jack Rule. Thank you very much for those. We've already wolfed about 15 of them. Short, Capsey goes for it over mid-wicket. There is cover out on the boundary, a deep mid-wicket. And it just missed fielder in the infield and rolled out towards deep mid-wicket for one more run. Amihani doing the fielding. There's a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep cover on the offside. 4 in the ring on the offside, 2 in the ring on the leg side. So 1 extra fielder, we like that. Attacking Georgia Elvis.
They sense something here, don't they, Pakistan? Just a little good period of play over the last 5 overs.
Next delivery beats the outside edge of Amy Jones's bat. And goes through to the keeper, Nashra Sandhu's just getting it to turn ever so slightly here. 6 bowlers have been used already, plenty of options for Pakistan, nearly all of them slow bowling, and it's working on this surface. This is tossed up, flicked into the onside by Jones. They're slightly late to start his capture. The throw comes in at the non-striker's end, but Jones is home and is underway with that. 120 for 4. It's been a bit of a claggy performance by England, hasn't it, today? You've been watching a lot of this today, Georgia, with, you know, when you do that thing with your eyes, when you you slightly,
furrowed brow.
Yeah, furrowed brow is precisely what I would say is the perfect description here. Nashra Sandhu in again. That's really tossed up. I'd love to see a speed gun on that, as it's worked out towards wide long on for a single. 1 more to Capsey, 1 more to England. 121 for 4, giving it a lot of flight, you might say. 27 overs have been bowled, and there's no pace to work with at all, and England's batters are struggling with that.
Yeah, they are, and I think they knew before this series that was one of the challenges that they would face against this Pakistan side. It's interesting, Heather Knight came out before this series, didn't she? And she said that she wanted them to have more controlled aggression and work out when to go in 50 over cricket and perhaps rein that aggressiveness in, and I feel like that's exactly what we've seen today, isn't it? A really traditional ODI innings, sort of taking the time, batters getting in, unfortunately for England, getting out.
Getting out, exactly. Alia Riaz starts a new over. It's sort of a bustling slow medium, and first ball's pushed to Deanna Baker, extra cover, no run.
Alia Riaz 4 overs, no mains, 2 for 12 so far, and Nashra Sandhu 5 overs, no mains, 1 for 14.
Well, they've been disciplined, haven't they? How many wides have we had, Phil? Doesn't feel like too many, and they were mostly with the new ball, weren't they? As Alia Riaz in again, and Capsey just push drives the outside half of the bat down towards a wide, deep third, and they amble through for another single.
5 wides, 4 of them win the first 7 overs.
Yeah, since then, it's just been pretty straight and with a very disciplined field setting. I mean, we had 5 covers in at one point. I was asking Jack, actually, I was saying I'm getting very baffled because I don't know what to do with one of the covers. I've got, I can have backward point, cover, extra and mid-off, but what do I do with the other cover? And he gave me the answer, Well, here he has in short, and that's pulled across the line to short mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder, and there's no run. He said, spare cover?
That's good.
I like that.
Don't mind that.
Backward point, cover, spare cover, extra cover, mid-off.
Nice.
That's not the field at the moment, by the way. We've just got the backward point, the extra cover, and the mid-off, and the offside as well as a sweeper on the offside, and a deep third, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, a mid-wicket in the ring, if you like, and a Tuba Hassan is out there at mid-on, deputising, and she's going to be in the action right now as the ball's pushed to her along the ground, but no run. There's just a lack, though, of urgency. I mean, going back to what you were saying there about Heather Knight saying, wanting to find the right tempo, I feel like they haven't really. I think they've really needed to try something, and they haven't quite found out what that is yet.
Well, Heather Knight herself, 29 off 49.
Yeah. And look, the bowling's been disciplined, but it's just been a bit slow, really. Alia in again, wide of the off stump, just swinging away ever so slightly into the gloves of the keeper. Still something there in the ball.
It's been a good game plan from Pakistan. I mean, since the keeper's been able to stand up to the stumps, it's stopped England advancing at the bowlers. It's stopped them, sort of putting them off their length. And they've just been able to settle into that nagging, annoying length that you can't really get away. And with the extra cover and the mid-wicket sat really deep, you've got to hit the ball really hard to get any sort of value for your shot.
Alia in again, and Jones works this a full ball off her pads out towards deep square leg along the ground. They think of a second, it's definitely not there. Throw comes in on the bounce, and another single to end the over. How many off that over, Phil? Just a 3? 2. 123 for 4, 28 overs now gone, just 22 remain, and it's just been a bit pedestrian, but you've got to hand it to Pakistan because they obviously have got a game plan. They're playing to that game plan, and their field, the field is set perfectly for the bowling, and England so far haven't really disrupted those plans.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's almost been the good conditions for Pakistan to have this game plan because the outfield is so slow. It's not really running off the square very quickly either, and but Pakistan are bowling with zero pace on the ball, so England having to generate all of that but finding it quite difficult with the field set as it is.
Sandy's going to continue, and this just firing a bit flatter onto the pads, and Amy Jones flicks that away. She'll get at least 2. They're coming back for the second. The keeper's gone after the ball, and Capsey wants a third. Nope, she's sent back by Jones. There's all sorts of confusion out there. In the end, they settle for 2. 125 for 4. Phil, were you spotting the wicketkeeper?
Yeah, the wicketkeeper was away.
Very Johnny Bairstow, that, wasn't it? Chasing after the ball. She's been impressive behind the stumps today, isn't Najiha? I'm conscious I haven't given you one of these chewy bites yet.
I'm also conscious of that.
Yeah, I thought you might be. I just gone for I don't know how to describe the limpness and awfulness of that shot from Amy Jones. It was wide outside the off stump, and she played a sort of attempted check paddle into the onside and missed it completely. There's a sort of uncertainty about the shot selection going on at the moment. This is flatter and shorter and pulled up to mid-on. They've gone through for a quick single. Shy at the stumps, misses. It's taken by the bowler. They get through for 1. 126 for 4. When was our last boundary, Phil?
We had back-to-back from Nat Siver just before she was out. The 2 balls before she was out.
But before that, as this is now defended by Capsey back up the wicket to the bowler quite crisply.
They are the only 2 boundaries in the last 9 overs.
Well, Pakistan will be delighted with that. Very little pressure being exerted on them at all, as this is tossed up a bit and is cut in the end. Capsey waiting for it. It's so slow. She cuts it to Bagan. Extra cover, and there's no run. Something approximating to sunlight is starting to filter through into our box. Sanderman again. This is carved out into the offside and beats that packed offside infield, but there is a sweeper. Underarms the ball back in. 1 more to the total. 127 for 4. 3 off that? 4. Oh, we had a 2, didn't we? with a lesser spotted 2. So yeah, I don't know what to make of this.
I was just working out in my head. I still think if England can get up to around 240, which is 6s-ish, just under 6s from here, which you know, if they have a good partnership here and don't leave too much time for the likes of Dean, Eccleston and Glenn to have to bat, you'd think that, you know, 240 is easily defendable with the bowling lineup that they've got. They'll want more, of course, for their, you know, the way they want to go about their cricket and all of that sort of thing. But they've had to work really hard today, and that's something that they're going to have to look at throughout the series, is how they're going to counteract this slow attack through the middle overs.
Alia Riaz bowls. It's full and floated up and driven nicely by Capsey. It's going to run away for 4. It was to the left of mid-on, the right of extra cover, and all along the ground. Capsey's first boundary takes her to 11. England 131 for 4.
Yeah, nice shot from Alice Capsey. She's had to wait a long time for that, but made sure she's put it away. It's actually quite difficult as a batter when you've got fielders standing where they don't usually, and the angles are all sort of different. So probably still adjusting to that a little bit out in the middle as well.
And she comes once more. Capsey now goes on the strapple, straight pull up to mid-on. Oh, and it bounces off the knee of Nida Dar, who hasn't looked entirely comfortable in the field today. But they don't get an extra run. And now Nida Dar's taking herself back down towards long on. More time to see the ball. There's a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg. This is again floated up and driven beautifully by Capsey. It's running away to the boundary. It'll be a second boundary in the over. 2 really good cover drives here from Alice Capsey. She's just starting to inject some life into this England innings. 135 for 4.
Yeah, she's broken the shackles a little bit there, hasn't she? It's a shame because Alia Riaz has bowled so nicely. I think now she's going more towards those slower balls, the pace off, the change-ups, that the loose deliveries are coming, and it's allowing Alice Capsey to capitalise.
Might just be 1 over too many. I mean, there's plenty of options for the captain here. Once again, floated up on off stump, and this time Capsey, they can only find the gap between point and extra and out towards a sweeper along the ground. 1 more run, 136 for 4. Amy Jones had a fine T20 series. Alice Capsey, surprisingly, because we've seen her around for so long, it seems now, even though she's so young, the last couple of years. And we think of her as an explosive batter, as this is just a little wide of off stump. Again, worked out into that gap this time by Jones out towards deep extra for a single. But her one-day record has not really taken off yet, has it? Averages about
15 now, 15. Yeah, high score 40.
This is a good opportunity for her here. There's another 20 overs to be bowled after this one. Zalia's in again, and that's defended stoutly by Capsey. Back to the bowler. No run, 137 for 4, 30 overs bowled, 20 remain. Jones has 6, Capsey has 16. So this is an opportunity. She can play herself in, and then once she's in, she can unfurl more of those T20 shots at the back end of the innings, perhaps.
Yeah, and I think this is an opportunity that she may not have expected. She's, I think, in playing in place of Danny Wyatt, who's missing out with illness. I think her spot is the number 5 spot usually, so it's almost a bonus for Alice Capsey to come in and be able to play with a little bit more freedom than perhaps she's used to. She's trusted with a lot of responsibility in that T20 side and playing aggressively and getting her side off to a good start. So here she can just take her time a little bit more. We have seen her be a bit more circumspect, having to defend, having to work really hard and put away the boundary, but she's got plenty of time left, still 20 overs left to bat, so you'd feel like a lot of time to build an innings, construct an innings and work out that tempo.
Enid Baker's in the house, and therefore it behoves me to hand you one of these. Phil.
Thank you.
Sorry, I put it all over your scoring thing. I don't know what to do with it. It makes a noise. Start of a new over. First ball pushed out into the offside, off the back foot. There is no run. Ami Hani is back in the attack. She bowled 5 overs before this. So Nida Dar ringing the changes with this varied attack. In again, really floated up and worked along the ground up to long on for a single. That's right in the block hole. Took ages to arrive. Jones had to be patient, and she gets a single. 138 for 4. I mean, looking at this, Alice Capsey could be a double threat for England here, both with the bat needed here, but also fancy her bowling might not go amiss on this surface. Short and pulled out towards deep mid-wicket, where there is a fielder who fields cleanly and throws in nicely to the bowler. One more to the total, 139 for 4, capsied 17. 4 in the ring on the offside. There's no sweeper on the offside, so have I got that right? Yeah. The 3 boundary riders all on the leg side, at long on, got a straight deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. Jones just pushes, check drives to that mid-wicket, who moves across to mid-on. Phil, yeah?
Yeah, can confirm they are delicious. I'm not sure I could have more than one. They are very, very sweet.
Well, I mean, we've got 3 ODIs.
We have got 3 ODIs, yeah.
Our producer, Psycho, can keep them with him, as this is pushed off the back foot by Amy Jones. She went deep into her crease. The ball took a while to come, but she's pushed it out there to long on, where Nashra Sandhu does the fielding. 140 for 4. So yeah, I think these might do a little tour to Taunton and to Chelmsford. Thank you, Jack Raw. Very kind of you. Next delivery is full and defended by Capsey on the front foot, pushing back to the bowler. That is the end of the over. 31 have gone, 19 remain. England 140 for 4, Capsey 17, Jones 8. More from Georgia Elvis as Enid Bakewell signals 4 and 6, and then it will be Atif Nawaz.
Enid's having a great time, isn't she, up there on the balcony? She's enjoying herself. Quite the character, playing up to the crowd. But a good period here for Pakistan. What they've done well is they've kept the stumps in play, not bowling with any huge pace on the ball, and that is making it difficult for England to get the ball away, to pierce the field, slow outfield, and needed are ringing the changes.
Yeah, just keeping England on their toes a little bit. They sense an opportunity here, Pakistan, just to restrict England. It looked like it would be a big total at one stage. It might still be one, but they've never really let any batter get too settled. As the next ball's been cut away out towards deep extra cover for a single. Been reasonably impressed. I mean, there's been a couple of drops and sort of moments that you sadly sort of come to expect from Pakistan, where they're not completely on it, but generally I think they've been quite impressive with the dedication in the field. So in comes the bowler again. Nice angle on that delivery, as it just takes a thick inside edge and trickles away to the fine leg region. It'll just be a single. Just went on with the arm there, didn't it? Just curved nicely in the air, but didn't straighten from Nashra Sandhu.
How much of it do you think is a confidence thing? So the wickets bring the confidence. Perhaps they don't. Do they come into these games believing they can cause upsets?
As Nashra Sandhu in once again. Lots of flight on this. This has been hammered down the ground. That's going to be a couple of bounces into the advertising sponge. Big shot that. Just something to break the shackles a little bit for England. Something for the very cold spectators here at Derby to applaud. Terrific from Jones. It's worth noting that Nashra Sandhu averages 72.3 kilometers per hour, which makes her the slowest frontline finger spinner in the time period since July 2022. Thank you, Hypercourse, for that bit of fact. We'll talk about the confidence of this team in just a second. Nashra Sandhu in once again. Another slowish delivery hit into the ground by Amy Jones, and there is no run. I think it is. You see their body language. There's a huge uptick the minute a wicket is taken or anything of that sort. But there is a little bit of a defeatedness to them. I mean, they've lost 3 games coming into this. As the next ball's punched off the back foot to extra cover, just wide of extra cover. They're going to run through for a quick single, and they'll make it. As we say, it's difficult on those long tours when you haven't won anything to keep your head up. Less support as well here in Derby for them. We've seen quite a lot of support for the Pakistan team, and Leeds and Birmingham, Northampton. Yeah, they've been turning up everywhere, but it's a smaller ground here in Derby. This is another slowish, full looping delivery, which has just dropped into the onside. They run through for a quick single. And there was a slight inquiry about an overthrow, but nothing really there. Good opportunity this for Alice Capsey, though. She's Alice Capsey. She's on 19 off 25 deliveries. We'll give you a little break, Georgia Eldis, and Kat Silverbrunt's going to come in alongside me. And England going well, 148 for 4, still 19 overs. They can still push that 250, maybe even 260, 270 mark. But Alice Capsey, big opportunity for her right now with a nice platform, 19 of 26. It's all about making the most of it.
It is. We need somebody to make a big score. As we know, that's what is normally the backbone of a good total.
It's a slightly shortish delivery. It's been pulled out towards deep backward square leg for a single. Mehani.
This is a great period of Alice Capsey's career where she gets to bat alongside the likes of Nat, Heather, Amy, and hopefully make the learnings and work and learn from the best.
There's Mehani in once again. A straightish delivery, just defended back to her by the batter. There is no run.
She can obviously take that forward and have a long and splendid career is our hopes, isn't it? Obviously, and she's got plenty of talent.
Yeah, already made a big reputation for herself, Alice Capsey. There's Mehani in once again. Fly to delivery. It's been lofted over the infield, trickling away towards the long off boundary. 2 fielders in pursuit. They're not going to get there. The ball wins the race. And a welcome boundary for Amy Jones.
There's been plenty of balls like that today, Latif. It's like, what have we been doing? I think Amy's currently in this form and mindset where anything over pitched or short, she's going to get it. It's going to go. But in the gaps and carefully calculated over the infield and so on, making good decisions. And it would have been nice to see everybody capitalise on that from the beginning.
150 came up with that boundary as well. We'll hear from Phil Long momentarily as in comes Mehani. This ball's been swept but straight to the fielder at square leg. Fanaran, tell us about the 150, Phil.
The 150's come up in the 33rd over. Just what Catherine was mentioning there about going over the top. Yeah, the 4 wickets so far, 2 LBW and 2 caught behind. So nobody caught in that region so far.
No, and that's what you want. I'd rather them get out like that.
Mehani in full and just defended back to the bowler. There is no run. Halfway through the 33rd over, you get the feeling England want to get a bit of a move on here, try and build a strong total.
When we were making this aggressive move in the game, our head coach would always say certain ways of getting out that he would allow.
This is a full toss that's been punched out towards mid-wicket. There is a fielder out there. It does well to get behind it. Slight fumble allows the batters to make it back for a comfortable 2. Good bit of running between the wickets there.
Yeah, big pocket there. Side to side, it's actually quite big, especially the leg side from that end. I'd love to know what end that's called. What we saying? Pavilion
I can tell you. That's the city end.
I'd like to say city or pavilion.
That's
the old pavilion, isn't it?
It is. It is. They've got the fitness centre there now.
The leg side on there is actually some distance, so going straight is your value. But there's plenty of 2s to be had in them pockets, isn't there?
There is. Just players are going to take a drinks break after the 33rd over. 155 for 4 is the score, with Jones and Capsey both on 20 apiece. Everybody getting a little bit of hydration. The Pakistani fielders are just sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by the drinks trolley. They look very tired and very cold.
Very cold.
Yeah.
I hope they're bringing on the hand warmers. That's the girls will have so many hand warmers. I dropped that off this morning to Amy to take to the ground, and she took 2 hot water bottles with her. And every season when we played, normally September, it was freezing here playing some T20s, and we'd all be sat in the dugout that they'd put along the boundary, because obviously the changing room's a bit further away. We'd all be sat on either hot water bottles or have all of the towels around us.
Sat on the hot water bottles?
Yeah. Keeping mainly around the hamstring area, keeping the hamstrings warm. But it was freezing. September seems to have gotten a little bit better last year, but a couple of years before that, crikey, it wasn't the most fun. We were wondering why our season had to extend into
the autumn, essentially.
Yeah, back end of September. No, thank you, not my cup of tea.
Yeah, it's probably no fun. I mean, it has been there's been patches of warmth, hasn't there, in this May, but it's not one of those warm days today. Although it looks nice and dry now, pretty clear, a little bit overcast.
I've got a watch tan somewhere. You can't really. It's better when I'm in the bath, but you can see it. But it definitely got tan going on. There was some sun a couple of weeks ago. I remember it.
Yeah. I have vague memories of it.
What a good summer that was.
Yeah, what a great summer. It was a lovely summer.
No, we'll all get burnt to a crisp again shortly. We've always got to have some dodgy weather in England, haven't we?
We've still got a couple of games in the series to come as well. And Chelmsford, coming up as well, and before Chelmsford will be in Taunton. All of those games will be live here on 5 Sports Extra, so make sure you tune in. And of course, there's clips that you can listen to on the BBC, watch in fact, on the BBC Sport Extra Sport website and app. Beg your pardon, get my words out right. But yeah, it's been a tough series for Pakistan, but it's like we've talked about this before, Catherine. It's a different stage in their development cycle at the moment. This is more about learning than it is about necessarily producing the W's.
Yeah, it is. This whole year leading up to the World Cup has to be learnings. Like we said, we have that either major experience or major youth and inexperience. So it's about, learning as fast as you can. So this is why I'm a bit confused as to the way they're going about this ODI today. Yes, I know it's slow. Yes, I know they're bowling slow, and there is that wind there. But I would, like you say, the wickets have been LBW's bowled, caught behind. It's not the way you would normally get out playing aggressively.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, that opportunity's gone now to really fire, but having, one more wicket and we're into the tail. So it's not to say that they can't do that, obviously. No.
We've seen Eccleston play some nice innings already this summer.
But as it's gone, this is not the way they would have foreseen this happening, especially having to bat first.
It's a strange one, though, isn't it? Because you're building to the T20 World Cup. That's kind of the focus. That's everything. You've got these 3 one-day internationals to play, and of course you've got 3 later on in the summer as well. Is it hard to sort of reshift your focus a little bit and just adjust your game? How do you sort of put these games in perspective?
Well, yeah, it's hard, isn't it? Because you can't underestimate anyone. So there might have been a bit of that in the beginning. The first T20 we had, 4 for 11. But, any game you play ever. I used to get most nervous playing county cricket, and it should have been easy at the time. But no, there was, no game's easy. But it's about living and dying by the sword and what it is that you're trying to do.
And after the drinks break, Aisha Zafar has come into the attack for some more slow bowling. And starts with a good length ball defended back to her, and there is no run.
So there's plenty of figuring out to do, and it seems to be more with the youth than the experience, as they're the ones that have really shown their talent this series.
Here's Aisha Zafar again with a sort of windy action, and play out towards fine leg.
But what is youth anymore?
Yeah, youth. Because, anything. Yeah.
Like Sophie's, what is she? 23?
Yeah,
and she's
25, just turned
20.
25.
Sorry, I knew that as well. 25, but started playing when she was 16. So actually, she's experienced. She's played 80 T20s. So, who is that? And how do you decide how much more they need?
Aisha Zafar, and again, there's a short's been pulled, but only as far as mid-on. There's no run.
There's plenty to be happy with. That's for sure. I feel really great about this squad of girls and how they're firing. They've still got plenty of time for everybody else to catch up.
There's Aisha Zafar outside the off-stump, thick outside edge, beats the keeper. It was very late played there by Alice Capsey. He's trickling away towards the deep third boundary. Won't get there. Throw will come in from Nashra Sandhu, and they'll get back for 2. And that was a deliberate shot, but she played it so late, didn't she, Phil?
I just wonder if there was any...
Oh, yeah.
Bit of glove on it.
Keeper's glove.
Yeah.
Off it goes.
Here's Aisha Zafar in again. As the next ball's pushed just wide of the point fielder. The cover sweeper will come round. In fact, extra cover will come round and just cut that off. They'll take a single. It's a very unusual sort of bowling action. It's very correct, but in a sort of forced way. Do you know, where she's sort of winding back and like a catapult almost.
There's absolutely no energy in the build-up, is there?
Yes.
Or at the crease.
A couple of steps from Aisha Zafar, catapulting the ball in, and it's been swept away nicely towards a deep backward square leg by Amy Jones.
That's how I bowl when I go to these to the schools. I'm playing against some of the youngsters. Just a little gentle hop, skip, and a jump, pretending
exactly
I know how to bowl spin. Yeah, it's honestly so gentle. But for me, as Sophie's demonstrated, the best paces to bowl are near the men. 56 miles per hour is hard to achieve as a spinner, but Moeen Ali, Graham Swan used to bowl that pace, and they're very, very good established bowlers, and Sophie is up there. Well, she was up there. She's actually started bowling a bit slower, but not that I'm asking the Pakistanis to go away and start bowling 20 miles an hour quicker, but there definitely needs to be a bit more pace in the run-up and a bit more energy at the crease. to be able to generate different balls, because at the minute it's just slow, or slower.
Yeah.
There's no quicker ball. It's not possible physically.
It's varying degrees of slow at the moment, although I think we're going to see some seam action. Fatima Sana's got the ball in her hand.
Generally, my second spell would be better if I started the way Fatima started, and she was a bit loose earlier on in the day, but quite short to Tammy, and she likes that, so...
Still cold as well, just blowing into her hands. Like blowing really hard into the hands to try and get a little bit of heat in there. Yeah, first spell, Fatima Sana, 4 overs, 0 for 22. Here she comes for her 5th over. She bowls, starts with a full toss. It's been hammered out towards mid-wicket. Now, the fielder was only about 10 yards away, but that ball flew across the surface. Amy Jones really muscling that one. It was there for the hit.
Oh,
Enid enjoyed that one as well. Gave a few slaps to the balcony railing there. What a shot.
A bit of a full toss gift to start with there, wasn't it? And she just placed it nicely, because I'm not being funny. The amount of wickets I've seen off balls like that is well controlled by Amy.
As a fielder's gone out into that position now, that deep mid-wicket right on the boundary. There's a deep backward square leg in place as well, and a deep third in the outfield. Deep extra cover as well. Here's Fatima Sana in again to Amy Jones, who cuts this ball nicely, only as far as backward point. There's no run.
One full toss, one half wide.
Sort of half tracker,
wide,
yeah.
Not feeling it, is she, at the minute?
Cold hands, probably.
No, let's not blame it on that. We're all cold. I'm freezing here.
Well, you can catapult bowl in schools and stuff.
She's running around. She should be fine.
Fatima Sana, I feel like you can always tell when a fast bowler's cold. They tuck in their shirt. Here she comes again. This is a better length. It's been chipped slightly uppishly, actually driven nicely past the bowler, past the fielder at mid-off. That's going to run away to the boundary, is it? Oh, there's an excellent diving effort there. Terrific piece of fielding from Alia Riaz on the boundary. That ball really raced along the outfield. Just as it was pulling up, she threw herself forward and pulled it in, saved a valuable run for her team. 168 for 4 now, the score.
Well timed that from Amy. Just threaded the gap there between mid-off and extra cover, but no pace to deal with on the ball. She actually played uppish a bit on it, but there was only so much time she could wait for it to get to the bat.
Yeah, it's a clean stop. They just had another look at it just to make sure, but it was a clean stop. She managed to just make sure her hand released the ball before it hit the boundary sponge. Bill?
Yeah, that 3 brings up the 50 partnership between Capsey and Jones. Come on, 52 deliveries.
I was just thinking that.
Here's Fatima Sana in again as that ball's angled in towards Capsey, who pushes this ball towards mid-wicket. They're thinking about the second run, but neither are onto the ball quickly, and she's got a big smile on her face as well.
I think they're past a good stage here. 50 partnership. What do they do with it? This is really important, the next part. Not for winning this game, because I think, 200 would be enough personally, but I think it's just going to be crucial, for them moving forward to have 100 partnership or somebody really go on and make the most of the day.
Here's Fatima Sana in once again. That's better delivery, good length and good pace on that as well, just rushing Jones a little bit, who pushes to mid-off. There is no run.
34 overs, yeah, this was...
It was the 35th, yeah.
Time in the innings where I start to go a bit feral. You're questioning your life choices as when you're stood in the field and your back's killing.
It's one of the biggest parts of the seasons, pushing through those last few.
Especially when it's 12 degrees.
The recreational cricketers know all about it, standing in those timed games for hours and hours. Here's Fatima Sana in again as that ball's flicked towards just wide of mid-on, who makes a diving effort, doesn't get near it, it might go to the boundary. No, neither are able to cut it off. She had to run around from deep mid-wicket to that long-on position. They only take 2 in the end. You got the feeling they could have had a couple more, maybe. In any case, that's the end of the 35th over. 171 for 4 England, with Amy Jones on 30, Alice Capsey on 26. Partnership worth more than 50. Having a good chat at the moment. They've got a very, very good platform here, England, to work with.
I'm just wondering what do you reckon they're going to finish on?
271.
Well,
can't be more precise than that.
I'm feeling the same sort of equation.
Come on, give us a different number there.
Well, I don't do math, so what's 8 and over from now?
8 times 15 would be 120. 220.
291.
So I'll
you
go
think 300's in?
285.
Yeah, I've gone with the 271. What are you going with, Phil?
I'll stick my neck out. I'll go 302.
It's all in play.
One of these got to get a ton.
It's all in play. Here's Aisha Zuffer in for her second over. Lots of flight on this short, cut away nicely. There is a deep extra cover in place, so it'll just be a single.
Would you like to see a bit more of an attacking field?
I would.
I think they're thinking, we're making the mistakes. They're somehow making a breakthrough every 20 runs from someone, 20, 25 runs. But that wall worked perfectly nice earlier.
Here's Aisha Zuffer in again. Just push this time to backward point. There is no run.
I would definitely keep that mid-off, mid-on back, mid-off wider, based on the way, they haven't got that by the way, but the way Amy plays. But I would certainly keep the offside up and ask questions.
Here's Aisha Zuffer in once again. This is short. It's been cut hard out towards deep extra cover. They'll take a single. I think
there was certainly shots like that going straight to the fielder, wasn't there, every time?
You can sort of tell that they don't have an enormous amount of faith in Aisha Zuffer as a slower bowler. She's more there to get through a few overs, keep the over rate on track, and just help them get through. As Aisha Zuffer in once again. Lots of flight on this. Chipped uppishly, almost carried to backward point.
One more bounce on that, we've gone straight past the field. Chewy. Well, I just feel like the leg side field is spot on. Like, that's the easier option. Up and over mid-off is easy, but cover just seems... It's been a hard area to hit.
Yeah, the next ball's defended back to the bowler, no run.
So, yeah, make them do something. Make them hit over, that offside region.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be a little bit more attacking as Aisha Zuffer is in. This is short. It's been played uppishly, just wide of the fielder, extra cover. Again, fielder sweeping comes into play. And your point is just illustrated by that, Catherine. Had there been 4 in the circle, there's a good chance that would have gone to one of them. In any case, that's the end of the 36th over. 174 for 4 wickets are England. Looking for a big total. I said 271. Catherine said 285, and Phil's going in excess of 300. I wonder what Henry Moran thinks. He's going to come into commentary in a second. After your thoughts on some more thoughts from you, Catherine.
I was actually my thoughts. So back to Phil. Did we work out the power play starts that?
We did.
In those 3 games. Was I disappointed?
You'll be disappointed.
Don't want to know.
Yeah,
Keep it to yourself.
Okay.
Good chat.
I'll whisper to you afterwards.
Damn.
36 overs gone. Here we go. Start of the 37th, and Gapsy missed times a little chop towards backward point. 174 for 4. I think these two, if they can stay together. But what annoys me with this game, and actually to an extent from England's perspective, it's become a bit of a habit that players get about 30 and then get out, and it's the sign of players.
Robbo used to say there's a career ender.
Really, it's career-ending score.
Terrifying words.
No, you don't want to hear that from the boss.
No, you get one and walk off and you think, that's the end of me.
Here comes the next delivery, which is punched into the offside, off the bowling. Fatima Sana, and there is a single taken, 175 for 4.
Often in women's cricket, if you're on a slow pitch against slow bowlers, the offside is very hard to hit. It's happened a lot. Taunton against India, all of our games in the West Indies, but there's no plan to. It was working earlier, and they've gone away from it, and now this is very much just a easy pickings everywhere situation. Like, there's no real try to win.
Sun shining as a full toss is greeted by Amy Jones with a wallop over the onside. Fielder running round is going to just about stop it. It's the captain out there on the boundary, which is unusual. Nida Dar, and 2 runs are added. Jones moves to 31, which is the joint highest score, is it? Not quite. 33, and it is joint highest score.
Yeah, 3 career enders so far.
Yeah.
2 batters
Natalie's one of them.
2 batters in at the minute on career enders.
Yeah. So you could get 1 and say, well, I didn't want to get 30.
Or just be like, well, I can't fire all of you, so you might as well all do it.
Look
after each other.
Herd mentality.
Yeah.
Fatima Sana running in. Amy Jones plays that nicely past the fielder at mid-on, and a second run should be easily enough taken, and with that Jones becomes the highest run scorer in the innings. She's been in great form of late, 35 to her name today.
Yeah, they made it easy for her, haven't they? They've made it easy for everyone coming in, but nobody's capitalised. I would say the people that had it the hardest were in the beginning when the ring was on, and they should have made more aggressive choices but didn't.
Well, all of this talk,
probably brewing that actually in changing room right now.
And all of this talk about this England, we're all out attack aggression.
Well, all I would say to that is it's not easy.
No, it isn't. It's very easy from here.
I would bet a lot of money after the game that Heather will say it was very difficult to bat on and that it was extremely slow, and they seemed to bowl slower. So with that wider plan, they don't seem to come back. But it's not the first time it's happened to us.
No. In comes Fatima Sana, and Jones gets another full toss, which is whipped out to deep mid-wicket, and Nida Dar crouches to field in front of that building that looks sort of not unlike it could be sort of part of a retirement home. Do you know what I mean?
It's a little bit of a revamp, isn't it?
What,
you know, I would suggest
I like that.
smashing it down, because there is loads of room there, and building 1 million flats like they have at Bristol.
Oh, right.
Like they're going to do somewhere, which I don't know if it's, known yet, but I won't
right.
say. It's a great idea.
Dropped short, nicely punched off the back foot by Capsey to deep cover for 1. She moves to 30.
They have actually got a lot of land here, like a lot. All the way around the ground.
But you never know quite what planning things are and everything else. 181 for 4 after 37 overs. But to describe the ground to our left, there's some lovely work that's been done on the pavilion, which is gorgeous. Wood panels. It's really, really looks great. And then you've got...
it's nice on the eye.
It is very nice on the eye.
And then you've got the 1920s pavilion.
Yeah, and then you've got the slightly older pavilion with the flags above it. You've got the single-tiered stand at the opposite end of the ground.
It's a newish edition, isn't
Then you've
it?
got the driving range.
That's
to our
stand
right.
there. What do we call that? 'Cause
It's a driving range.
it's the grimmest thing.
It's like an away end at a non-league football ground.
Exactly, but with 3,000 less seats.
But, and then at this end we've got the marquees. I like it here, I have to say.
It's got the old with the new.
You have got the old with the new. It's much like this commentary team. 79 on the back of the shirt of Aisha Zafar as she prepares to bowl once again. And,
how many overs is she into now?
This is very wide. Too wide.
It's definitely a wide plan, isn't it?
182 for 4. There's character to this venue, and there are the little nooks and corners, and I like that in a ground. Oh, there's a horrible full toss, and she's missed out there, Alice Capsey. I mean, that was horrible cricket.
I feel like that ball sums this whole day up. Mistiming, slow, floaty bowling, not capitalising, etc., etc.
Just went straight to fine leg, off a top edge. It was minging. Here is another full delivery, a made full by Capsey, who advances down the track and drives to deep cover for 183 for 4.
Do you know what I would say? This is a cricket ground and not a cricket stadium, and that's a good thing.
I agree with you. And
not making much money, but yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Honestly, get the flats in. I'll have one.
Next delivery from Aisha Zafar is cut away by Amy Jones in front of square for 1 more. She moves to 37, 184 for 4.
But you were mentioning earlier, Catherine, I think it was off air, you had a very good view of this ground for quite a long time, didn't you?
From the beautiful travel lodge for our other hotels.
Oh yes, because it was locked down.
We were trapped here for a long time.
Of course, that West Indies series. Oh, wide, and Capsey chases it, and we've seen a couple of dismissals through to the keeper like that, but it goes through cleanly this time. How long were they there?
Questionably wide, that.
6 weeks or so.
Yeah, a long time. It was savage.
Outside, that's very wide, and that will be signalled as such by Sue Redfern.
Can you play a reverse sweep now, please?
Well, there's no...
He's literally hanging the ball. Now she's moved across to off stump, has she?
And there is no third.
Yeah.
Defended. Forward defensive.
Alice Capsey, after that, those 2 wide line deliveries, one extremely wide, she moved to off stump, and I think probably had that in mind. There's only so many, but I mean, surely she would watch for another hour and a half before her innings, how the bowling situation and plan from the bowlers from this end, because that offside through cover is very deep. It's a long boundary, I'd like to say 65 metres, 68 metres. And obviously with the slow bowling, if you bowl a good length, you can't generate much power through that side. So they've to be fair to Pakistan, they've played a good game in terms of it's a road. They've had to adapt slightly. They'll have situations like this for playing in Pakistan's not easy either as a bowler. So
this is good practice for England for Bangladesh
and
the T20 World Cup, isn't it? It's slow, it's low, it's not easy to get going.
No.
One player that has is Amy Jones. She's on 37. Nida Dar starts a new over, and
but that's exactly it, isn't it? The way that Amy couldn't do much with that. Certainly not generate any power through that side. If Nida could keep this line and length, it'd be great for her. And I believe Amy's got a reverse in her at some point.
She plays the ball in the air. Could be a catch. Surely will be. Fielder running in, and it could not be easier. From square leg, the ball loops up in the air, and another England player has got a score in the 30s and found a way of getting out. England are 185 for 5, and Amy Jones trudges off knowing that the game was there in her hand. If she just stuck around, she could have accelerated at will, and instead, a floaty delivery, a top edge, and an easy catch.
Another 30, and unfortunate that it was the well-in-form Amy Jones, and Nida Dar is back. She's been bowling poorly all the way through the Tier 20 series. Today, her lines lengths have been so much better, even probably a little bit of purchase as well. Amy went for a big sweep slog there and just caught the top end of it as it was so slow.
Is that the pitch, the bowling, or or a poor shot, or combination?
Well, it was tossed up, wasn't it? It needed hitting hard, and she went after it. But I would argue that when a ball goes up a bit higher like that from a spinner, it does bounce a little bit more. So I would think a mixture of it being that slow that caused Amy to mistime it with a little bit of extra bounce. Combination of the two resulted in it going up, straight up.
So England 5 down, Phil Long. 185 for 5 in the 39th.
Yeah, and the England scores so far, we've mentioned it, 33, 17, 29, 31 and 38.
Well, there we go. So Nida Dar strikes.
Nida, wicket.
Got a wicket.
Got a wicket.
See what you did there.
Hey.
You're here all week. You were here for about 6 weeks. Back in 2020. Charlie Dean is the new batter, right-hander, who shared a famous partnership with Freya Davis at the back end of the summer a couple of years ago against India that was broken. The run out at the non-striker's end. And she will play the ball down the ground. Very capable batter, no question about that. Gets a single to get off the mark. 186 for 5.
Have Alice Capsey and Charlie Dean batted together before?
Oh, let's have a look.
Swan for you, Frank.
There we go.
It doesn't feel familiar, you know, like it's ever happened.
I know what you mean. Nida Dar in the sunglasses, in past the umpire, and Capsey has to wait an eternity before the ball goes off the pads and into the leg side.
Good observation, that, Henry.
From you?
Sunglasses.
The sunglasses.
What on earth?
Oh. Well, I know.
I can barely see.
I know.
And those really short, horrible Derbyshire floodlights.
Nida Dar bowls to Alice Capsey as our representative for the Derbyshire Tourist Board to my left continues the description.
Need a higher floodlight.
2 runs are taken. 3 fielders, including the keeper, in pursuit there. 188 for 5.
That can't have been good for the hamstrings.
No, it can't have been.
She's been stood there for 40 overs.
Right, we've had 39 of them. You're going to have a break, I think. Catherine Silverbrand.
She's kicking me off.
She is. Alex Hartley's arrived. There we go. 188 for 5. 39 overs gone. Hartles, how are you?
I'm a bit confused as to why Catherine Silverbrand sits on a chair backwards.
Oh, yeah.
It was just like that.
It was like that when she found it.
She's straddling it the wrong way round.
So what do you make of this situation then, Al?
It's been a really strange innings, hasn't it?
Felt it.
It's been unconvincingly convincing. So, like, England are totally in control. But where are all the runs?
It's felt like they've, I don't know.
Having said that, they've probably got enough on the board already.
But that's the other point, isn't it? I think, 188 for 5. They probably need another 30, and they really will feel confident. Charlie Dean is deep in the crease and plays that with good timing to deep cover. 189 for 5. Now I've got a good story for you.
Oh, go on.
Here you go. You'll find this on the BBC Sport website if you want full details. Our colleague Timothy Abraham, always worth reading what he's got to say, has got a cracking story here. As the ball is tossed up too wide from Ayesha Zafar, and another run onto the total.
So I don't know if you've spoken about Ayesha, but this is the first time she's bowled in international cricket today. And in domestic cricket, she normally bowls leg spin, but they've asked her to bowl off spin.
Right.
Make it make sense.
And that is a ball onto the pads, which could have been swept by Capsey, but she decided to go for the safety first option of a gentle push into the onside. The ball retrieved by Nashra Sandhu and one taken, 191 for 5. Well, that is unusual.
Isn't it? You'd think she's not a bowler, but when she does bowl, she bowls leg spin. But go on, try a couple of offies, which is why it explains the licorice all sorts that's coming out.
Well, yeah, it has been erratic in line, I think that's fair to say. And length, that's a very short ball, which is pummeled towards Diana Baig at cover. So, here we go. Here's the story for you. And I'm going to read you the first 3 sentences, because it doesn't offset it. Here is Zafar again. And once more, deep in the crease, Charlie Dean will pick out a gap for a single this time, 192 for 5. A grandmother of 3 plans to play as long as possible after recently becoming the oldest ever international cricketer. Wicketkeeper Sally Barton, here comes next delivery, very short, and again, painfully striking the torso of Diana Baig after a little jump and a skip off one of those used wicket ends, no run. Sally Barton made her debut in Gibraltar's second T20 international against Estonia. Dropped short, outside the off stump, Baig again to her left. Brilliant fielding. There will be a single. 192 for 5. Yeah, 192 for 5 after 40 overs. So 10 left of the innings. Charlie Dean's on 3, Alice Capsey on 35. Wicketkeeper Sally Barton. She made her debut in Gibraltar's second T20 international against Estonia at the age of 66 and 334 days. The words "too old" just aren't in my vocabulary, Barton told BBC Sport. What do you think about that?
I always imagined that'd be me.
Well, I know I was going to say, hope for you yet.
Go and play for Italy or something, and at the age of 70 still play.
Start of a new over. Capsey punches into the offside. No run. Nida Dar continuing from the far end. It has eclipsed a record that was previously held by Portugal's Akbar Syed, who was 66 and 12 days. Big appeal for LBW. Alice Capsey has been struck on the pad and given out. Capsey on 35, and wouldn't you know it, another England batter set with runs on the board, finding a way of getting out. She's reviewed it, so she may yet get away with it. It might have been drifting down the leg side, but Kim Cotton's a very good umpire, doesn't get many wrong.
Yeah, I feel like this is out. And Hypercourse has just been in touch. Sorry, Phil. This is the second time that England women have had 4 members of their top 6, or now potentially maybe 5 members of their top 6 dismissed for scores between 25 and 39 in the same ODI.
Here we go. First replay. It's turned quite sharply. I think
Keeper ended up a long way down the leg side.
Clipping leg.
Given, that's the problem.
Yeah.
She's not come that far forward. You can hear the voice of Anna Harris booming around the ground, who's our TV umpire. And ball tracking when ready is going to reveal all. England on the verge of 193 for 6.
Just putting 50p in the meter to get ball tracking ready.
Yeah, well...
The panic in the trucks, I can feel it now. Where's ball tracking? Here it is.
Original decision is out.
So... it has turned. It could be missing. Is missing. Missing by a long way, actually, in the end. Well, there you go. So Kim Cotton doesn't get that one right. England remain 193 for 5.
I thought that was clipping leg stump.
I know, didn't we?
But turn. We've seen turn for the first time today.
We have. That really did turn sharply.
The Pakistan bowlers haven't really turned the ball today.
Well, that'll get Sophie Eccleston and Charlie Dean's fingers twitching.
And Sarah Glenn. 3 spinners today.
So, Capsey survives on 35. Nida Dar, with the sun shining now quite brightly, is in past the umpire, tossed up and played with a straight bat towards the offside, and there is no run. So, Gibraltar and Estonia, the series is won 3-0 by Gibraltar. As in comes Nida Dar, and forward comes Capsey to slap the ball down the ground for a single up to long on, 193 for 5. And Bolton, she's nearly 3 decades older than Gibraltar's next most senior player. Some of the team are still teenagers. How good?
Does she bat ball?
Keeps wicket.
I was about to say, surely not a keeper.
She does.
She doesn't.
She says she's not as fast as I used to be. My endurance is still there. A little paddle from Charlie Dean. Running down towards fine leg. Again, the keeper's in pursuit, but she's got teammates to do that. And so, eventually, Najir Alvi will head back to the stumps with 2 runs taken. 1-9-6 for 5. So she puts it down, the longevity, to 2 squares of dark chocolate. And
that's it.
Well, that's
all she eats in a day.
No, but it's the luxury that keeps her going.
What helps with the endurance? 2 squares of dark chocolate.
Yeah, I think it's sort of a little treat. She's known for one particular shot. His Charlie Dean plays the ball into the onside, goes towards mid-wicket, there's no run. End of the over, Nida Dar takes her cap and sunglasses from the umpire. Now she's taken her sunglasses off as it's sunny, which is really odd. Anyway, 1-9-6 for 5. Yes, she's quite a sort of turgid player. A different generation, of course. But one thing that Barton fames is brilliant forward defensive.
Really?
The block of Gibraltar is absolutely outstanding. Here comes Daniel Norcross.
Get out of here. I believed you then. 66, basically 67 years old, making her international debut. That is honestly
67?
67 years old.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember wondering if I might be able to break that record in about 14 years' time. First ball of a new over is driven up to the mid-off, and there is no run. Nashra Sandhu back in the attack, 196 for 5. Capsey with that reprieve in the last over. Kind of feeling England needed that. Was doing a bit, though, wasn't it? Which will intrigue England spinners, of which there are, well, arguably 5, if you count Heather Knight and Alice Capsey. Got Sandhu again. This is cut off the back foot, but straight to short extra cover. Again, there's no run.
The average speed for the Pakistan bowlers today has been 43 miles per hour.
That's the average speed?
43.
I mean, play to the conditions. Why not? Sandhu pulls back into a crease. Goes Capsey, pushes back up the wicket. There is no run. Capsey has faced how many balls now? For her 36.
56.
56 balls. This doesn't look a great deal more in. Now she goes on the reverse and misses it through to the keeper. And we haven't seen that shot very much, have we? Despite the fact that Pakistan have left all of the area behind backward point vacant for most of this innings. Sandhu once more, short, it's heaved out towards mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. There'll only be the 197 for 5. I mean, the game, the innings hasn't really ever got a great deal of momentum in it at all, has it? At almost any point.
Not really, no. It's been a strange one. England are in control, aren't they? You know, they've got enough. Like, I hate to say it, but they have enough on the board.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, 180 is enough. 180 gives Pakistan a chance. Anything north of that doesn't really.
It's a slow outfield as well, isn't it? It's hard to tell if it's a slow pitch, but if someone's bowling at 43 miles an hour, down the wicket comes Dean and block drives it to short extra cover. Begg does the fielding. End of the over. 8 remain. 197 for 5. So what? 6 and over from here would get them up above 240, and that feels out of sight to you, does it?
Yeah, it does. It does. But I'd have loved England to get, let's go and get plus 300.
But they've not looked like they've
tried.
No, I was going to say tried. Yes.
No, it's been a strange one.
Phil Long.
42 overs gone. Of those 42 overs, they're maidenless.
Yes.
But there's only been 4 overs where there's been 10 or more scored.
Oh, there you go. First ball, new over, is swept out towards deep square leg. There should be at least 2 here. There will be 2. It's parried out on the boundary. And they'll get back for a couple. Nida Dar is bowling. Now, is this the... How many? We've had 7 bowlers used, haven't we?
Yeah.
We'll have to run you through those figures at some point. We're a bit bereft of numbers on our screen here.
It's hard work without the numbers.
It's hard without the numbers.
It's really weird.
I know. Tossed up, and she's gone for it as Capsey hits it flat, but down to long on. It's a single that brings up England's 200. 200 for 5. Capsey moves to 40. England's top scorer today.
It's a filthy bit of bowling, that. It's so dirty. This just...
I sense a frustration in you, Alex Hartley. Darling again. This is driven up to mid-off, and it goes straight to a very long barrier along the ground, and there's no run. It's been that kind of a day, really.
But like you say, bowl into the conditions. Take the pin out, lob it up, see what happens.
It's Ekta Bisht and Poonam Yadav all over again. This is a bit flatter and is swept. This might have found the gap. Deep mid-wicket's running round, isn't going to get there. That's very well played by Charlie Dean. She's dragged that from outside off stump all along the ground. There's a short mid-wicket, had to get it past the left-hander short mid-wicket, and then there's a deep mid-wicket and a long on. So the placement was perfect, the connection and timing was perfect. One of the shots of the day, 204 for 5, Dean to 9.
Yeah, it's lovely that from Charlie Dean. There's been a bit of discussion. Is she placed one batter too high in this order? Not because she should be lower, as in the batters coming in below her are where they should be. Have England played one less batter, but she's batting well today.
Next ball, she cuts into the offside. Not a great bit of fielding. Maybe got a bit of a finger on it, but no more. And it is just going to dribble into the boundary sponge for another 4. Back-to-back boundaries, Dean to 13.
Back-to-back boundaries indeed, after 50 deliveries without a boundary.
50? And, you know, that's weird, isn't it? I mean, you're 5 down, and we're talking about going into the last 10 overs here. And there's just been no injection of... There's been no putting pressure onto Pakistan, it's felt like to me. They've just let them bowl at them.
And they've done the opposite of what they're saying in the press that they're looking to do.
Yes, but then, you know, the press is a thing, isn't it? It's like when... I'll come back to it in a second. Neither Dar tosses one up. It's worked into the onside. Straight to short mid-wicket, shy at the stumps. Misses. Dean is home. That was hit straight to a fielder and run, but it worked. She got there. 209 for 5 at the end of the over. 7 remain. Dean 14, Capsey 40. It's a bit like when Ben Duckett said, actually, we'd rather chase 600.
Yeah.
Because it looks better that way. It's better to win chasing 600 than chasing 300.
Yeah, obviously.
It was to chase 300. And I call foul. I don't think they could really mean that. But,
no.
I mean, in this instance... Yeah, the whole thing is about...
being aggressive.
Yeah, start of a new season.
Entertaining the next generation. Get the fans in.
Absolutely. And we've got some fans in today.
We have.
In Derby.
We have.
I had a little perambulation.
For what?
A circumnavigation.
A walk around.
A walk around, that's it.
A circumnavigation. I thought that was something else.
Ooh. We'll get to that in a minute. Now, nice bit of improvisational flickery from Dean as she moves across her stumps and then just flicks it up down to a short, fine leg. But there is no short, fine leg. There hasn't been for a while. And this, again, you see, this is Dean doing something a bit different. No one's tried to do that today. A couple of runs.
Charlie Dean is the only one that's come out and actually been busy.
Busy, yeah.
She's looked busy. She's played a few shots. No one else has really done that. Pakistan haven't had a short fine the whole game. But your top order, your Tammy Beaumont, Heather Knight, Siva Brunt, they didn't play the paddle, and all 3 of them play it so well.
And is this actually resulting in, for the first time it's done, suddenly,
there's a field
Pakistan
change.
make the field change, in goes that short fine leg, and now there's a huge gap on the onside for a single if she wants it. Well, she's gone for the big old sweep, and it's gone out towards deep mid-wicket. One more to Dean. She's hitting that shot really nicely. It moves to 17, 212 for 5.
17 or 14 for Charlie Dean, the only batter today, batting at an excess of a strike rate of 100.
You managed to make that rhyme as well, Phil, which I liked. It's really well done from you.
You're a poet and you didn't know it.
Shrazandu she was practicing a golf shot then. You're going to bowl in a minute. 4 in the ring on the offside. Now, Capsey's gone for the little flickeroo, and she's missed it completely. That was possibly the slowest ball bowled today. So by the time Alice Capsey got into position, moving across her stumps, she could have composed a pretty complicated haiku in that time, and then it thudded into the pads of the keeper.
I'd have loved to have known the speed of that delivery. Where are our numbers?
Oh, no, that felt like about 38, didn't it? Next one, tossed up again, and Capsey comes down the wicket. Good use of the feet, but then when she gets there, just check drives the short extra cover, and there's no run. There are only 6 overs remaining after this, and there's 5 wickets in hand. Long handle might be brought out. Now the reverse, and it's beaten the field at backward point. That's well played by Capsey. We've not seen enough of that so far today, but Capsey's nailed that one. Went on the reverse sweep and got it to the right of backward point and the left of cover down to the boundary for 4.
It's a lovely shot.
Alice Capsey's third 4 today, and she goes to her highest score in one-day internationals.
Which is so hard to believe, isn't it?
Yeah, that is.
She's been around for so long with the talent she's got. I mean, she got that 50 and the 100, didn't she, when she made her first appearance at Lord's? Sandhu in once more. She goes back into a crease and she's gone. Punching a back foot drive back to the bowler. Good sharp catch from Sandhu, and having just hit that shot through backward point, she goes for 44. Lengthy vigil is at an end. 216 for 6 England. Good bit of fielding, but again, I wonder if it just wasn't aggressive enough. She'll think she sort of died wondering here, going back into a crease and then just placing a back foot drive straight to the right of the bowler, who takes it two-handed. Sharp chance, but again a bit limp.
Yeah, I think she's tried to punch the ball down the ground, but because there was no pace on the delivery, she's gone back, and as she's gone to punch the ball, she's then leant forward a little bit, and it's just lofted back up to the bowler. So she's trying to generate the pace herself to nudge the ball down the ground. And just got the timing wrong because I punched the chest.
You just smashed your fingers on the desk.
I was playing the shot.
Yeah, you were. You played it very well, actually.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd have played it along the ground, not in the air.
Well, right-handed, nice little. Yep, and with the noise as well. But yes, I don't want to be too critical because it isn't easy. The bowling is slow, so you've got to make the initiative yourself. But these have been issues for women cricketers and women's cricketers who are stroke makers ever since the dawn of time. You know, taking pace off. A side like Pakistan will do that. Sri Lanka does that. India have been doing that for yonks. And we mentioned Ekta Bisht, Poonam Yadav. You can't just expect the ball just to be coming onto you the whole time. And England haven't really found too many answers today. So they have 4 wickets left in hand. Eccleston strides to the crease, but Dean's on strike because that was the last ball the previous over. She dabs the first ball of a new over just into the onside, and they scamper through for a single. Ami Honey is back for her 3rd spell.
I remember
It is, yeah.
Sophie Eccleston at Derby last year destroying South Africa here. She actually hit one more or less out of the stadium.
Oh, he's away to our right.
She took 20 odd off the last over. I'd love to see a bit of that today.
Well, she's got it in her. Slightly taller Ami Honey is in, and this first ball she just delicately plays back to the bowler. She's allowed a sighter off the back foot. 217 for 6. How many balls left in the over, Phil? 4?
Yeah.
4, thank you. Ami Honey in again, and just driven straight to short extra cover by Sophie Eccleston off the front foot, just leaning forward. 5 overs to come after this. England would love another. Well, I'd love to get to 250 if they can. Goes back into a crease, Eccleston, and just works the ball to short mid-wicket. 3 dots in a row. And, you know, we're at the back end of the innings here. I suppose Eccleston's allowed a few sighters. Where are boundary options? There's a deep mid-wicket, a long on, and a deep backward square leg, and a long off. She's back into a crease and cuts, but she can't beat the infield. They're coming through for a quick single, and Dean will make it. She's good between the wickets. 218 for 8. Eccleston off the mark.
We didn't see enough of that earlier on in the game. All those fielders for 95% of the game have been on the ring, and there's been no running.
No, just put them under pressure. Yeah. Now, one of those ring fielders in the offsides moved to short, fine leg. So 3 in the ring on the offside, and Dean nicely drives to mid-wicket, but good fielding prevents even the single. Just 2 off the 45th over of the innings, and 218 for 6. Dean 18, Eccleston 1, and the game's not really come to life at any point.
There's been often in the commentary, I get very excited about cricket, and I'm like out of my seat, and I'm loving it. I'm loving every single second. I've been bored today.
Yeah, say it like it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know?
You do. You don't mind me saying so. You look a little bored, and this isn't just the aftermath of a flat battery, is it?
Because I had a late night.
That as well. What? So you were in Heading where there was no game?
There was no game.
Yeah.
Called off at 5:30.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Well, it's very good of you all to turn up. I've got to say.
I went for a boogie.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Coal Lane Social in Leeds. Yeah.
Other boogie proprietors are available.
Yeah, they were playing some absolute bangers.
Yeah, Coal Lane, I like it down
And
there.
then I knew it was time to go when Henry Moran ordered a pint of Coke.
Oh.
And that was my cue to Alex, no more, please.
He ordered a pint of Coke. Yeah, that would have been late. Right, Nida Dar. Right arm over the wicket. Is in. That's been hit down towards long on and is taken. That's the end of Eccleston. She was looking to get on with it. She hit it flat and down the ground, straight into the hands of the fielder at long on, and England lose their 7th. Eccleston goes for 1, 218 for 7, and Pakistan have really stayed in this contest very well indeed. Great stuff, and you're not going to get your 20 runs off the last over, I'm afraid, Alex Hartley.
Not of Sophie Ecclestone's soft dismissal, that, to be completely honest. Really soft dismissal. She just tried to knock the ball down the ground. Interestingly as well, when Nida Dar got her out, she celebrates and actually goes up to Soph and gives her a tap on the back and says, see ya. Which you don't get very often. Obviously they've played against each other a lot and two competitive cricketers, but a really soft dismissal from Ecclestone.
Good catch from Salaf Shams down below us. She had to move in about 5 or 6 yards. It wasn't a tough catch, but she had to keep her eye on it. She took it around about knee height. Certainly far better than Jurel's effort yesterday. I don't suppose you were watching the IPL yesterday.
No, I didn't want to watch because I was
you were so worried about
RCB.
Yeah, I know.
So nervous watching them in the first game, and then
my team of Rajasthan, of course. Because my team had been collapsing, so having won 8 of the first 9, they then went and lost 4 in a row. So your team were out of the competition completely before winning the last 6.
The 1% chance of getting through, and they did it.
It's amazing. Absolutely amazing, but I saw one of the worst drops I've seen on a cricket field yesterday. Glenn dropped one that wasn't great, but Jurel, an absolute stinker. Next delivery to the new batter, Sarah Glenn, is outside the off stump, and Glenn's playing an indeterminate sort of push and misses the ball through to the keeper. No run.
I'm not quite sure if she tried to play or leave that one.
I know, it's just sort of,
it was test match player to leave it. Leave it.
Nida Dar in again, tosses this up, and a thick outside edge as Glenn tries to drive in front of square, but it squirts away through a vacant slip region down towards the boundary. They'll get a couple. Glenn is off the mark. I mean, at this stage, you just have to say to yourself, you've just got to give it a bit of long handle, haven't you?
Yeah, you have.
I mean, your podcast colleague, Kate Cross, has scored more 6s in international cricket than Charlotte Edwards.
Well, it's almost time for Kate Cross. No, we want her to bat at number 10 for longer, for even longer than she is, because she is currentently the 3rd highest run scorer in the world
at
batting at number 10.
Get in, Kate. Who's ahead of her?
Leah Tahuhu.
Leah Tahuhu. Glenn in, there's a slip in place, and she managed to flick that away around the corner. There's no fine leg. It's not got an awful lot on it, but she'll pick up at least 2, probably 3. Dean will want 3, and she'll get back for it. You would think comfortably she does. So this is a bit more like it. Glenn moves to 5, 223 for 8.
And Mohammed from the West Indies, they're both ahead of her.
Mohammed. Right, how far? How many runs?
Cross is on 199 runs.
Ooh.
And Mohammed at the top is on 241. So we need her to stay at number 10.
Yeah, but she would stay at number 10. She came in now.
Yeah, but if she keeps scoring runs, she might go at 9, and she doesn't
I see
need
what you mean. Oh, crikey. Well, this is tricky. So this a slog sweep that rolls out towards mid-wicket. It only just makes it past the ring. They'll get through for a run. 1 more to Dean. So what you're saying is
that Glenn can just get a few.
And then if she could come in and maybe score 7.
Keep getting. No, if she could get 20.
I see.
Glenn's got to get a few.
You need Glenn to get someone. Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Because she's the 3rd best in the world at number 10.
Ever. Down the wicket comes Glenn, but then just pushes it back to the bowler, and there's no run. End of the over. 4 remain. 224 for 7. The over rate's been good. The run rate not spectacular. Dean 19, Glenn has 5. But this is a tricky balancing act for you now, because you want Sarah Glenn to crunch a couple of 4s and get out.
Yeah.
And then we need Crossy to come in and chip away, get another 10. So You say there are 2 ahead of her.
Yes.
What? How many is who got?
Who has got 237 runs.
Oh right, so it's still 38 away.
Yeah,
Okay.
So it's going to take a while.
Take a while, yeah.
The thing is, right? She's got a world record. She's got loads of world records, but she's got one for the most playing misses ever in a spell. She's like, I don't know if I want that one. She's also got
off her bowling.
Off her bowling, yeah.
Yeah.
She's also now got this one nearly.
Start of a new over. First ball is short, punched back to the bowler, and there's no run.
And do you remember in the last Ashes out in Australia, she told me off for calling her a tail ender.
Yeah.
So I'm not allowed to call her a tail ender. So now she's just the best number 10
in the world right now. Honey in, and this is just defended really. Back to the bowler, Dean looking to access the onside, and then the ball's just drifted onto her off stump, and all she could do was block it back.
So I have told John Lewis that she's got to stay at 10 to try and chase that world record.
Yeah, it's vital.
Yeah. Don't be putting her at 9.
Honey in now. It's nicely connected by Dean. She's going to pick up just a 1 for it though, because she hit it so well, and it travelled about 4 yards in front of square on the leg side. That sweep, and was collected by the boundary rider. Dean moves to 20, 225 for 7, brings Glenn on strike. So for this master plan from Alex Hartley, we need a boundary, maybe 2 boundaries and out.
Yeah, I'd like that. Yeah,
2 boundaries and out.
Yeah.
Happy with that?
So that she still looks better than Crossy.
Yeah.
Crossy comes in at 10.
Honey is in short. That's cut away through backward point. She's going to get 1. I think they'll come back for a second. They do. She's not the quickest between the wickets, Sarah Glenn, but she makes it in the end. 227 for 7. She moves to 7. How many balls left in the over, please, Phil? 2. Normally we'd be able to tell you that, but we're being deprived of numbers today, as Alex Hartley has told you. It's a terrible privation.
It's a good job we got a scorer.
Well, it's always a good job that we've got Phil.
Thank you.
Next delivery is just pushed back to the bowler by Sarah Glenn.
Well, I'll tell you, there is
There's
one
no
time
run.
where it's not good to have Phil, when he's carrying a bug around with him in India and passes it on to us.
Yes, that was good, wasn't it? Yeah. 3 weeks later, we still succumbed to the Phil Long virus. Yeah. Last ball of the over. Down the wicket comes Glenn, and Yorks herself just digs it out. Back to the bowler. End of the over. More on the pestilential nature of Phil Long from Alex Hartley. And then we'll take you through to the end of the innings. It's going to be Atif Nawaz.
Well, I wish that story was only half true, Dan. And that's all I'm going to say.
Well, England here. Back end of the innings, they'll be looking to push a little bit more. Overs remaining. 3 overs, is that right?
Yeah.
3 overs
3
remaining.
left.
We need to get Kate Cross out there.
Yeah. Let's see if she gets in. It's been pretty impressive from Pakistan, all things considered.
Yeah, it has. You know what? I think they've been good with the ball throughout this so-called little tournament that we're having. They were decent with the ball in the T20s in periods, and they've restricted England today as we've got a little stoppage in play.
Yeah, it's just I think it's Charlie Dean just making sure he knew where all the fielders were as in comes Nidar Dar. Big swing across the line, and she's bowled her. Inside edge onto the leg stump. And Charlie Dean goes. Pakistan's captain has a wicket. 8 down now, England. 227 for 8. Well, that was quite the swipe from Charlie Dean. You can watch it. You remember, in-play highlights are on, and live text are on the BBC Sport website and app. You can check that out. And that's definitely worth checking out, Alex Hartley.
Well, Charlie Dean's innings, to be completely honest, is worth checking out. It's been good. She's the only batter that's been a busy batter. They are just double checking how this is out, if it's a no ball or not. I'm guessing Charlie Dean isn't walking off.
Oh, yeah, it's just glanced the stumps, and the bells have lit up, and the stumps have lit up, in fact, and it has to be dislodged. They are dislodged, so it will be a bowled, but it was one of those really slow sequences. Charlie Dean did have her eyes fixed on the stumps as they fell. They just wanted to make sure it wasn't the keeper doing a bit of whoopsie woo, but we were okay in the end.
So many times you see those not dislodge the bails as well.
You do. You often these days, because they're so heavy. The modern bails have those LEDs and all that sort of gizmo stuff in them that makes them heavy, and they don't fall that easily. And well, 8 wickets down now are England, and Pakistan, well, they're really putting in a really impressive performance here. Obviously, there have been a few dropped chances. There's been some lapses in the field, some things that haven't gone their way. But I don't think anybody expected to see Kate Cross batting today. Out she comes to the middle.
In search of that world record. Here we go.
Here we go.
I don't know how many runs she needs because I can't do the maths.
Well,
but it's about 50 odd, so she's not going to do it today.
Well, ye of little faith. There's still 2.5 overs to go. Here's Nidadar now into Kate Cross. One that keeps very low. Crossy just drives it to extra cover. There is no run. And they just walked in there. Were you guys giving old Phil Tendo a hard time?
Yeah.
About his bugs?
Yeah, we were.
Who amongst us hasn't picked up a bug once in a while as the ball's driven back to the bowler again? There's no run. I feel like I might have given some of you guys a bug in Pakistan as well once upon a time.
I used to pick bugs up in the garden. And bumblebees.
Here's Nidadar. Now down the track comes Kate Cross, driving the ball handsomely down towards long off for a single, and she's off the mark.
That's 150 runs for Kate Cross at number 10 in ODIs. She's 4th in that list. She's got England's Claire Taylor ahead of her next in sight, 164.
Wow. Here's Nidadar into Sarah Glenn, who pumps this ball up in the air. There's a fielder out in the deep. It'll drop just short of her. She did well there, Alia Riaz, just to get her balance and make sure she got the throw in, just a single. Well, that 150 runs in Korea. I mean, that's going to be a talking point on the next No Balls podcast.
Yeah, I love this batting at 10 and lower one as well. Do you really want records batting at 10 or lower?
Here's Nidadar in again. Lots of flight on this. The ball's been hit straight down the ground. Beautifully struck. It's gone. One bounce, 4. A terrific hit that down the ground from Kate Cross. Textbook, really. Just dancing down the wicket and pumps it down the ground for 4, and it's gone into a little awkward area for the Pakistani fielders to get a hold of. I think one of the camera crews is going to help them get a hold of it from under the covers. But
that's a great shot. Great shot. Moves her feet, gets to the pitch of the ball, whacks it down the ground. Actually smiles as she hits it because she knows she's clattered that down the ground before. She does actually play that shot so well. She's got such a lovely bat swing when she's playing down the ground. First 6 of the 100 she hit.
Yes.
First ever.
Yeah.
And that was back down the ground, and we saw her do it against India at Wormsley. No, it wasn't. At Worcester a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Well, we forgot to see the batting stylings of Kate Cross today.
So she's not a tail ender.
No, not
apparently.
at all. She's not a tail ender. She's on a completely different podcast altogether. 233 for 8 are England after 48 overs. And I think it's going to be Hani to bowl the next over. Yeah, it'll be her last. She's gone for 1 for 40 so far today. 1 more over to go. Big smile on her face. She's enjoyed herself out there today as Hani got the skiing sunglasses on.
Very fashionable.
Yeah. She's got Sarah Glenn to bowl to. Here's Hani, full and flat. Sarah Glenn chips this ball out towards deep backward square leg. They'll take a single. And they'll think about the second. They'll think against it. 234 for 8. Phil Long.
Yeah, Nidadar bowled out at the end of that previous over. 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 56.
She always picks up wickets, Nidadar, even when she's expensive. She does pick up wickets.
3 for in the last T20 as well.
Yeah, made her the top wicket taker in all T20 internationals, all women's T20 internationals, ahead of Megan Shute. As this ball's quick and flat from Hani, just pushed to extra cover. There is no run. The way they've finished here as well, Pakistan so far, just not really allowed England to get away from them at all. Really stifled the scoring. Here's Hani just taking a second to set herself. In she comes. Bit of flight. Flick to short fine leg. There might be a chance for a run out here if it's a good throw. Nope. Kate Cross very quick to the non-striker's end, and Sarah Glenn equally quick to the keeper's end. Phil.
Yeah, at the end of 40 overs, England were 193 for 5, so they've added 42 since the end of that 40th over.
That's pretty good going at the death from Pakistan. Here's Hani in once again. This is quick and flat. It's been whipped out towards mid-wicket. They'll think about the second again. They won't take it. Good throw from the deep. Diana Baig out there with a wide-brimmed hat. We were talking a little bit earlier off-air about bowlers who bowl with caps on. You see a lot of slower bowlers do it, of course. As in comes Hani. This ball's been smashed down the ground. Long on, takes the catch. I thought for a second Nashra Sandhu hadn't picked it out. She was slightly slow to respond, but lucky for her, it was hit right down her throat. It's great contact from Kate Cross, but just not enough distance for the big six. And England lose a 9th wicket now, 236 for 9, halfway through the 48th over.
Yeah, backing herself to play the same shot. This time just drags it ever so slightly to the left, which means long on, just there to take a simple catch, to be completely honest. She, as we were saying, she is good at hitting the ball down the ground. This time, just dragged the ball straight to mid-on, trying to go back past the bowler.
Yeah, a nice little cameo there from Kate Cross. England are 9 wickets down now, something they didn't expect in this innings. I don't think anybody expected them to be in this predicament. If you look at the history of the contest between these two teams, you'd think, well, they've still got plenty on the board to beat this Pakistan team, but they've just left the door ajar ever so slightly. And Lauren Bell's going to make her way out to the middle to face up to Umehani's last couple of deliveries. She's been very impressive today, Umehani. First game of the tour for her. She's managed to take 2 for 43 with 1 ball to come in her 10 overs here today. Done really well, not been overawed by the occasion.
Yeah, England in danger of being bowled out here as well.
And of course they were bowled out in that last T20 as well.
Yeah, there was a run out of the last ball to cause that. There's still 7 balls to go here. Here's Umehani into Lauren Bell. It's full and fast and dug out, in fact driven right back to the bowler. And there is no run, so a terrific over from a Pakistani perspective. Just the 3 runs and the wicket from it. Umehani completes a memorable 10-over spell here in Derby. And, England have 1 more over to get the ball away, but 236 for 9. Even if they get sort of up to that 250 mark, Alex, it's not really been very impressive from England. None of the batters have managed to kick on or take advantage of the conditions. They haven't been particularly difficult conditions either, if we're honest. I mean, the ball hasn't really moved around a lot, even early when there was overcast conditions. There were a few batters who really bed themselves in. It looked like they were setting themselves up for long innings, but they never got anywhere.
No, it's been a strange one, hasn't it? But it does just show if one of those batters went on and got a big score, that 300 is on. But no one's really kicked on past the 40s.
Here's Nashra Sandhu with her hat on to bowl the final over of the innings. As Sarah Glenn moves a long way across her stumps and sweeps the ball. Doesn't make perfect contact, but it's Najia Alvi, the wicketkeeper, who's going to chase it down. Chucks off her glove, falls over, gets the throw back in. Batters make it back for 2. Well, she was doing everything there, was Najia Alvi. There's no fine leg. There's no one anywhere near fine leg.
Yeah, I think Lauren Bell fancied a third there as well. And Sarah Glenn said, nah, love, I've got this. Give me the last 5 balls.
There's a few deep fielders out in the leg sides. A deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, all in play. So you get the feeling everything is going to be into the body here. As the next ball's been driven on the up over the mid-off fielder. It's going to run away towards the boundary. It's terrific diving stop. Is it going to be kept in? Oh, good teamwork there. It wasn't the most elegant effort in the world, but between Nashra Sandhu and I beg your pardon, it's Diana Begg and Fatima Sana who tag teamed there to keep that ball from going beyond the advertising sponge. Committed right to the end here, Alex. Impressive stuff, this in the field.
Yeah, I love that as well, because Diana Begg, as she's gone to help Fatima Sana there, she's actually laughing. It's a great stop from Fatima Sana, full length dive to her left. Then comes in Diana Begg. They are going to check the boundary, and she's done a brilliant job. Flicks the ball back in, huge smile on her face, and they both have a little laugh.
Yeah, I like that, because when Fatima flicked it back in, she had to stare down the ball. It was like one of those action movies where, you know, you're watching the hero or heroine waiting for someone to just intervene at the last second. Here's Nashra Sandhu again. This time the ball's been hit up in the air. There's a chance here in the deep. Is there? Oh, it's been put down. Fatima Sana. She'd done the hard work, got herself into position, but couldn't quite get underneath it for the catch. And I don't think the batters have run either. They've turned down the single. Goodness gracious, lots happening here.
Yeah, it was a bad drop that from Fatima Sana's. Just done a brilliant piece of fielding and then drops what should be a really, really straightforward catch.
You'd expect more from her. Nashra Sandhu in again, down the track. She comes again. Does Sarah Glenn, drives the ball down to long on. This time they do take the single. And Lauren Bell has 3 balls to play here to try and get England some runs and also prevent England from being bowled out. 243 for 9 with 2 balls to go. Nashra Sandhu with the ball in her hand. Big backlift on Lauren Bell. Big swing. No connection. It was inches away from that off stump. The bat was nowhere near her, if I'm really honest, but, well, she looks a bit befuddled at the moment, does Lauren Bell?
If she'd have connected, it was going miles. But as she's gone to hit the ball, she's lifted her head ever so slightly.
Well, they're having a review, actually. They think it might have taken an inside edge on its way through to the keeper. It would have been an inside edge. It would be a quite remarkable catch from Ulvey if they've done it. And Gia Ulvey feels like they want to have a look at it. Sue Redfern's got a big smile on her face. They've sent it up to the TV umpires. We'll find out shortly. Let's take a look at it in slow-mo. Lots of flight on this. Oh, there's daylight between the bat and the ball, so I don't think they need to look at it too often. But remarkably, they're going to look at it a second time. Oh, that's miles away.
I don't even think you need ultra. That's so bad.
Miles away.
So there is no bat and ball.
Well, there we go.
Back off field to Sue.
Sensible from Anna Harris there.
Yeah, Anna Harris not wasting any time in her second ODI as the TV umpire. Gets things going quickly. Good job, Anna Harris. 1 ball to go. Here we go. Final ball of the innings. England 243 for 9. And it's going to be Lauren Bell on strike to Nashra Sandhu. Last ball of the innings. Here's Nashra Sandhu. Bit of flight. Big swing across the line. It's going to be a dot ball to finish. So a really stifling performance this from Pakistan with the ball. England not really able to get anywhere. Bit of an anticlimax there at the end, if I'm honest with you. Big smiles on the face of the keeper. And loads of high fives from the Pakistan team. They're very pleased with themselves, and so they should be. They've managed to restrict this powerful England batting lineup to 243 for 9 off their 50 overs. That's an underachievement from England, Alex.
It is, without a doubt. I think England would have preferred or should have looked to get 280 plus, to be completely honest, but those little batting collapses throughout that middle order at the top as well that just sort of paused England, and they weren't able to have that momentum later on in the innings. Top scorer Alice Capsey with 40, and then just a few people chipping in here and there. So it wasn't a poor batting performance from England, but it certainly wasn't their best. And from a Pakistan point of view, to be able to stay as attacking as they did for so long is credit to the way that they bowled. They took pace off. It was painful to watch at times, don't get me wrong, they were bowling so slowly. However, they have managed to restrict England to 243, and yes, it's probably too many for them to chase down, but it's a lot less than they were probably expecting before a ball was bowled today.
It's like we said, the door is ajar for Pakistan. Phil Long.
I'll leave you with one number. England hit 4 boundaries in the last 15 overs.
Wow.
That's poor.
Well, from one perspective, it's poor. From the other, it's well effective bowling. Yeah, absolutely. We'll run you through that scorecard very quickly. Tammy Beaumont went for 33, and Maya Bouchier 17. In fact, almost all the England batters got into double figures. Heather Knight 29 of 49, Nat Sever-Brunt 31 of 34, and Alice Capsey top scoring with 44. Of course, Amy Jones 37, Charlie Dean 20, Sarah Glenn 16 not out at the end. Lots of starts there for England, but nobody could convert it into a big score, and that's really the gap you see in England's scoring. So 243 for 9 is where England end up. Pakistan will need 244 to end their 11-match losing streak against England.
Right, Sidra Amin and Sadaf Shams are going to open the batting, and they've got a chance here. England posted just 243. There are a lot of people in this commentary box who think it's enough already, but we watched Sri Lanka pull off an incredible surprise last year. Who knows? Over the course of 50 overs, if Pakistan just don't panic, they just give themselves a good platform, they're in with a serious chance here. Kate Cross is going to bowl the first ball, and it's going to be to Sadaf Shams. 2 slips in pace. 3 in the ring on the offside. Here is Cross. First ball's worked into the onside nicely, crisply, straight to short mid-wicket, where Maya Bouchier does the fielding, and there is no run. Don't forget, Pakistan have never won a one-day international against England's women. They've never done it. And I would say this must be one of the lower targets they've been set, isn't it, Phil Long?
Yeah, the slight problem that Pakistan might have is their highest ever score against England, 209.
Cross in, and that's punched off the back foot, but again, nicely and crispy. A bit of a mix-up, but they'll get through for a single as Charlie Dean just slightly misfields at backward point. They're underway with their first run. But those first two shots look in very good working order.
Yeah, nice pace from Kate Cross. I think the pace coming onto the bat will help nicely. In England with a nice aggressive field early on, 2 slips into. There are gaps out there. I think, Pakistan, I'm not going to write them off, but I'll say that it's maybe an unlikely.
Tall order.
Tall order.
But if you're going to make history, that's what you need to do. Cross in. Sidra Amin works into the onside again, playing around her front pad. Maya Bouchier does the fielding at short mid-wicket again. There's no run. I mean, I come back to last year. Teams are getting better and better and better, aren't they? And
yep,
the history books sometimes have to go out the window.
Yeah, and they're playing on better pitches. The ball will carry through quite nicely. Hopefully there'll be a little bit of pace in it with England's 2 seamers, Crossy and Lauren Bell as well.
Here comes Cross, right arm over, 2 slips in pace. It's defended on the front foot into the onside. And there's no run. They need to go particularly hard to start with, either for Pakistan. They've got plenty of time to have a look. But I suppose the flip side to that is, if they really want to take the ball by the horns, this might be their chance with the ball new and coming onto the bat. Because what we've seen today is a lot of slow bowling has been very effective on what is a relatively slowish pitch, but also got a really slow outfield, which is no fault of the ground staff. It has rained and rained and rained here. As Cross is in, and this is pushed into the offside off the front foot, picked up by Dean. England looking busy in the field, extremely busy, and still no run. We have had, I don't know how many inches of rain fallen. You were around roughly these parts-ish. You're not far away from Derby. It was raining all day yesterday where you were, was it?
All day.
And the day before? We had it all in London. We had 2 whole days of demented, miserable rain. As Cross is in, and it's worked off the pad. Fine. It's running down towards the boundary. The chase is on for Bell. Is she going to get there? She will. Good diving stop, but they should get back for 3. Well, I'm not sure if they did. Let's get the 2 there, Phil. Well, that ball took a long time to get down there, and umpire Sue Redfern is about to signal leg by, I think. She can't be waiting for a referral. No, she's not. Finally, because there was no way they didn't even appeal, I don't think. So 3 off the first over, 2 of them leg byes. And this is what they need to do, Pakistan. Listen, I suppose you break it down. How would you break it down if you were Pakistan here, Georgia?
Yeah, usually you look for a chink in the armour of a bowling attack, but if you look at where the overs could potentially come from today, you've got Cross and Bell, who are 2 brilliant exponents of any sort of lateral movement with the new ball, and then you've got the spin trio of Dean, Eccleston and Glenn, who've bowled fantastically well through the T20 series, all together as a unit. So there's not really any sort of weak bowler in this lineup. So I think Pakistan have just got to play the ball that comes down at them, not get too far ahead of themselves. Like you said, just accumulate as they can, spend time out in the middle, and it still looks a good wicket with the lights coming on. Maybe the ball will come on quite nicely. I think they just need to give themselves a chance.
Lauren Bell's first over. She comes running in towards us. Right arm over, down the leg side. That'll be called wide. Lauren Bell, of course, has the nickname The Shard. And I've oft wondered, do you want to be named after a really, really tall London building? I suppose it's better than being called the Gherkin.
I'm not sure she's particularly fond of the name, but I don't think with nicknames you have a choice, do you?
I don't think you do.
No.
What's yours?
G.
G? How'd you get away with that?
Nobody's been very inventive so far.
That is absolutely pathetic. Bell in, slightly wide of the crease, and puts that in really full. It's dug out by Sadaf Shams into the offside. No run. I'm sorry, I'm reeling from this.
Well, I'm surprised you've not come up with one for me, actually. It's a sort of Daniel thing that you would do.
It is. What I tend to do is make exceedingly irritating puns. Especially when you were bowling, I would always say, if ever you bowled a wide, I would always say, that's not Georgia Elvis. That's not the Georgia Elvis we know. That's an Elvis impersonator. As Bell is it down the leg side, she'll get predominantly in swing, will Lauren Bell, and it's wided again. Good take by Amy Jones, moving away to her left. Gelwis, we call it. We've got to come up with something.
Gelwis.
We can't call you G, Phil.
G.
Let's get the Brains Trust involved in this. Henry Moran's also really good at a pun. We got Arctic Noise. He's an actual professional comedian. We're not letting you leave this building today with the nickname G.
I mean, all the puns should be based around Elvis, shouldn't they?
They should be.
Pointed out,
Yeah, they should be around Elvis. Yeah. Bell in again. It's slightly shorter, pushed off the back foot into the covers. There's no run. Picked up by Bouchier again. Bouchier's a fantastic fielder. We'll see her later on the boundary. A speed. I mean, when we were out in South Africa for the T20 World Cup, what was really noticeable was the difference between every other team and Australia was how Australia fielded, it seemed to me. But if there's a fielder in this team who reminds me of an Australian fielder, it's Bouchier. As Bell runs in once more and fires that in on the pads, it's clipped away into the onside. They thought of a single. It isn't there. Capsey does the fielding, and the score stays at 5 without loss.
I know you like an irrelevant stat, Dan.
No stats are irrelevant, Phil.
Well, let me give you this one. That leg by in the previous over was the first extra of the game that wasn't a wide.
Get in. And is that the latest that's ever been in a Women's Monday International?
At Derby.
I'm afraid you fell for that one.
I looked at that.
Here comes Bell, one slip in place. And that's played off the back foot really nicely, square of the wicket. It's a lovely shot from Sadaf Shams. It's going to run away towards the boundary, but it's such a slow outfield. I would imagine that in about 3 weeks' time, that would simply have kept going into the boundary. In the end, they just get a couple for it, but nicely played. You get a little bit leg side of it, but when Lauren Bell's bowling, predominant shape is going to come in to you, and it's just a little short. She was able to guide it crisply for a couple of runs. She's looking in decent working order at the moment, Sadaf Shams. As Bell prepares a little hop at the start of her run, she comes in, and Shams is struck on the pad, going down, I would think, as the ball squirts away into the sort of deep slit region where Capsey does the fielding.
I thought you'd done it.
No, it's a Knight. Hang on a minute. It's Heather Knight at slip.
Yeah.
Heather Knight's at slip. Sorry. That's not normal, is it?
That's normal. Yeah.
I normally see her patrolling at short extra cover usually.
Yeah. Sometimes.
I suppose. Yeah.
In, doesn't she? But
I suppose. New ball. Good point. Good point. Here's Bell once more. Short, pushed off the back foot. It's going to get a single for it at least. They might get a couple. It's being pursued in earnest, and they will get back for 2. Dean with the fielding, and runs are coming pretty comfortably. 9 without loss after 2 overs, and the target's only 244. I know this is very early days, but that's got to be their approach, hasn't it?
Yeah, it would. I mean, if I was out there batting, and everybody's different, but I would completely take the scoreboard out of it. There's no pressure really, I don't think, from the scoreboard. It's 4.5. Up to 5, but all they need to do is bat. It's a good pitch. Ball seems to be coming on quite nicely to the middle of the bat. I think there's plenty of runs on offer out there, so if they just take each over as it comes, play the ball late, play as they have been in the first 2 overs, they won't get themselves into too much trouble.
Cross starts her second over. Wide outside the off stump, a drive and a miss from Sidra Amin through to the keeper. So it's amazing, isn't it, how England have managed to have for 1 decade at least Brunton, Trubsole bowling away swingers, in swingers, and now they've got Cross and Bell basically playing virtually exactly the same role.
Yeah, they complement each other really well, don't they? Crossy has been magnificent since coming back into the side and having a real run, and she's got that nip backer as well, which is very dangerous.
Comes in once more, and I mean gets one on the pads. That did nip back a bit, and it's gone away fine off the pad down to the boundary for 4. So more extras that aren't wides in this game. That's the 5th leg by. Phil Long can barely contain himself. The score advances to 13 without loss.
Let me tell you about Kate Cross.
Please do.
She's currently ranked 3rd best bowler in women's ODIs at the moment, her highest ever rank.
Well, I never. There's some very good bowlers out there. Cross in again. Oh, and Sidra Amin comes down the wicket and then fences at one that surprises her, bounces and goes through nicely to the keeper. We've watched 50 overs. I mean, not literally 50 overs of slow bowling, but it sort of felt like that. It was a very slow pace of play, and suddenly Cross has just injected a bit of pizzazz into proceedings.
Yeah, speed gun's got her at 68 miles an hour, which is about the same as Lauren Bell, actually.
Cross in once more. Sidra just fends at that, pushes it to backward point, but Dean does the fielding. So who are 1 and 2? Eccleston
and Megan Shoot.
Megan Shoot. She may not be able to pronounce Megan, but she can bowl really well.
She can.
Yeah, Sophie Eccleston. It's scored out of 1,000. Sophie Eccleston 773. Megan Shoot 682. Kate Cross 679.
Oh, so she's not far behind. A couple of wickets here. She could go up to second. Outside the off stump, and again fenced that slightly, but this time Amin gets off the mark. She puts it through point just in front of square. They've run through for a couple. Score goes up to 15 without loss. There's a little bit of movement there for Kate Cross, isn't there? Just they'll get those slips interested.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's the effect of the lights a little bit, the extra pace from Cross, and then the shape that she gets on the ball as well. And I think Pakistan just need to settle in here. They don't need to do too much too differently. I don't necessarily think they need to go walking down the pitch at all. Run rate obviously at the moment not an issue.
Cross in, full down the leg side, just slightly fumbled by Amy Jones, but doesn't cost an extra run. There will be a wide signal, and England are just, that's the third wide of the innings. We saw that with Pakistan's opening bowlers as well. I suppose you've got 2 new balls. Swings a bit, controlling that swing can be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, she's not quite found a rhythm or consistency. She's been scratching away at that front foot mark as well on the crease. Kate Cross.
Sidra Amin waits and then defends the ball. It keeps, if anything, just a little bit low, pushes it back to the bowler. There's no run. 3 overs gone. Pakistan 16 without loss. Sidra Amin has 2. Sadaf Shams has 5. I mean, how much was it a shock last year when Sri Lanka pulled off those wins? Because, I mean, I think we went into it as a commentary team thinking this is all about Atapatu and checking, I guess, progress for Sri Lanka, and never really expecting them to win. It seemed almost miraculous that they did, and we just got to recalibrate that these teams like Pakistan and Sri Lanka are making such progress that we've got to expect they've got a chance.
Yeah, look, England didn't play well, and they didn't play well enough for long enough, and Sri Lanka outplayed them and fully deserved their victories, and I think that sent a few shockwaves really through the ECB and through this England side, and they don't want that to be repeated again. But you've got to give credit to the likes of Pakistan, Sri Lanka. They're improving all the time, and they're going to get better and better as their support gets better. And you think England have had this sort of support for the last 10 years, so hopefully Pakistan, Sri Lanka can get it.
Lauren Bell bowls. This is beautifully played by Sadaf Shams. It was on the up, and she's driven it through the covers. It's going to run away to the boundary. 3 fielders in pursuit, and so slow is the outfield that somehow it didn't make it there. I mean, it was really nicely timed. It came off the bat nice and quickly, but as I've said before, we've had so much rain, it just couldn't quite make it there. They've run 3 though, 19 without loss.
I think what I was impressed with when I last saw Pakistan in the T20 World Cup was the skill level is there. They'd had a big effort on their running between the wickets, hadn't they? And really looked at the tactics of the game. I think where they probably lack is just doing those skills for a long period of time. And
now then, sorry, they're having another little look at it. I think it's been brilliantly hauled back actually, but as hand touches ball, does it touch sponge at the same time? I don't think so. And then when left foot goes over sponge, that's in the air. Ball is not. If you get basically, ball and hand and foot are not on the ground at the same time. That's what's important here. I think this is a really good bit of work, but they have to really close up here if they want to be double sure. My instinct is that this is going to be 3, not 4.
You can't really see from that angle, can you, conclusively?
Not ideal.
So, yeah. Good piece of work from my Bouchier.
Well, we were only lauding her fleetness of foot earlier. Heather Knight just goes a couple of paces wider at first slip. We've got 3 in the ring on the offside, a short mid-wicket, mid-on and square leg on the onside, and a deep third as Bell runs in. Short, down the leg side, pulled at, missed, no wide is signalled. Might have been referred in the Women's Premier League.
Almost certainly.
What do you make of those referrings of wides?
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? I was listening to your commentary yesterday, actually, and I think there was one that Siraj really wanted to call a referral, and Kartik was like, no mate, it was a wide.
Let it go. Bell in, worked into the onside, but straight to short mid wicket. Short mid wicket is very, very short. That Silverbrunt, she's 3 pitch widths away and about 15 yards in front of square. Yes, the problem is bowlers, especially when it's short.
Yeah.
You know.
And you can never quite see from front on, can you? But from side on, some of them are so clearly a wide. You think, just elongating this game even more.
Yeah, I suppose in a strange way, the keeper gets a fairly good view of it as Bell is in. That strikes the pad and just plops down in front of her. Silverbrunt picks up. Because you could see it come over the head, I guess, from behind. But generally speaking, the angle you want is side on. So when the square leg umpire calls it, they tend to be in the best place to see it, as opposed to you, Ahmed Siraj, with your head bowed down and the ball flying away from you. But, that's bowlers for you.
Well, I guess you don't want to lose a game with a wrong call, do you? So I guess it's been brought in for that, but...
Bell in, short. Oh, that is high. Let's see. Yeah. I think that's going to be signalled wide as Sue Redfern at square legs. Just almost on cue. It was almost as if they were doing it for us and to demonstrate exactly how this process works. Pakistan to 20 without loss.
Yeah, beautifully done. Well done, Sue.
Thank you, Sue. And now we get the side on view, and yes, that is very high. I mean, many of the Pakistan top order aren't the tallest to start with, so you don't have an awful lot of room for manoeuvre with the short ball. Bell in. That's defended very comfortably by Sidra Amin. Back up the wicket. There is no run. This very steady start continues. Phil Long, as he always does, has availed himself of the complimentary food. Are you aware of what's on offer in the tent? Have you had the sticky toffee pudding, Georgia?
Oh no, I haven't been down there yet.
Sticky toffee pudding, custard, cheesecake, and a chicken fricassee.
Oh.
I haven't had a chicken fricassee for years. Bell in, last ball, the over edged and dropped. Dropped by Amy Jones. I'm pretty sure there was an edge on that. And it wasn't regulation. She had to move away a little bit to her right, but it was a catch she would take 9 times out of 10, you would say. She got both hands to it and she shelled it. And, well, it's moments like this that'll give Pakistan hope. It was just very wide outside the off stump. A good thick edge. It didn't deviate a long, long way. And she's got fingertips on that, this Amy Jones. She's just not got down to it, and it spilled out of her hands. 20 without loss after 4.
Yeah. Strange, you don't see Amy Jones drop ones like that. I think it was like halfway between a dive and just a little movement to the side. Maybe that was what it was. But for Amy Jones, so uncharacteristic. We've spoken about how amazing her glove work's been across the series, haven't we? So disappointing for her.
I'm going to do this ball, then we're going to make a change. As Kate Cross runs away from me into Sadaf Shams, and she drives the short extra cover. And there is no run. 20 without loss, 4.1 overs gone. Pakistan have started really well to take you through the next 20 minutes. Alongside Georgia Elvis, there will be Henry Moran.
Yeah, and Kate Cross looks like she's having a good time out there, smiling, very relaxed figure. Just trying to find her feet, find her consistency. Hi, Henry.
Hello. Here comes Cross again, bustling in past umpire Redfern, slip in place, and a ball that just lifts a little bit off the surface. And is pushed into the offside by Sadaf. The target 244. Pakistan have negotiated the first 4 overs. And it has been an effective negotiation as well. They've played with, not much alarm really.
Been impressed. Technique good, skill good, some lovely shots.
Here comes Cross once again. It's a fuller delivery. That's nicely played towards backward point, and Charlie Dean will field. Sidra Amin, I think it's fair to say, has not been overly expressive, 2 from 15, but she doesn't need to be really at this point.
Well, she had a couple of leg buys, which I always think it's a bit harsh when it goes as a dot onto your score and then 4 onto the team score, but she's kept the scoreboard ticking.
You think it's harsh when you're a batter, but not when you're a bowler?
Exactly.
Here is cross. Oh, playing a miss. Big booming drive from Sadaf, and Amy Jones put that one down not long ago. Takes that cleanly. Cross walks back towards us. I think, just looking on our monitors, she may have matched the nail shade with the jersey shade.
Smart.
Which I like.
Very nice. I like that too. So I reckon they take the shirt into the nail shop and go, can you do this colour
Well, a bit
for
like
me?
you do when you paint your walls. Here comes cross. It's a straighter ball with a little bit of a way shape, and Eccleston crouches down to field at mid-off. No run. I was chatting to... We were at one of those content days.
Oh, yeah.
You know, where you get to speak to loads of players and sort of interviews doing in unusual subject areas, just sort of ahead of the 100 of all things for later on in the summer. So you'll see some of these videos later on in the year, on Monday. And I spoke to Heather Knight and Amy Jones, and they said that the England team have been out for karaoke. In comes cross, and this is slashed away down towards deep third, where there is protection in the form of Sarah Glenn, who doesn't field cleanly, but it is just a single, so the over will come to an end with the score at 21 without loss. 5 overs gone, the target 244. And yes, it was very interesting. She said she was a fan of the ballads, Amy Jones, sort of Celine Dion, that sort of thing.
Okay.
And that her favourite song to sing was Jar of Hearts by Christina Perry.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Apparently so. I'll never forget the sight of Anya Shrubsole singing Eminem.
Oh, yes.
Without needing to see any of the lyrics as well.
She's a hidden talent for rapping, which is mind-boggling.
There's a short mid-wicket in place as Sadaf on strike, keeping that strike. Sees Lauren Bell charging towards her. That is wide outside the off stump, chased and through to the gloves of Amy Jones. Whereas Heather Knight's a bit of a rocker.
Is
Likes
she?
apparently the indie stuff.
Okay.
So I hear. But then there was a bit of bemoaning the younger members of the team. They all like the sort of none of the classics.
Oh, they probably never heard
They've
of
never
them.
heard of them. There's a band called ABBA. In comes Lauren Bell, driven with good timing towards cover, and Bouchier fields underneath a hat at short cover. 21 without loss.
Yeah, we always have a bit of fun when we're making playlists for teams over the summer, that some classics that were in favour when I was at school, the youngsters now have never heard of.
Well, the thing is, because I still sort of think of them as quite new. But of course, time marches on, George, doesn't it?
It does.
It really does. In comes Lauren Bell onto the back foot is Sadaf to help the ball round the corner. Capsey fields a backward square leg, no run. So who's sort of in your 2017 World Cup squad? Who were the key protagonists? Who was in charge of the CD player?
Ooh.
CD player. Playlist.
The gramophone.
The Walkman. That's a good question. I think it might have been Tammy Beaumont, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Here comes Lauren Bell and bangs it in short. Oh, top edge over the keeper's head and down towards the boundary for 4. Not in control, and applause comes from Heather Knight, the England skipper, who likes the aggression from the tall fast bowler. The score to 25 without loss.
But, you know, we used to have to upload it onto whatever musical device we were playing it from. But nowadays, if the youngsters don't like a song on the playlist, they just take it off. There's no it's no hierarchy.
There's no democracy to that, is there?
I never heard of this one. Right, it's not staying on. Okay.
In comes Lauren Bell, galloping towards us. Tall figure, straight approach, down the leg side. Good take from Amy Jones to prevent anything more than just the one wide being signalled by Kim Cotton, who's wearing quite a thick coat, you can see now. It's quite chilly out there. 244 is the target for Pakistan. Lauren Bell walks away from us, and you can normally tell how cold a crowd is. Whatever the sport, whatever the event, actually, by the general overall shade. In comes Bell again and bowls a ball, which is well defended by Sadaf into the offside. Because if the crowd is mainly sort of dark blue, black, grey. You know those are the sort of coat colours.
They are.
If it's the pastels, you know that it's the shirt. It's a warmer day.
We've had a bit of sunshine trying to creep through, haven't we, today? But the clouds are pretty set in.
Lauren Bell again. Final ball of the 6th over. She'll come rushing in now to bowl. Outer half of the bat as it skews towards Tammy Beaumont at deep third. No number on her shirt. And a single will see Sadaf again. So 27 without loss at the end of the over. And just at the moment, Pakistan negotiating these early phases. Kate Cross unties and reties her hair. It gives me a good chance to remind you to make sure you check out and subscribe to the Test Match Special podcast on BBC Sounds, where you will find Kate and Alex Hartley with the No Balls Cricket podcast. Around about once a week. In comes Cross to start a new over. It's a nice shape delivery, but a beautiful shot punched through the offside, and that'll be 4 runs. That is really high-class batting from Sadaf. And the ball rushes away. It wasn't a bad ball, maybe a little wide, but a really nice piece of timing. 31 without loss.
Yeah, it was, and big gap in the extra cover region. This Cross has got a slips in place, but brilliant shot. Just timed it beautifully, and actually that's probably the quickest the ball's travelled across his outfield today.
Well, it will have been drying out all day on this windy but dry day, of course. Here comes Cross. That's a straighter ball, well defended, very straight bat.
Do you know how you can tell today has been a poor day weather-wise? We've got a great view of the ice cream van. And there's been very, very little action. And there's been no ice cream chat in this box either, which is always a good gauge of how warm it is or isn't.
Yeah, you're right. It's been much more the tea stand that's been doing a roaring trade. Cross again. Running into bowl to Sadaf, who's on 18. It's a full delivery, punch towards cover, no run. Capsey, who always fields with energy, and she holds the ball in hard. Doesn't mess about.
I think it was one thing I've noticed actually watching the girls in these first few overs is the energy that they've shown in the field. Throwing the ball into Amy Jones all the time, keeping that buzz around. Everybody's moving for the overthrows.
Cross once more, full delivery, whipped away just over Tammy Beaumont's leap at square leg. It'll rush towards the boundary and the scoreboard, just slowing up, and eventually will be hauled in by Lauren Bell sprinting round, but it wasn't too far away from the former gymnast Tammy Beaumont, who leapt as if she was on a sprung floorboard and nearly got to it.
Oh, she needed a foot more of height, didn't she? Not far away at all. Decent effort, that. And Tammy Beaumont, I think a taller fielder would have had a much easier go at that.
2 balls left of the 7th over. 33 without loss. Grey skies overhead as Kate Cross bowls. Oh, uppercut down to the deep third boundary, and that'll be 4. Cross bowling short and wide and gets punished for it. I wouldn't say pressure building on England, but this hasn't been the start they would have been looking for with the ball.
They've lacked a little bit of consistency, haven't they? Obviously the dropped catch doesn't help, but trying a few things and probably not just executing them as they would like, and then the expectation of wanting to take wickets, wanting to break partnerships, perhaps makes you search a little bit more as a bowler. They've just gone away from their natural line and length.
Still that slip in place. Final ball of the 7th over. Cross is 4th. And she rushes in now. That's a really solid, confident shot from Sadaf. And why not? 24 from 27 balls. It's been a good start from the opener. And we're finally going to see Sidra Amin facing the ball. 7 overs gone. 37 without loss. George Relwis is going to be replaced by another World Cup winner in Catherine Siverbrunt, who is coming to join me. A fast bowler who opened the bowling on so many occasions.
Hello.
Hello. What would you have done differently to what England have done so far?
First of all, I prefer Ashes winner to World Cup winner.
Do you?
Yeah, I do actually.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Oh, this is very, very loud.
We'll do both.
What would I have done differently?
Yeah.
I'll tell you after this ball from Very tall Lauren Bell.
Well, I sense a long list, therefore. Here comes Lauren Bell in and bangs it in short, left alone by Sidra Amin. She's 2 from 16.
Well, it's one of them games where you know it's a long day. It's going to be a long day. There's not much in it, is there? There's not much seam movement. There's not much swing. The conditions are, miserable. And they've had a tough day with the bat. It felt like. I would love to hear what they have to say about that post-match, like the stops and starts and the difficulty of actually scoring and going on.
Lauren Bell running into bowl, a delivery that is tucked off the pads, but collected by Capsey, no run. 37 without loss still.
I think in terms of Lauren now and attacking and where she'll find wickets, I think 2 out on the leg side here and going short ball would be a nice plan. I think Sophie Eccleston, who's down at fine leg, is way too deep. She needs to be halfway. I'd argue I'd push Alice Capsey, who's at square leg, back another 20 yards as well.
Bell bowls a ball which is finding the edge, is it? Yeah, there's the wicket. And just finding a little flick of an edge. And Lauren Bell gets the wicket. Amy Jones with the easiest job to see Sidra Amin departing for 2 from 18. And England 37 for 1, see Pakistan.
The lack of in-swing's got her there. I think that's actually gone away from the bat. And there's a lovely length from her. Pitched up. She got drawn into shot. She's sitting on her back foot, waiting for to be back of a length or short. She just offered it up a bit, not much feet movement there, and she's gone to work it slightly to the leg side and just taken the outside edge. Good bowling. Better length.
Yeah, it's just in that awkward back forward.
But it was definitely created by the short pitch bowling, that lack of foot movement first. She was definitely late and didn't decide to come forward and was then stranded in that no man's land. So that definitely set that up. So I'd like them to continue with that. Like I said, having the 2 out, sort of a 3/4 square leg and a 3/4 fine leg. And then you've got Heather there. Obviously it's not that quick, and they're not playing big booming cover drives off fuller balls, so you don't need a first and second. So that gully almost is better for them to reach at those balls. But Heather has actually, for this wicket, looks like she's taken herself from a gully back to a first slip.
Well, Maniba Ali comes to join the action, scored a brilliant 100 in a T20 World Cup game. We got 2 slips in place.
Sophie's gone to first, Heather's gone to second.
There we go. So
they don't look far from the bat.
No.
That looks extremely close.
And they're all very close together as well. It's almost a defensive wall. In comes Lauren Bell round the wicket to bowl to Maniba. Oh, not a great ball, and Jones does well actually, diving to her right as wide as signalled. 38 for 1.
Let's see how these slips look like on the screen, because we've been guilty before of having first slip a bit too wide. So they have bunched together a little bit more in recent times, but I would argue that Amy Jones could be holding Eccleston's hand at this point from there. Do you agree?
Yeah, they're very close. In comes Lauren Bell again. Down the leg side, and Jones once more has to dive to her right to take it. That's another wide. And the left-hander just seeing the line being lost a little bit by Lauren Bell. Phil?
Yeah, 6 wides for Lauren Bell already.
Yeah. That's the conditions of the day, isn't it? It's not really doing it for her. I think something's been said about Lauren's wrist position. She's just losing it a little bit too much in the way of a leg cutter.
Here's Lauren Bell once more. That's a better looking delivery. Left alone by Maniva. Goes through to Amy Jones. 39 for 1, chasing 2-4-4.
Yeah, good line and length. That I'll say line, good length. Lines. I mean, the line's great in terms of having 2 slips. She does have a very big vacant offside area. Obviously, 2 slips will do that to you, but yeah, I mean, she's offering the shot. It's good attacking bowling and good attacking field setting.
An interesting game of patience is Lauren Bell, as a shorter ball is nicely played up on her toes by Maniba, and it is dropping in front of her, and a flurry of blue shirts can rush in to descend upon the ball. 39 for 1. The sun just peeks out briefly.
Is it that or the really low annoying floodlights?
I think I can almost see a patch of blue sky to our right. Lauren Bell to conclude the 8th over, and bowls a ball which is jabbed away towards deep third by Muniba Ali for a first run. She'll keep the strike, and the score 40 for 1 after 8 overs. Where are England at this point, Phil? Because it felt like they had rather a slow start.
After 8 overs, England were 44 without loss.
Okay, so
Not far off.
not far
That's
off.
been the story, hasn't it, throughout this series, where Pakistan have actually got those good starts and then just really ruined it in that second period of play after. And actually stayed at nearly run for run with them, but just the wickets being the big sort of sign where they couldn't then finish off and chase that score down. So
Well, it's the depth.
it's a running theme.
Yeah. And what would be interesting to see if this partnership could I know it's a long way away, but if they could take them to 140 from here, so 100 runs as a partnership would really make things interesting. Cross starting a new over. It's defended by Muniba. That's pretty much on the money from Kate Cross.
They've got the talent and the skill. It's more the decision making, the chaotic running between the wickets, the decision making v certain bowlers, just options that you shouldn't or wouldn't normally go to.
Cross bounding in once more, and down the leg side it goes. The left-hander coming to the middle has rather
Yeah,
changed things, isn't it?
classic.
You're suddenly seeing a flurry of wides, and Sue Redfern and Kim Cotton being kept busy with the extras column building. 41 for 1.
If it's not what I found if the ball wasn't swinging as much for me, the bowling at the left-handers was pretty difficult.
No ball as well, free hit.
She's coming round the wicket, I think.
It's going to be a free hit for Muniba Ali to swing through the line. Obviously, the only way you can be dismissed is to be run out. And she does give herself some space and hacks into the leg side, clears the infield. Capsy in pursuit will cut the ball off in conjunction with Charlie Dean, but they'll turn and get a couple of runs. And the score to 43 for 1.
Amy's just sprinted the whole square nearly to catch that, because bowlers get very eggy when you throw the ball into the ground early on. And I can say I got very eggy.
I've not heard eggy for ages as a phrase.
Eggy, annoyed, fuming, rage.
Here is Kate Cross with just a one slip, and it goes across the left-hander and is signalled as wide.
She's lacking a bit of rhythm, isn't she, Catherine? Looks like she's struggling a bit. I think I heard Alex say off air just now, doing a bit of grub, while we're using new words, eggy, grub, that she was not feeling at her best. So I know there's no worse feeling when you have to turn up for an international game, not when you know your rhythm's not quite there, sort of like making yourself a bit vulnerable. But I think she's hoping that it will come together.
Around the wicket now, and that's a nice looking delivery, but well played by Muniba, chopping down towards deep third. Lauren Bell will field, and there was maybe 1.5 there. Certainly the second would have been a bold attempt. 45 for 1.
With both hands on the forehead there, wasn't it? It's just slightly frustrating in her opening spell for her here. She's really trying hard. Big deep breaths from Catherine here. It's a bit of a stint for her, but you just hope, after your first spell you can have a bit of a sit down, not a sit down, but walk around. You come back and that's where you want to really cash in.
Cross once more to Sadaf, who's on 24 from 27. Here comes Kate Cross, and that's a nice looking ball that juts in towards the right-hander. What do you think of the stars on the England shirt to acknowledge World Cup wins? 4 of them above the badge.
I like it. I actually sent when I retired, they did it literally about a week after I retired.
Really?
So I sent my T20 and ODI shirt back in to get started up, because I quite liked it. I liked the just being there on your chest and like wearing it with pride, if you like.
The Aussie ones must have looked good, didn't they? In comes Kate Cross, and bowls just back of a length, pushed into the offside by Sadaf towards backward point, and
Who
no
wants
run.
loads?
Well, I know.
They're not as special then.
Well, I agree.
Yeah,
and that is why you let them win.
It's what we did.
Just occasionally.
We did dominate for a good 10 years,
Well,
but there wasn't as many things to win back then,
Well, that's the thing.
Had there been a flurry of World Cups, so many a star.
Exactly. 45 for 1. Final ball of the 9th over. is going to be bowled now by Kate Cross past the umpire, and this is punched by Sadaf towards mid-off. Eccleston will field, and the over comes to an end. 45 for 1, 9 gone, the target 244, 1 left of the power play, and Catherine Siver-Brunt, some more from you, and then Atif Nawaz will join us.
I love it when they leave me by myself. Anything could be said. It's dangerous. Dangerous indeed. Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, it's nice to be back, and it's a bright start this from a Pakistani perspective. They've done quite well, and
isn't that the running theme? It's just like
they start
something
well.
You've never heard. You just hear. It feels like every other day.
They start really
great
well,
start.
but they haven't finished very well historically in this series, or indeed historically in general. They've started well. I mean, there's something about Sadaf Shams, I have to say. I mean, she's showed glimpses of that in the first T20 where she played. We talked about her run-in, where she scored 3 noughts in her first 3 innings, and then a 13, and then that brilliant knock in that first T20. And since then, she's shown more glimpses of her prodigious talent. Interested to see if she could just build it, get a substantial innings in.
Yeah, you're right. They've just had a nice little passage of play where they've had the pace come on. I would have liked that if I was them. It feels like that. But now Sophie's coming on, probably Charlie from the other end. Different game now.
And she comes to Muniba Ali, who gets forward in defence.
Straight away asking a question. Straight on the line and length. Classic. So 52 mile an hour, lovely.
It's just about holding a nerve here for Pakistan. It's not something they've done very well before. The run rate is bang in line with where they need to be, as the next one's down the leg side, and that trend of bowling wides at Muniba Ali continues. Something about that right-left combination really throwing England off at the moment.
I think I mentioned it earlier, but the spinners never got any higher than about 43 mile an hour.
Yeah.
The lowest being about 41, was it?
Yeah, from Nashra Sandhu. There's another good length ball, just been defended just in front of slip. Heather Knight fields, there's no run.
There'll be a drastic difference now in our spinners. And I guess on this wicket, that is probably going to be the key, is finding the pace for it, because certainly not one that any of these guys are used to.
Here's Eccleston in again, another one down the leg side. Oh, the umpire says it's okay. Maybe it just went over the leg stump, is that what we're saying?
Have we gone into double figures yet?
Of wides? Well, we'll ask Phil.
9 wides and a no ball.
Oh, nearly.
Very close to the 10th in that last delivery. Here's Eccleston in again. Muniba just squared up a little bit by that. A ball that just held its line. She was sort of searching for it and then missed it quite high up, and there's no run. 46 for 1 the score after 9.4.
Good test for Sophie this. She really doesn't like bowling at lefties. Doesn't necessarily have a good record, so I hope I've just, given her a commentary wicket.
And she comes now. That ball's been swept just in front of fine leg. Fielder from deep backward square will pick up and they'll take a single.
I thought that was it then, because normally when the Pakistanis decide to sweep, it's danger.
Well, there's something about this. I mean, this feels like the pair that are going to have to build something substantial for Pakistan. Muniba, one of the few players in the world to have a century in T20 and one-day international cricket. She needs to come to the party. Had a very disappointing tour so far by her standards. Here's Eccleston again, angling in towards the pads, and Sadaf Shams just awkwardly prodding it away. That is the end of the 10th over. A very tidy start from Sophie Eccleston. Just the 2 off the over. Pakistan 47 for 1 after 10, chasing a target of 244. And it's been a mixed bag from England so far. There are a couple of chances that went down in that power play. Generally, some good stroke play from the Pakistani opener, particularly Sadaf Shams. There was the wicket to fall. The wicket to fall was Sidra Amin on a torturous 2 off 18 deliveries, but Sadaf has chanced her arm a little bit, played some nice shots, and built a nice little platform for herself. How far can Pakistan take this? History tells us not very far, but all trends are made to be broken, Phil Long.
They are made to be broken, and the start they've made, as we mentioned earlier, has been on a par with England as it's been throughout this series. 47 for 1 Pakistan after 10 overs. England were 52 for 1. That 47 though helped by 9 wides and 1 no ball, as we mentioned earlier. But we've now got Sophie Eccleston on at one end, who's the world's #1 bowler. We've got Charlie Dean about to come on at this end. As we mentioned, he's got the highest strike rate of anyone who's taken 50 or more wickets in women's ODIs.
I think they also bowled a few extras from their innings. I would like, if I remember. So the gifts have been both
8 wides,
giving and receiving.
No, England have already gone past that.
Oh dear, for the whole
overs.
innings. I thought you meant for the power play then.
Just the 8 wides.
Shocking.
Here's Charlie Dean now. with a slip in place. And she comes to Muniba Ali. It's down the leg side. And there's another wide, the 10th wide for England in this innings. It's been very wayward, has to be said.
I would like to think, 1 and over. It's not a good ratio, is
No.
it? This is, Charlie's bread and butter here. She should really dominate.
In she comes again to Muniba. This is much straighter. Muniba pushes the ball in front of backward point. They'll run through for a single.
A little bit of
turn.
A little bit of that flight that Charlie is not. Well, I don't know if anybody knows her for it, but I certainly do. Amy's often had the best seat in the house, and she does get right up and over her head, and she gets a lot of flight in her deliveries. Often, that's the bit that really does it. Obviously, turn is quite rare, isn't it? So that's always an added extra. But as a bowler, you've got to try and deal with the batters a different way.
In comes Charlie Dean again. That ball's just worked by Southern in front of the fielder at mid-wicket. They'll run through for a single. Just accumulating quietly here, Pakistan, who bring up their 50 in the 11th over, Phil.
Yeah, 11th in the 50 in the 11th over. We mentioned earlier England bought it there 50 up 1 over earlier in their innings.
And there's Charlie Dean again. Beautiful turning delivery. There was turn, there was flight, there was all sorts going on there from Charlie Dean. Muniba just prodding at it. Didn't have any real ideas what that ball was doing. Lovely bit of bowling.
Is she partial to a reverse sweep, Muniba?
She is. I wonder if there'll be one coming. Here's Charlie Dean in as Muniba pushes forward again at one. Can't beat the fielder at backward point. It'll be a dot ball.
I think with the turn she's getting, most will be missing the stumps, but could be quite a safe option for her if it's something that she's. Obviously the first slip's in there, but I can't see that being a problem.
No. The next ball's just rushed onto a little bit. She cuts on it just in time in front of backward point. They run through for a quick single, but there was jeopardy all over that shot from Muniba Ali.
That was a lovely quicker ball by Dean. And without anything to trigger it being a quicker ball within her action, something our bowling coach Gareth Breeze was very good at for the West Indies.
Here's Dean into Sadaf Shumps, who plays a nice looking drive to backward point. There is no run. That completes Charlie Dean's first over, also economical, just the 4 runs from it. Pakistan 51 for 1 after 11 overs, with Muniba on 7 off 16 and Sadaf Shumps on 25 off 33. Here in Derby, the first women's one-day international on BBC 5 Sports Extra. Remember, you can watch clips from the game as well as in-play commentary on the BBC Sport website and app. Make sure you do that. There's been some wonderful moments in today's game. Definitely worth checking out. And it's still very much an alive game at the moment. Pakistan just 1 wicket down, and then neck and neck at this stage after 11 overs. England were 56 for 1, Pakistan 51 for 1. Here's Eccleston to continue into Muniba Ali, who cuts the ball quite nicely but can't beat cover, and there's no run.
Only obvious difference is 1 and 2 numbers bowlers in the world.
Yeah.
Just a slight difference. And about 10 mile an hour.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a real challenge now, batting at this. This is where our bread and butter in an ODI.
Here comes Eccleston again as that ball's driven. Can't beat mid-off. There's no run.
I think must have dominated, I think, all teams in the world in this particular phase for a long time. This middle phase where, Sophie always takes charge and the seamers coming back with more out just seems to be our phase.
Here's Sophie Eccleston again. There's a sweep shot from Muniba Ali. Times it well. Can't beat the fielder at short fine leg, but they do get through for a quick single. Nice bit of fielding there.
And now we've got Sophie and Charlie working back to back. It's a lovely sight to see, and hopefully one that we'll get to see for many years. Obviously the left arm and right arm difference, and both able to keep it on a piece of string.
Here's Eccleston into Sadaf Shumps, who just digs out almost a Yorker length delivery on the bounce to the keeper. Amy Jones can't believe that wasn't a chance.
I think that's missed the off stump by about an inch.
Yeah, just about got a bit of bat on that, did she? Did Sadaf Shumps? I think that was the difference.
It flew back backwards after it hit her back as well.
Here's Eccleston. This one's driven nicely. There's a half stop at cover, but they should get a couple of runs here. Pakistan, they're turning back for the second. This could be tight with a good throw. I think she's just about home. I don't think the umpire's going to want to have a look at that. She is. She will. She is going to want to have a look at that.
A direct hit would have been out.
Yeah.
I think Sophie took the ball. It slowed up after it hit the ground. It was a 1 bounce throw in from Charlie Dean, and I think it took the pace out of it, which didn't allow her to take the stumps quick enough. She was in front of the stumps and not alongside them.
Yeah, we're having a look at this. It was very close, but as you say, so she's made it in her ground because it wasn't a direct hit and she would have been gone by about a foot. But because it wasn't a direct hit, Sophie Eccleston has to carry the ball to the stumps. And it's an easy one for Anna Harris, the TV umpire today.
Not the best running, but still got it.
They got the second one in by hook or by crook. They got in there. 54 for one Pakistan, one ball to come in the 12th over. Had an interesting chat with a friend of mine in the sound tent. I'll tell you about in a second. As the next ball's full and fast and just gets through the keeper, the batter, and the first slip. No runs are cost, but a nice variation there from Eccleston. No run, 54 for one after 12 overs.
Both variations from spinners have actually been really almost wickets both times, haven't they? That was an extra 5 mile an hour quicker, a 52 to 57 within that delivery, and she knows it. That's the best thing about these two, is that their disguise on the ball. I was talking about our West Indian spin bowling coach, Gareth Breeze, played one test match for West Indies, I believe, back in the day, and him in the nets, he's awful. You can't pick what's coming out. He used to terrorise me on purpose.
Here's Charlie Dean now into Maniba Ali. Lots of flight on this. Cut nicely by Maniba out towards deep extra cover for a single. And just in front of that sound tent, in fact, which gives me a chance. Just because I was just over there in the sound tent getting a sort of side-on perspective on the game. And I bumped into my friend Adam Pearce, who's celebrating his birthday today. So happy birthday, Adam. I hope you have a lovely one, mate. Enjoy being 21 again. Here's Charlie Dean. Lots of flight on this. Ball turned into the leg side, just in front of square leg. They'll get through for a single.
I think their running game's going to have to be on point to really build a partnership and do well, because the bowlers are bowling very good. They're bowling stump to stump, asking questions. There's a bit of turn there, and their field settings are actually really good. There's not much out there for them.
And this ball turns a little bit from Maniba was looking for a single there. I beg your pardon, it was Sadaf at the non-strikers who wanted the single, but Maniba wasn't interested at all.
I think Sadaf heard me say there's not many options out there, so they're onto these ones, almost a bit too desperately.
And they don't need to do that. They're going along just fine at the moment, Pakistan. Don't really need to take any risks. 244 is the target, and they are 56 for one at the moment. As in comes Charlie Dean again. Lots of flight on this. Down the leg side. Maybe take a little bit of bat. It's trickling away towards the boundary. It might get all the way there. It will.
That'll help. Is that wides?
We'll find out from the umpire. Yes, it is. It's 5 wides there. Sue Redfern spreads her arms and lets everybody know that is 5
Lets
wides.
Everybody know that there is far too many extras going on. What have we got, more than 1 and over now?
Well, I think we've got 15 now in this innings from Pakistan. 15 wides from England. That's far too many from their perspective. But Pakistan will take them.
It's got greedy, trying to turn it square.
Here's Charlie Dean in once again. This is short and just beats the attempted drive from Maniba Ali, who hasn't quite found her timing in this innings at all. 9 of 21 for her so far. It's Pakistan on to 61 for 1 off 12.3. Here's Charlie Dean just chucking the ball up in the air. She gets into her action, dances in, bowls a lovely delivery, lots of flight on that, just pushed gently to extra cover. There's no run.
Natalie was on that extra cover. I think she's trying to read this push and run. This game, the point region is very much open, point cover, and Natalie's in very tight there, extra cover onto anyone they might try and push in there.
Here's Charlie Dean again, a turning delivery, played with soft hands to that short point fielder. They run through for a quick single, and they've just about made it. It's well played with soft hands there. There's laughter all over the place. She's not quite got up yet.
Just a brief description of what on earth I'm laughing at, and all the players have run up to actually to probably laugh at her and pick her up off the floor in
Lauren
embarrassment.
Bell.
She has got a smile on her face, she's laughing, and I heard her go, "Oh God," as she went down on her knees. She sort of, it was like, what a calamity, wasn't it? It was like she wanted to throw it, couldn't get a wind up. They took a one that she probably didn't expect, and then threw this handbag throw whilst kneeling and crawling on the floor. It's probably the best way to describe it.
You don't look very graceful, let's put it that way.
It was not graceful.
No.
She would quite possibly like that not to be in the highlights later.
I'm afraid it
reasons.
might well be there now, Lauren. I'm afraid so. You can see it probably on the BBC Sport website and app a little bit later on. Here's Sophie Eccleston for a third over. Maniba Ali on strike. And she just gets behind that defensively. Back to the bowler, no run.
Only if they play music line. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Might put it on my Instagram later.
a little edit. I think it's worth an edit. A little reel
Send me
or
a
something.
cut, will you?
As the next ball's driven nicely by Maniba, only as far as mid-on though.
I think to explain some of these wides, which
There might be an overthrow here.
might be run out as well.
Yeah, they just thought about running for the overthrow, the batters, then turned back because it hadn't gone quite as far as they thought.
It's a very dodgy lofted throw from Sarah Glenn, which she's apologised 3 times for. Cleaned up lovely by Lauren Bell there.
She's in the action at the moment, Lauren Bell, ball following her around. Here's Eccleston into Maniba, who sweeps quite sweetly out towards deep backward square leg. Fielder runs round to more of a fine leg region. Good throw from Alice Capsey. Keeps it down to just a single. 63 for 1 off 13.3.
Yeah, I'll touch back on that wide situation.
Yeah.
Why I think it's happening. And both bowlers have got, I think, a lot of, like freedom to explore and bowl different pace lengths. And
here's Eccleston again, dug out by Southern. Back to the bowler, no run.
And in that regard, they are bowling different paces from left to right hand combinations, but also they're landing at different places on the crease, either wide or straight, and that can create bigger angles, which can in turn lead to
As the next ball's pushed to backward point, there is no run.
Balls going down the leg side. So there is a reason why they are taking a bit of risk. I think in a closer game probably wouldn't experiment as much, but we're very much in a confident position with an aggressive field, so they feel they should.
Here's Eccleston now. It's a bit of a wind up there from Southern, who just looks away as she didn't quite get a hold of it as she wanted. It's a dot ball. The score is 63 for 1 after 14 overs.
And that's the other end of it. That one was, so a quicker ball was 57 miles an hour, that was 45. So just really working with the angles and positions on crease and paces. It's really good to see. I'm loving it because you got to put yourself out there. You got to, tossing a ball up is not necessarily something you feel like doing. So yeah, I'm loving this from both Charlie and Soph, regardless of the wides.
Eccleston's been the more impressive of the two. 3 overs, 0 for 6 so far for Sophie Eccleston. Charlie Dean coming in for a third over. Figures of 2 overs, 0 for 12 for her so far as Maniba Ali is on strike. Here's Charlie Dean, short outside off, cut nicely by Maniba. There is a fielder out, a deep extra cover. It's Tammy Beaumont without a number on the back of her jumper. They'll take a single. No numbers, but we know it's her. She's quite recognisable even from a distance, Tammy Beaumont.
Sometimes you get sent jumpers the wrong size. They might take your size from like 5 years ago, and you're like,
that's too
what
much pressure.
Is this? Yeah.
That's way too much pressure. Here's Charlie Dean in again to Southern Shumps, who flicks this ball just to backward.
But I can confirm this happened to me.
Mid-wicket, there's no run.
I got a jumper, same size as all my other kit, but the jumpers were like 3 sizes too small.
Yeah.
I was like, this is the same size as my t-shirt. What's occurring? So I had to send off to get, but I couldn't do the name in time, and etc.
There's Charlie Dean into Southern Shumps again. Lots of flight on this, and nearly chipped straight to that fielder at mid-wicket. There's a throw as well back to the keeper's end. It's not successful, but nearly getting herself in a tangle there, Southern Shumps. She's been sort of reined in a little bit. She's on 28 of 42, but struggled to score off her last 5 or 6 balls. Here's Charlie Dean in again very quickly at Southern Shumps, putting the pressure on down the leg side. That'll dissipate some pressure. It's yet another wide, the 16th of this innings from England so far.
There is a mixture of what I said before as to why, but also they're not used to being able to turn the ball. That's another thing. Like, this is a rarity for them too, so that will definitely be adding to it.
Required rate and current scoring rate both on par. As in she comes again. Sweep shot attempted. There's half an appeal for a caught behind. It's been signalled a wide. It's yet another wide.
Go upstairs.
You can't do that. You can do that in the IPL, but you can't do that in ODI cricket.
It's great. I love it in the IPL, honestly.
Referring of the wides.
So many wides I would have had revoked, I can't even tell you.
17 wides in this inning so far from England. Here's Charlie Dean now into Southern Shumps again, who's looking for a booming drive. Nearly gets an inside edge to the stumps, and just for fun, Amy Jones knocks off the bills in a flash just to keep the batter in check. And despite all these wides, Southern Shumps has stuck a little bit. She was playing some really flowing cricket against the seam bowlers.
Well, there's some very good bowling from these two in tandem.
It has been. Here's Dean again to Southern Shumps. Another beautifully flighted delivery, beats that outside edge and goes through to the keeper, who, it was almost like an action replay. She took the bails off again, did Amy Jones. So quick with those gloves behind the stumps.
She is. Charlie Dean's mixing up her pace as well here, between 45 and 51.
And outfoxing the batter at the moment. Here's Dean. in against South of Shams, who waits on this one and flicks it back to the bowler. There is no run. It's a very good phase of play for England, minus the wides. 15 overs gone in this innings. The players are going to have a drink, and their score is 66 for 1 after 15 overs. We're going to have a double change in the commentary box. Catherine, we're going to welcome Alex Hartley and Daniel Norcross back on commentary, but before then you're going to hear the sultry sounds of the one and only Mr. Phil Tendo Long.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, drinks, 15 overs gone. Pakistan are 66 for 1 after their 15. 17 of those have come in wides. As a comparison, after 15 overs to Pakistan 66 for 1, England was 68 for 2.
Oh, I tell you, there's been a lot of poo-pooing of the notion that Pakistan might win this game, and I'm not of those. I'm not in the poo-poo category.
You're not a poo-pooer.
I'm no poo-pooer.
But Pakistan's highest score against England is 209, and their highest score against England in England is 166. So just bear that in mind.
But times have changed.
Times have changed indeed. And it's a long time since Pakistan have been here for a ODI, so things have changed.
Alex Hartley's back.
If you sit there, you're not going to be able to see half the ground. Do you want to swap?
I don't know. Because Atif was here before. Yeah, do you mind? Let's do the swapperoo. Phil, can you cover for us while we do the swapperoo?
Do you want me to describe it?
Yeah.
So both Alex and Dan are taking their headphones off. They've done the swapperoo. They've both put their headphones on. Alex is now on the far left-hand side in front of our TV replay screen. Dan has sat down in the middle. He's wearing his trusty kugul.
This is a catastrophe. He's going to take my job now.
They've both sat down, and I'll let them continue.
I think your job's okay.
Well, you never get complacent. Now, a couple of things have come to my attention in the last 20 minutes or so, and one of them's England cricket related and one of them is Derbyshire related.
Oh, go on then.
Well, I was just flicking through the programme and alighted upon Sophie Eccleston and the revelation that she loves a cherry bakewell. She just loves a cherry bakewell. A cherry bakewell what? A cherry bakewell what, Phil?
Cherry bakewell tart.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. He's come to Derby and he said Bakewell tart. Oh dear, you've fallen for that one, haven't you? Oh no. When you come to these parts, my friend, there's no such thing as a Bakewell tart. It's a Bakewell pudding. According to Ed Dawes next door from BBC Radio Derby. I didn't know.
Oh, there you go.
Well, I'd said Bakewell tart and he gave me a stern talking to.
Wow. Yeah. There's something that's caught my attention in the last 20 minutes as well.
Yeah.
And I was sat with the enemy in their breakout room.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the first innings. How many overs in dot balls did England face today in their 50 overs?
Oh, probably about 35.
26.1 overs of dots.
Oh.
It's 150 odd balls.
That is more than half their overs.
Yep, all dots.
3 dots per over.
Yep.
That's not good, is it?
No.
It's not good. No. Well, it didn't feel good at the time, did it?
No, it didn't. It felt quite stale at the time, and that explains it.
You had a face on you.
I've always got a face on.
Yeah, but you had that face. You had that face that indicated that you were not happy and that things needed to change because you frankly were not being either entertained or enlivened.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us now and thinking, well, maybe England scored lots of runs in boundaries, they only scored 4 fours in the last 15 overs. So.
Any sixes? None at all?
None at all.
No sixes in the innings. I mean, that's not modern cricket, is it?
No,
and they could get punished because it's all very well saying, as you said, Pakistan, this is a high total for them to get against England, 244. But England had given them a good start with a lot of wides as Eccleston is in. There's a sweep for the first ball and gets past Lauren Bell, who has a long way to go down in fairness, but it didn't matter because there was cover in the form of Alice Capsey down at deep backward square. Another single for Maniba takes her to 13, Shamps to 28, and we've had 24 extras in the innings so far.
17 wides, 1 no ball, 6 leg byes. Sorry, Phil.
No.
You're getting your own back after she started commentating. Let's cut away to backward point. Capsey does the fielding. And there's no run. And I've got some other bad news for you. Phil, you missed the fish pie. It's a very creamy fish pie. Nice potato topping. Plentiful amounts of chunky, perfectly cooked fish. Tossed up on the leg stump and bowled. Or is it? No. What happened there? That's gone. Alex, you saw the screen. You got the screen. And the
I was watching live. So
gone down leg side, has it?
No, it's gone between leg stump and batter, and then Amy Jones has taken the stumps off.
Well, she survived. No run again. Eccleston in once more. On off stump, and that time she's got her. Chops the ball back onto her off stump. Eccleston with the breakthrough. Pakistan lose their second, 67 for 2, and it's Shams who's got to go for 28.
Yeah, it's going to be a Sophie Eccleston day today, isn't it? You can just feel it. She comes in, she gets a wicket, bowled 3 overs, only gone for the 7 runs. She's just building that pressure. And then the batter just looking to cut the ball. It was too close to her. She undercuts it onto off stump. It's slightly unlucky, don't get me wrong, but the pressure that Eccleston has built has caused that wicket.
It was not quite as short perhaps as it needed to be for the shot, but also it's been quite a slow wicket, I think, and that kind of a dismissal is very much on the card. Sadaf Shams goes for 28 from 48 balls, and Pakistan, well, they're still perfectly in it at this stage, 67 for 2. The required run rate isn't enormous, but they don't have quite the depth of batting, and it's wickets like that as England chip away that can make all the difference. And Eccleston, the leading ODI bowler in the world.
Just the leading bowler in the world.
Leading bowler, yeah.
If there was test rankings, she'd be at the top of those as well, no doubt.
Who would be the sort of nearest all-format bowler, do you think, in women's cricket? I'm trying to think.
Charlie Dean,
Ash Gardner?
Gardner, yeah.
Yeah. So, new batter is Zafar. And Aisha Zafar, I think we saw her bowling earlier, and she had quite the action. It's
because she's not a bowler.
Well, yes, I suppose that might have been it. As Eccleston is into right-hander, she clips the ball away. The first ball fired at the pads. It rolls out towards deep square leg, but Boucher does the fielding. There's one more to the total, 68 for 2.
Yeah, I was saying in the first innings, in domestic cricket, when she does bowl, she doesn't bowl very often, she'll bowl leg spin. But they've just randomly asked her to bowl off spin.
Seems a bit of an ask.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah. Eccleston into the left-hander. Muniba, who drives nicely but can't beat that Sibber-Brunt, who moves to her right at cover to field. End of the over, 68 for 2. Zafar has 1. Muniba has 13. There are 4 covers out there, so I can use Jack Rawls come up with a new fielding position for me.
Yep.
So I was complaining that there were too many people in the covers.
Yep.
And he's decided that the position between cover and extra cover, if you've got one there, is spare cover.
So we've got a cover, we've got an extra cover, and now we've got a spare cover.
I used to have a cat I used to call Spare Cat. That was his name.
Was it your least favourite, or?
No, it wasn't mine.
A stray?
It wasn't mine, it kept on coming in the house. So we had Solomon and Bathsheba, but then we had Spare Cat. Tossed up, worked into the onside, picked up at short mid-wicket, where that Sibber-Brunt does the fielding very well, athletically moving to her right, flings the throw in, there's no run. It's been a strange old day today. We've seen the women's game really advance in terms of run scoring over the last 10 years, but today it's been a bit of a throwback. Dean in, tossed up, driven up to mid-off, where Lauren Bell makes a bit of a meal of it, bending down and stops the ball. Dean again, who fired a bit with the bat earlier today, but it's just on off stump, and all Aisha can do is rock forward and push it out to square point, and there's no run again. England just putting a squeeze on here, Alex.
Yeah, the pressure. They've just got world-class spinners of England. Sarah Glenn as well hasn't bowled yet today.
Dean in, a little bit shorter, punched off the back foot. Nice, a slightly unnecessary diving stop by Heather Knight. Back in her customary position at short extra cover, prevents a run.
The difference between the two teams is the Pakistan spinners also put the squeeze on, but Charlie Dean and Sophie Eccleston are actively trying to spin the ball, get it down with some pace.
Dean in again. Oh, and she looks to chop this wide ball and misses it through to the keeper. No run.
And then your variation can be the slower ball, take the pace off. But all Pakistan did in the first innings was just lob the ball up at 42 miles an hour and see what happens. You're not going to spin the ball when you're bowling that slow. There's no revs on the ball.
Dean in, that really was tossed up. And it's driven again to Bell, and that's a maiden in double quick time. That's almost a Like a Ravindra Jadeja maiden, that.
And our first maiden of the day.
Is that our first maiden?
Yeah, there we go.
Well, isn't that weird? In a day that's felt quite slow, that's our first maiden. It's the 67th over of the innings. So, where's your next assignment, Alex? You're charging about. You're doing England's men and England's women back to back, aren't you?
I am indeed, but I'm not at Edgbaston on Saturday for the second T20 of the men's series, but I am there on Sunday at Taunton.
Eccleston in starts a new over. It's tabbed away behind square. Bell will come from short fine leg to field, but they'll get through for 1, 69 for 2.
So I have a wedding to attend to tomorrow.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
A wedding to attend to?
Yes, I've got to attend that.
You're an
tomorrow.
usherette, or whatever they're called?
No, I'm a +1.
Plus one?
Yeah,
Right.
I'm a +1.
So do you know the person?
Sort
Not
of.
really, no. Tossed up, driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. Are you like at all like me? Weddings?
I hate them.
Me too.
I love them.
I
and I hate
like the
them.
reception. I don't mind that, I like the food.
Yeah,
I like the drink.
I like the party.
Can't bear the service.
Yeah.
Incredibly boring. Eccleston in, flicked away, just fine enough to get herself a couple of runs here as Bell's a little bit slow to the ball. First couple of runs for a while there. 69.71 for 2.
This was why Tammy Beaumont's wedding was just 10 out of 10.
Really quick.
'Cause really quick, also really informal. We sung a hymn, and we all had to stand up and sing the hymn, but nobody knew the words. So midway through the hymn,
Yep.
Tammy just went, "Shall we just stop?"
Eccleston fires one in. Now that looks close. Big appeal, not out, says the umpire. I'd like to see another look at this. Eccleston's bowling towards us. I need to see this on front on. Now the question is, will it have straightened? Because didn't get anything like a stride in there, didn't Zafar? They're not going to refer it. We might get to see a replay any minute now. Maybe it was just sliding down.
Yeah, I feel like it was. Yeah,
Yes.
it was definitely sliding down.
Yeah, it wasn't straightening at all. So that's the reason for the umpire's decision. A good one. Forward comes Zafra and just works the ball up to mid-on. No run. So how long did the whole service take in total, do you reckon?
Oh, not long at all. They had their mate marry them, who just told funny stories about them both meeting and things like that, and the fact that, little secrets about their, relationship.
Eccleston in round the wicket, driven back to her on the bounce. And there is no run. End of the over, 71 for 2. 18 overs gone. Maniba 14, Zafara's 3.
The ring bearer was the dog. The dog kept jumping
The
on
dog?
the
Right,
dog kept jumping on Tammy in a wedding dress, so someone had to come and get the dog away. And then we cancelled the hymn and we sang Jerusalem, and that was that. It was brilliant. Yeah.
No readings.
There was a couple, but they weren't awful.
I had one reading at my wedding.
I know. Go on.
One reading. And I got my mate, because I chose the shortest possible service in the registry office. So the service itself was about 8 minutes. And then I got my mate to walk up to the front. And he arrived with a sheaf of papers, about 9 or 10 sheets of paper. And you could feel the energy leave the room as they thought, oh no, not a reading. Charlie Dean in starts a new over. The left-hander who fences at this. Did she get a little edge on that?
Yep.
She's got an edge on that. I think it's been dropped again by Amy Jones. She's not having a great day behind the stumps at the moment. Jones dropped a pretty regulation chance early on. Off Lauren Bell, I think it was. And now she's dropped one off Dean, and it's Maniba on 14. Keep an eye on that. Short, cut away, but there is a sweeper out in the offside, so it'll just be the single. Yeah, so there's Tammy Beaumont out there. So yeah, I chose this reading, and it was the shortest poem in the English language. And it's apparently written by Muhammad Ali. And it consists of 4 letters and 2 words.
And the reading was?
Me, we. Dean in. It's worked away into the onside. It's a deep square leg. They'll come through for a single. Capsey coming in from the boundary. Does the fielding, 73 for 2. And then suddenly everybody could go. Now, they would just take a look at that. It was a thick old edge. Wonder how much it deviated off the bat afterwards. Is that going to exonerate Amy Jones here? They're not actually rolling it on for us to tell. As Dean is in again, and this is chipped back after a bump ball, if you like. Back to Dean, and once more there's no run. I want to see another replay of that.
Yeah.
Clearly there was an edge, but Jones dropping it. It's unusual. Another slap to a short wide ball this time will bring another single, and Beaumont again fielding coming in off the offside boundary. 74 for 2.
It's not like Amy Jones either, as we do see it on the replay. Just didn't have her hands quite together.
No, they could just keep rolling it. We're not in the IPL here. Just get on with it. Dean in. Oh, now then, this is just going to clear fine leg. A nice little paddle, sort of up and over and down to the boundary for 4. Crosses up inside the circle, and that's really nicely played by Zafar. A rare boundary takes Pakistan to 78 for 2 at the end of the over, and they are staying in this. Just a little bit of change of pace, of just putting a little bit more pressure back onto England, just as they played out a couple of maidens and parsimonious overs. 78 for 2 off 19.
Yeah, it was a poor delivery that from Charlie Dean, short down the leg side, and actually the 3 balls after the drop catch, they weren't the best deliveries, to be completely honest. Maybe a little bit of frustration from that drop catch, but it was one that Amy Jones would take 9.5 times out of 10.
Well, that's the thing, and the same with the drop early on off the new ball. England just haven't felt quite on it so far today. Eccleston's going to start a new over. Left arm over the wicket to left hand, and that's dabbed into the offside. They're going through for a quick single, and they're going to get it. And there's a packed offside field there. Nat Sciver-Brunt comes in. I mean, she's about 5 or 6 yards in from the edge of the fielding circle, and yet still it was just jabbed into the ground, and they've got through for a run.
That 4 in the previous over was only the 4th of the innings, the first since the 7th over.
Thank you, Phil. It's felt a bit of a while, but they've been sustained through wides and leg byes in between. This next ball's defended on the front foot back to the bowler.
It's got 2 for 20 written all over it for Sophie Eccleston today, hasn't it? 2 for 25.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
She's getting close to a whole cluster of England bowlers, isn't she, Phil? I think. In the all-time list. Now then, another appeal for LBW. It's ball snaking down the leg side. Eccleston not as interested in this one as the previous one.
Wicket today was her 96th in ODIs. She's got 2 games to play with to be the quickest ever to 100.
In world cricket?
In world
cricket.
Cricket, yeah.
2 games after this?
No, 1 more after this.
Oh, bowler! There's one! 97th wicket for Sophie Eccleston. Aisha driving over the top of a very full ball. It clatters into the stumps. Pakistan lose their 3rd. They're 79 for 3.
That's what Sophie Eccleston does so well. Just mixes up a line, her pace. Just pushes that one through ever so slightly quicker, slightly fuller. Just the drifting is what's done it there. There is no spin, but that drift back in towards the right-hander. It's a lovely delivery from the world's number 1.
Well, we were just saying, weren't we? The fastest to 100, and so that would come up in what? In how many games?
So this is her 62nd game.
Yeah.
Top of the list is Catherine Fitzpatrick, who reached 100 in 64 matches. So She's got this one and the next to take 3 wickets.
Well, I don't know if it's got 2 for 20 written on it. It might have 3 for 20 written on it.
Well, for those records, we hope that it's going to be a little, maybe 4 for 20.
Yeah.
Well, 5 for 20 and get the record today.
Why not get 9?
Well, just get it done today. By the way, were you happy with Crossie's showing at number 10? What did she get? 5 or 6 in the end?
Yeah, you said about that, didn't you?
Yeah, just to keep it bubbling up. If you're wondering what we're talking about, Kate Cross is on track to become the leading scorer at number 10 in Women's One Day Internationals. And, what a time to be alive.
Honestly, you better be listening on Sunday, because we're in for a thriller.
Well, aren't we? Now here comes the skipper, Nida Dar, facing up to Eccleston. It's fired in outside the off stump, left alone, and there's no run.
It's not where Eccleston was intending to bowl that delivery.
No, she's just a little hop and a skip trying to get her head back in the game. A bit annoyed with that ball. Last ball of the over, in she comes, and she goes on the sweep as Nida Dar gets it down to Lauren Bell at short fine leg. There is no run. It's called a wide. It must have bounced off Amy Jones to deflect there. And that is the 25th extra of the innings. How many wides is that now? 18, 19?
18.
18, thank you.
18 wides.
18 wides, Alex.
3 overs.
Well, I think it was one of them forward.
Yeah.
So, but I know what you mean. Forward comes Nida Dar, flicks into the onside, square of the wicket. Lauren Bell has to move from short, fine leg to field. They get through for the single. Nida Dar is off the mark. 81 for 3. 20 overs have been bowled. This game is still, well, in theory, on a knife edge. Who knows? Take you through the next 20 minutes will be Henry Moran after some more thoughts from Alex Hartley.
Yeah, it's been a little sloppy from England. 26 overs of dot balls and then 18 wides as well. It's just
bit ragged.
Yeah.
Maybe the conditions or is that a bit generous, perhaps?
What do you mean conditions?
Well, it's
do they help dot balls?
Well, no, it's windy, cold hands, that sort of thing.
Oh, you mean the wides?
Yeah.
Maybe. Lauren Bell's bowled a lot of wides in the T20 series and this series. So I'm not sure.
Well, Sarah Glenn's going to have a go. It feels odd, but it's sort of, I don't know, it's reflective of the diet of T20 cricket, really. But 14 matches, that's all her ODI career. But she's an important part of England's leg spinning element of the spin attack, isn't she? She's the leg spinner of the 3 spinners, if you see what I mean.
Left arm spinner, off spinner, and a leg spinner.
Yeah,
they've got
all bases covered.
Just need a left arm leg spinner.
There you go. Nida Dar is on strike. There's a slip in place as Sarah Glenn, local figure in these parts, bowls a ball which is attempted defensive push from Lady Boom Boom. Nida Dar. It's a great nickname, that.
It's a great nickname, isn't it? I love it. Lady Boom Boom.
We had some suggestions for your nicknames earlier.
We did.
Well, I enjoyed. In comes Sarah Glenn, sweeping, and that's a good shot from Nida Dar. She's going to get 4 for that. Reaching a long distance forward. Big stride and picking up a boundary as well. Good shot. And moves the score on to 85 for 3. Which, oh no, this was for your car.
Oh, my
I was going to say, this is from Tim Warwick. I've got a nickname. I thought it said for Alex. Jar Jar Binks, very annoying and no use to anyone. But it's about your car.
Yeah, and me, to be fair.
No, I'm not having that. Here is Sarah Glenn. Over the wicket with her leg spin, and it's nice flight on the balls. The throw comes in at the non-striker's end. It wasn't too far away from Kate Cross, and they'll scamper through for 1. 86 for 3.
I think Jar Jar is quite a...
We surely have to be car Blinks. Surely.
I'm going to put your car in the trash, Blinks.
No, you've had a difficult motoring day, but you've got a new
battery. I'm flying it. I don't think it shouldn't break down anymore.
So it's new battery. They had the wrong one in there. They had a double A. In comes Sarah Glenn round the wicket. Sweeping is the left-handed Maniba, and she'll only pick out fine leg.
Are you driving anywhere in it tonight?
I am indeed driving down to London town.
Oh.
It'll give it a good charge though, won't it, when it's on?
Should do.
Yeah.
86 for 3. Sarah Glenn standing alongside Sue Redfern round the wicket, tosses that up and played in front of the pads by Maniba Ali, and good running between Nida Dar and Maniba Ali. Throw hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, but she was well home. 26.1 overs of dot balls in England's innings, wasn't it? I mean, that's...
Yeah, so you can talk about, playing the same way as Baz Ball and being aggressive, but you've got to actually do it.
Well, and
you can't just talk about it.
And aggression can come from singles and firmly pushed 2s and that sort of thing. Outside the off stump, reaching for it is Nida Dar, pushes the ball towards a tumbling cover at Siverbrunt. 87 for 3 then after 21 overs, the target 244.
Yeah, if England had faced half the amount of dot balls, so 14 overs, I'm not very good at maths, 14 overs of dot balls rather than 26, and got another 30 runs by just rotating the strike, without necessarily hitting boundaries, they'd have got 270.
And that's the thing, isn't it?
It's a simple way of getting more runs.
Yeah. And I know it's a silly thing to always compare with Australia, but they are the benchmark, and so in some ways you have to. You look at the same way as Formula One teams will compare themselves with Red Bull and think, well, how do we get to that level? And football teams will look at Man City and everything else. Here comes Sophie Eccleston. Forward comes Maniba and defends. But I don't see that if England played like that with that lack of intensity against Australia, they're coming close.
No, but they wouldn't. That's the thing. They just wouldn't. And I do think there's an element of
Here is Eccleston in the sunshine as Minerva sweeps out towards Tammy Beaumont in the field over to our right. Deep mid-wicket as 88 for 3 the score.
Do you think there's an element of, like, you don't do it on purpose, but sometimes you naturally lower your standards when you're playing against a lesser team, and you higher your standards when you're playing against the better teams, and you're not doing it on purpose, you're not trying to do that.
Eccleston bowls, pushing forward is Nida Dar, no run.
It's just something that happens, and I think the slow bowlers that England were facing, it was just that ability to be able to then rotate the strike.
Here's Eccleston. This is driven into the offside. There's no run.
But there was some filthy bowling being bowled at them. You know, so slow,
and
so
also
hard
you
to get
put
away.
real pressure on bowlers if you are rotating the strike. You force the bad balls. 88 for 3. Eccleston bowls a full delivery, which is driven away on the full, out through cover for 4 runs. That was asking to be put away. A bit of a pie from Sophie Eccleston. And 4 runs as she covers her face with her hands in frustration. 88 for 3 becomes 92 for 3 with a ball left of the 22nd.
She's reacting like she's going at 7 and over. That's probably the first boundary she's gone for. Well, it is the first boundary she's gone for. It was not a great delivery, and the captain's pushed it for 4.
Dar forward, looking for that part of the ground again, but this time it's a better length ball, and it finds the hands of Charlie Dean. She takes her cap from the umpire, covers her face. She's so annoyed with herself. She bowled 7 overs and got 2 for 19.
Everything's okay.
Well, I know.
She will also really want to get Nida Dar out because she got her out in the first innings. Give her a pat on the back and laughed at her, didn't she? So
yeah. Well, there's
that
always
gives you that extra bit of, I'm going to get you out.
Yeah, I do understand that. But I sort of think a lack of intensity is something you can control, I think. And pushing hard for singles is, if you're not finding boundary, all right, just come forward, nudge into the leg side, nudge into the offside, run through for 1, put the pressure on.
Yeah, I think that's something Charlie Dean did really well.
Yeah, I agree. Sarah Glenn round the wicket. Bowls a ball onto the pads of Minerva, who'll tuck round the corner towards Charlie Dean with a slingshot to the stumps that absolutely demolishes them. That's a really good throw. And Kim Cotton's sending this upstairs. I don't think she's out, but goodness me, that was some good fielding.
I reckon this is closer than we think, It was an absolute bullet from Dean.
That's intensity. Really is top fielding. We'll see that on the replay. We see Sophie Eccleston down on her haunches over there. I don't know why, but here we go. Here's the throw that comes in, and just home, but only just. A couple of inches in it, but a couple of inches is enough. 92 for 3. That's some really good fielding. Such a good piece of work from Charlie Dean. Not out the big screen, I'll say. And Minerva, who's got 19 from 40 balls. What I don't want to see here from Pakistan is...
Oh, they'll bat their 50.
Well, in comes Sarah Glenn and played with a very straight back towards the bowler.
Crawl up to 160.
Yeah,
it feels like it's going to happen.
I know it does, but it feels like we're watching a game from 10 years ago, doesn't it?
Yeah.
In comes Sarah Glenn, round the wicket, and too short, helped into the leg side, and diving over the ball in a puff of dust is Heather Knight, the England captain, who picks herself up with 1 run taken. 93 for 3.
The required run rate is 5.5, so, it's there to be won.
Well, it is. Are they bold enough to take it on?
It's just how do you navigate the spinners, the England spinners?
Well, in theory, spin should be a stronger suit to be playing against as the next ball is punched towards cover, and that Sivabrunt moves to her left to pick up.
Well, we know how much Sarah Glenn targets the stumps, and when you bowl straight, it's harder to get the ball away. In the T20s, 50% of her balls were hitting the stumps. The rest were within inches away.
Sarah Glenn moving in past the umpire, a little bit of air, pushed into the offside. Now, we had a message earlier from, let me find it because this is fascinating. It's from Tom Good, and Catherine Sivabrunt earlier said the word eggy for angry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eggy.
It's a bit of an old term, isn't it?
Like Eccleston was eggy that
over.
over.
Right, eggy. Here comes Sarah Glenn tapped into the onside. Heather Knight has to run round the ball, throw right-handed, misses the stumps. They'll get a single, the end of the over, 95 for 3 after 23 overs, 2-4-4 the target. And Tom Good said, just as Catherine said eggy, I uncovered a grass snake egg in our compost heap. There it
A
is.
snake egg
Yes.
in England.
Yes, grass snake egg.
We get snakes.
We do, grass snakes.
Never seen one. I've dated plenty, but never seen.
Very good. End of the over. And Alex is heading off.
We better not tell Alex, of course, there are poisonous snakes in the UK as well.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. And
Terrifying.
speaking of adders, that's our scorer, Phil Long.
Hey.
Here is Catherine Sivabrunt. Catherine,
I can't keep up with all this quick wit.
look at the egg,
Looks like a big egg.
doesn't it? It's quite hard to tell.
Terrifying.
Well, yeah, I know. Look at
I
that.
don't think I'd know what a grass snake egg looked like.
I know.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't know what it looked like.
Yeah, free range.
I get a lot of eggs in my garden, actually. Funny talking about eggs, strangest combo ever. Around this time of year, I live next to a reservoir and there's lots of I want to say ducks,
Oh yeah.
duck eggs.
Oh, they're
I don't
very.
know how they get in there.
They're very gourmet. Okay.
When I first found a nest,
Of
and
ducks.
left it alone. Yeah,
Yeah.
I had a really lovely spot.
Oh well, yeah. Here comes Kate Cross from the far end, round the wicket, and it's defended into the offside. I hope you gave them a bill for their time.
Free of charge.
Who was it?
Yes.
Do you know, I was at my parents' house not long ago, and they've always had chickens in the garden. Because a great pet, a chicken,
Yeah, I
because
fancy some of them.
because it gives something back, right? It's one of the few pets that actually provides eggs. Here comes Kate Cross. It's pushed into the offside by Maniba, dropping it down towards Charlie Dean, and the ball will be eventually collected by Sophie Eccleston with a single taken, 97 for 3.
I'd be well happy, I think, with
The chicken.
a hen, like a pen of chickens.
Yeah.
5 dogs. What else? Those ones that spit, llamas.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they're llamas. They're I think
They're a
just-
laugh, aren't they?
Yeah.
Long
They
necks.
seem, like low maintenance.
Do you think?
Llama round. I think you
Llama.
can ride them as well.
You should have races, you and
Sure,
Nat.
I can ride them
In
all.
comes Kate Cross. Full delivery, playing in front of the pads is Nida Dar, and no run. But
Bit like, what's his face? Are we allowed to talk about Clarkson on here?
about what?
Is it Clarkson? He's done that farm
Oh, yeah.
show. Yeah, he seems to be surrounded by things that he has no idea about, but I like the idea of it. It's stuck in.
We've had an email in about snakes. In comes Kate Cross, and down the leg side. That'll be wide. Well taken by Amy Jones, and well run actually from Pakistan, who scrambled through for an extra run as well as that wide, 98 for 3. We've had an email from Mike Howe. That was Mike Howe, not my cow. Let me make that distinction clear.
You're out.
No,
An
don't.
email from your cow.
Don't. Mike Howe. Mike, thank you. Saying snakes are venomous, not poisonous. That is always an important distinction to make. Here comes Kate Cross round the wicket to Bolton Maniba, and dropping the ball into the offside. They'll want another single, and I'm really impressed here from Nida Dar, because she's absolutely pushing every single available. And we were asking this a minute ago. I mean, were England intense enough with the bat? 99 for 3.
Well, I think there's potentially a run out on the cards with Nida at any point in any game. It's very chaotic. I would not like to be down there trying to read a mind. But yeah, I'd certainly think we could have done more with the bat, for sure. I think particularly in the power play.
In comes Cross, sprinting towards us over the wicket to the right-hander. It's nicely driven, but straight to the hands of Heather Knight at cover. On the cusp of 100, 99 for 3, chasing 2-4-4, 1 ball left of the 24th over.
What was the situation with England at this point? You remember?
At the end of 24, they were 108 for 3.
Still.
Yeah, you're only 2 shots away.
Well, that 5 wides that Amy just saved.
Yeah.
Whenever the off the seam bowlers stood up, I'm like, thank you.
Oh, and there's 5 more that she saved. That goes down the leg side, and it's signalled as 1 wide by Kim Cotton.
Whenever it's a seamer and you're stood up to the stumps, it's always a case of just literally got to wear it in some way. Just stick your hand out or your leg. MS Dhoni used to be my absolute favourite at that.
You know, legs, arms, whatever.
Done the job. She just literally stuck a hand out both times and let it hit her, and then almost created a run out on the first one, didn't she?
Cross again. Looking to conclude this 24th over. A straight ball is defended by Nida Dar, and there is no run. So
solid.
100 for 3. 24 overs gone. This game, you would say, typically would be in the balance, but I'm not sure it is. What have you spotted that's made you laugh?
Sorry. Crossy just went up to the captain, Heather Knight, and she just pulled this like miserable face, just shook her head from side to side, almost saying, there's absolutely nothing coming out of this wicket, and I'm doing the best I can, but it's just dead as a doornail. And Heather laughed back at her because she knows the pain she's feeling.
One thing I would say is the ground staff have worked unbelievably hard to get a game on. I was chatting to one of the guys that works at Derbyshire a little earlier on in the tea room here, as in comes Sarah Glenn round the wicket. A little bit of air on that, driven, beating the dive of Alice Capps. That should have been stopped. It could be 4 runs. Tammy Beaumont running round, she can't stop it. And a boundary off the bat of the left-handed Muniba to start the 25th over. That's a good shot, but it should have been stopped.
Definitely should have been stopped. Extra cover by Alice Capsey there.
But I was seeing a picture of the ground this time yesterday, and it was underwater. It was so no preparation was possible yesterday. Yeah.
Wow.
So to have got to the position that we are today, a full match starting on time, absolute credit to them. Here is Glenn, dabbed into the offside, no run.
That was Muniba Ali's first boundary of her 48 ball faced.
Right.
Wow. That record? Maybe.
Don't know. Laura Marsh would have something to say about that at Wormsley, wouldn't she?
No, you can't. Let's get rid of the test matches. That's not fair.
Here's Sarah Glenn, slashed towards cover, no run. 104 for 3. I know. What was it? 50 off 300 balls.
Win the Ashes though.
Something legendary.
It was.
We needed it. She delivered.
She did deliver. Here is Sarah Glenn round the wicket. That's a straighter ball, which is played gently into the onside off the back foot by Muniba. And Charlie Dean will field 105 for 3.
I think there was a bit of frustration in Crossy's face that they're also not trying to take her on. At this point, the one thing you can try and rely on is a big shot, and it's not happening. There's no false shots. It's just sort of, I'm going to just tuck it here, tuck it there, and be happy with that for now.
They're still well in the game here, Pakistan. Tossed up, driven away. That's a bit of aggression from Lady Boom Boom. Nida Dar fields, and Maya Bouchier loses the ball on about 3 different occasions before throwing it in. 106
Talking about
for 3.
Being underground, if anybody's been following mine and Natalie's social media the other week, I dug a trench with a bobcat all the way around our house.
Here is Sarah Glenn defending, and the over comes to an end with the score at 106 for 3. I'm going to get out of the way. Atif Nawazis comes to join us. That is a brand of digger, isn't it? It's not a literal.
It's a mini digger. The one I used was micro, but it didn't feel it was decent size. Anyway.
Do you need training for that? Here comes Atif, by the way.
I didn't get any training, so I spent half an hour trying to figure it out. But my point was, the ground was underwater yesterday, as you say. But my house, I had a man-made, woman-made moat all the way around. It was very difficult to leave the house.
Like the castle in Shrek.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It was an actual moat.
So I'm really glad Henry clarified the bobcat thing, by the way, because I was visualising an actual bobcat. Who knows? This is short and bouncer from Kate Cross, which Nida Dar has nothing to do with. Lets it go by straight to the keeper, no run.
Does anybody know why it's called a bobcast? We'll have an email, I'm sure, at some point.
Well, 106 for 3 after 25.1 overs here. Pakistan chasing 244.
Looks like Catherine's had enough now. She's going to try and make something happen. She's got pretty good figures, to be honest, but that short ball's coming into it now.
There's Kate Cross into Nida Dar. This is a bit fuller, driven nicely. Can't beat the gap. It's half a stop at backward point and a full stop from Tammy Beaumont at cover. They'll get through for a single, 107 for 3. There's a fine leg. In fact, there is a fine leg, and there's a deep third, deep backward point. They're having to run around a little bit, including the umpire. Sue Redfern's had to run across from a square leg to square leg for the left-right combo. Maniba Ali causing all sorts of troubles for everybody out there. 28 off 52 she is. Here's Kate Cross into Maniba, who guides this ball down to deep third and will take another single. Just rotating the strike nicely at the moment, Pakistan. Trying to stay in this game. Maybe keep it to something like 7 and over required off the last 10. At that stage, they could keep themselves alive. Very motivated in this series, in fact, Pakistan. Qualification in next year's 50 over World Cup in India. Very much on the agenda. England pretty much guaranteed to qualify. Pakistan less so, as here's Kate Cross into Nidadar. This is short. It's been cut nicely by Nidadar between the fielder at backward point and extra cover. But Tammy Beaumont makes a brilliant sliding stop to prevent anything more than the single. Score moves on to 109 for 3.
My only problem with this short ball plan is if you're going to have a square and a fine leg, which they're having, which Catherine's having, they've got to be in 20. Like, the wicket's slow, the batsmen aren't quick onto the shot. If you're expecting to be able to create some sort of aerial shot, a catch, it can't be on those really wide boundaries.
Here's Kate Cross, another short ball pulled away by Maniba Ali. That's going to run away to the fine leg boundary. Is it? No, an outstanding sliding stop from Lauren Bell just in front of us here at the racecourse end. Terrific dive from Lauren Bell, and she does it so casually, hands in pockets afterwards. My goodness. A couple of runs to the Pakistan score, 110 for 3.
Nice little one-hand grab, wasn't it, to her left there?
In fact,
racing away.
It was just a single after that. It could have been a boundary, but it ends up being just a single.
She was checking her pockets like she dropped her keys or something.
So I will state she has been working really hard at her fielding recently.
Here's Kate Cross. This is full flick just wide of the fielder at mid-wicket. Should be more runs, maybe 2. No, just the 1 for Nidadar.
Herself and Sarah Glenn, they are our weakest fielders in this current team, and I know that they've been working extremely hard to improve that and get rid of that, stigma of being not being a good area of theirs. So I hope they can change that around and that their hard work pays off, because that is definitely a good sign of it. That was a really great piece of fielding from Lauren.
It was. Now, just to pick up on that point about the ICC Women's Championship, which determines qualification for the 50 over World Cup next year in India in October, England are currently in 3rd place in that table. Every team plays a maximum of 24 games. So England have played 15, won 9, and they have 19 points. You get 2 points for a win. So England pretty much guaranteed to qualify. Australia have already qualified. They've played 18 games and won 13 of those games. As Sarah Glenn comes in, thick inside edge, trickles to short fine leg. There's no run. Now, Pakistan, on the other hand, are in 5th at the moment. Now, bear in mind, the top 6 teams qualify, including the hosts India, who are currently in 6th place. But Pakistan have played 21 matches, so they've only got 3 to go, including this game here today. And they've only won 8, so they're on 16 points. As Glenn is in again, lots of flight on this, driven beautifully by Nidadar out towards deep extra cover for a single. So if Pakistan don't win any of these 3 games, it leaves things open for the West Indies, Sri Lanka, or even Bangladesh to go beyond them with a couple of wins. And I know for a fact the West Indies and Sri Lanka play each other, so at least one of them is going to get enough points to go ahead of Pakistan and potentially make them qualify for the next World Cup. Swept beautifully by Maniba Ali out towards deep backward square leg, just a single. So there's a lot on the line for Pakistan in this series. They have to try and find a win against this England team from somewhere. Otherwise, they'll have to go through the qualification stage, which is the bottom 4 sides in the top 10, alongside the top 2 teams from the ICC qualifier. As in comes Glenn. This ball's been chipped uppishly, almost straight to extra cover. Just on the bounce to Natsiva Brunt, extra cover. Nearly carried to her. Nidadar chancing her arm a little bit.
That was a terrible throw from Natalie. Really chopped Amy in half.
113 for 3, halfway through the 27th over. Here comes Glenn again. It's been tickled round the corner to short fine leg. They run through for a quick single. Maniba Ali set off very quickly. There was a direct hit, but she was
not out.
More or less comfortably home. We're still going to have a look at it on the big screen, just to be safe. Those direct hits are always closer, but
she was onto that one. She was already down the wicket, and she committed to it fully. It was a very, very good one. Had there been any hesitation at all, it would have been out. But well judged in the end.
We'll have another look at it. Here comes the throw, and she's just in.
Oh,
is Maniba Ali. She hadn't grounded her bat properly.
She actually nearly ran her foot in before the bat.
Yeah.
Which is one of those things you can never do.
No, they teach you not to do that.
It's because she's trying to stop before she's run through through and past the stump. So.
She's lucky there, Maniba Ali. Just about in time. 114 for 3. The score remains with 1 ball to come in the 27th over. Just to finish off that point, West Indies have played 15 and won 6, and Sri Lanka have played 18 and won 5. So all to play for in the bottom end of the ICC Women's Championship, as that ball's been swept quite powerfully out by Maniba out towards deep backward square leg. There's a bit more juggling from Maya Bouchier. She's done a bit of that today already. 115 for 3 after 27 overs. Pakistan hanging in there. Still just 3 wickets down. England will raise a few eyebrows. This partnership continues to build. 32 for Maniba, 17 for Dar.
They've had a bit of a challenge, Derby, here with drainage. I know you said it was underground yesterday, but I do know the outfield here is probably one of the worst outfields in the country today because of the work they've had to do with drainage. There's loads of channels that have just been dug up and then put back in. It'll obviously improve over time, but it's something they've had to do almost emergency style to get rid of this problem where the outfields just flood as soon as there's one bad day of rain. So yeah, I think they've spent a little bit of cash there trying to improve this for the players, because we don't want to be in May, end of May, having games called off. So yeah, it's good on them.
It makes it less likely they'll be allocated more games as well if things like that happen. And the smaller counties, this is so valuable for them to get an international game in a good crowd today. It doesn't sound like much, 1,600 plus, I should say, but it has created a lovely atmosphere. I saw a lot of kids out there playing in on the all the little stations set up by the ground, as this is a short ball outside off stump. Maniba swings and misses.
Yep, and we're seeing Lauren Bell come back for her second spell. Replacing Kate Cross, I think.
Yeah, Lauren Bell.
Top end, just trying to create something here. I think she started from that end as well, so did she?
She did from the City end.
So I think so at this point you do get the choice.
Figures
whichever one you're feeling.
Figures of 1 for 19 from her first 4 overs. We'll hear from Biddle Long in just a second, as here comes Lauren Bell into Maniba Ali. Again, beats the outside edge with a beautiful length. Lauren Bell, just a teeny tiny bit of away movement. Phil Long.
Yeah, Tiff, you mentioned Pakistan hanging in there. I think they're doing a bit better than that, aren't they? 27 overs gone. They're 115 for 3. England at the same stage, 121 for 4. The run rate is 5.6.
Yeah, it's just I'm watching with the weight of history that someone who's watched a lot of Pakistani women's cricket has done. So I've been taught to temper my expectations, Phil. Here's Lauren into Maniba, who drives the ball beautifully off the back foot. It's trickling away down towards deep third, where Sophie Eccleston does the fielding. They managed to get back for 2. Excellent running between the wickets. It was a good throw from Sophie Eccleston, but they've managed to skittle back for 2.
I think if Amy had chosen to throw that the non-strikers first, she took the stumps at the keeper's end and then tried to throw down the stumps at the bowler's end. But had she actually gone straight to the bowler's end, I think we could have had a run out there. But you just can't. You need someone to shout real loud and quick. These are the things that should be seen by the fielders in the ring.
Here's Lauren Bell in again. This is full and big swing, big appeal as well, and she's walking. Maniba Ali walks. The finger does eventually go up from the umpire, and Lauren Bell rewarded for bowling that excellent length. It was a delivery that just left the left-handed Maniba Ali and just got that faintest of edges through to Amy Jones. A 4th wicket falls for Pakistan, 117 for 4 now.
She certainly warmed up. She bowled that was a lovely length, and just nipping away was enough to invite the drive from Maniba, and it was nicely taken by Amy there. And a couple of mile an hour quicker too, so she's warmed up in those first 3 deliveries of her second spell, and then found that line and length to get a long-standing 60 ball 34 from Maniba Ali.
Yeah, 34 as you say off 60 for Maniba. It's good, but not quite good enough for Pakistan at the moment. They're more than halfway through this innings, and they're not quite more than halfway through their chase.
Is it following a similar trend to us, isn't it? Getting a bit of a start and then losing somebody that's nicely placed.
Yeah, 28 and a 34 in this innings to go with the... Let's have a quick look. A 33, a 29, a 31, a 44, 27 and a 20 in the England innings.
Wow.
Soul destroying.
Nobody is putting their hands up with the bat today. Well, maybe Alia Riaz will. She's made her way out to the middle. Big hitting batter, big hitting all-rounder for Pakistan. Already had a good day with the ball. 6 overs, 2 for 24 for Alia. We saw her play an eye-catching 35 not out at Leeds in the third T20 for Pakistan. 35 off 27 deliveries that was, including some big hits down the ground.
At 40, you could see her get woman of the match. She's got that little carrot.
You'd kind of need to win though, wouldn't you?
Nah.
Here's Lauren Bell in. This is a short ball. Welcome to the crease. It's been signalled a wide, but what a welcome for Alia Riaz. Bit of fire from Lauren Bell.
Not necessarily. I've been on the other end of thinking, why did I not win that player of the match?
Yeah, they never give them to, very rarely do they give them to players.
Might have done it more back in the day, but
yeah, I think that
she just watched that bouncer, didn't she?
Yeah.
Quite easily. She was just like, what is that? I just watched it go back to Amy.
It was a good welcome. It was yet another wide though. The wide count is really something England will need to think about, as here comes Lauren Bell again, and firmly behind that in defence is Alia Riaz. Back the bowler, no run. 118 for 4. Still quite overcast here. Very chilly. Nice breeze going across the ground here at Derbyshire. If you look at Alia Riaz's record, 7 50s in one-day international cricket in her 65 matches, a best of 81 against South Africa. That was in Durban in 2021.
Great effort.
Absolutely. Here's Lauren Bell now, still with a slip in place. Bowls, an excellent length, just that nagging length which Alia defends. Back to the bowler, no run. End of the over, 118 for 4 after 28.
I don't know if they were playing, but if that's Pete, Shabnim Ismail and Marizan Cap,
you'd think,
that
right?
would have been a very good effort. Yeah. Indeed. So.
Do you know I face shoved on Ismail in the nets?
Have you?
I have.
Nice.
She got my outside edge a couple of times.
Did she?
Couple of times.
3 steps or proper?
No, but maybe 5 steps.
5 steps.
But still, she was not having to bend her back to.
She probably smoked 20 and had a few pints before as well.
I couldn't possibly comment on that, but she was very, she was very gracious about the whole thing, but also quite fiery. I think I made the mistake of just cover driving one. Well, no, just playing one fluent shot, and then she was like, right, I'm not. Yeah. I'm going to show you what I'm made of, and everything else was quite testy.
Good.
But
well done, Shabs.
Great experience though. What an experience to get to face one of the premier bowlers in the world. We did that at Cardiff and Sophia Gardens in the indoor school. It was great fun.
Oh no, not an indoor school.
Here's Sarah Glenn now. This is short and cut away nicely by Nidar Dar out towards deep extra cover for a single.
The indoor nets at Loughborough Uni, that was fun. They're always quite bouncy, quite spiky. If you put the bowling machine on what you believe is 70 mile an hour, what you'd normally face, well, it's like 85, and with this like the steeper bounce, it's just absolutely horrific. I'm not sure I ever laid a bat on it.
Well, it's fun for you, I'm sure. I can imagine. It's fun for you.
They used to put the mats down to make you slower and not have it not bounce as much, like the spin mats.
Yeah.
And put them down for the seamers.
Too right. This is short. It's been cut nicely, but only as far as backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, it's tough business, really, when you're in those nets.
Enjoy turning up, and then all of a sudden
they put the mat there, and you're like, what's this?
I'm going out.
I came here to hurt people.
Yeah, exactly. I have actually done a bit of damage indoors before.
I'm sure you have. In comes
one of my best mates.
Forward comes Alia Riaz, defends, no run.
Who's commentating next door, Lydia Greenway, ex-England legend.
Wait, you hit her?
Yeah, I broke her rib.
How?
But she's indoors at Edgbaston. She's hard as nails. She didn't say nothing. She didn't show no pain. And then a couple of days later. And
Sarah Glenn is in. This ball's been swept. It's running away fine. In fact, there's no bat on it at all. It's been signalled wide by the umpire. They're going to get back for 2. Yeah, they are. They're going to get back for 2. So that'll be 3 wides. Ooh, it's a bit tight, for that second run. I think she's just about made it. This time the umpire's not going to refer. 3 more wides. Oh my God, that wide count. Listen, at the end of this over, Phil, get ready to give us that wide count, please. Right, Lydia Greenway's ribs. Why did you do that? Because Lydia is lovely. That's not very nice.
Well, I'd been working with a new fast bowling coach at the time.
Was it Shoaib Akhtar?
I wish. I wish. No, not quite the same name, but He was good all the same. I'm pretty sure he was Warwickshire's fast bowling coach at the time.
Here's Sarah Glenn. This time the ball has been swept by Alia Riaz, trickling away quite fine. Fine leg fielder's got a lot of distance to cover. She will get there because it's a slow outfield. Another 2 for these 2 batters. Alia Riaz off the mark with that sweep shot, 124 for 4. Right, so to walk us through what happened.
And so I really enjoyed working with him at the time. We never really got the pleasure of working with really good quality fast bowling coaches. We generally just picked up people who were on like their way to the men's game or whatever, really early on in their careers. And so to work with him for a significant amount of time, I was young enough and not back injured enough to be able to get faster, so he was really keen on making me fast.
As Glenn is in, this ball takes a thick under edge, just trickles to that short third region. They'll run through for a single. Bit of a chance there. Sarah Glenn's got her hands on her face, but they survive.
I went for a couple of months of like all this really TheraBand and core stability and like pulling my front arm down real hard, and then I went through on this England training camp a couple of days there, and I was just running in and bowling as fast as I could, and my action would only let me bowl short.
And the next ball's been blocked by Dara, back to the bowler, no run. End of the over, the 29th over's bowled, 125 for 4. So this is a fascinating story. But take me through to Lydia. How do you end up breaking your ribs?
Well, bowling back of the length, her trying to pull me, missing it, and getting flush on the ribs, and then it was just extra quick and bouncy indoors.
How fast would you say?
I reckon it was one of the fastest times in my career. I've bowled 78 before.
78?
Yeah, I bowled 78 at the GS Bowl once.
So you hit her on the ribs
indoors,
at 78 miles an hour?
A lot of players would back me up and say indoors sometimes can be bouncier and quicker onto you. I'd say between mid-70s and 78, something like that. And I broke her rib and fractured Sarah Taylor's thumb as well at the same time.
Sarah Taylor,
in the same
just
session.
Breaking up national treasures, body parts.
This is the problem with working on your action sometimes. When you try and become fast, your length gets shorter.
Here's Lauren Bell in. That ball's been pushed by Ali Arias to mid-on for no run.
No love, no money. I could not pitch it up. I was trying.
So hold
trust
on.
me.
You break Lydia Greenway's
I don't want to kill
rib.
any of my own teammates, and I wasn't trying, obviously. And actually, on the day, I didn't know I'd done it. This is all in 2-3 days later.
Yeah, that's not going to hold up.
They've gone for scans.
It's not going to hold up on trial. So here's what I wanted to ask you. Right. So when you've injured her, she's broken a rib. Did you get her a teddy bear or some flowers, something?
No, she's hard as nails. She wouldn't
a
even.
Kebab?
She only. I told the. A kebab, that would have been, she would have liked
eat,
one then, actually.
Doesn't eat kebab, surely. It's driven nicely by Ali Raz, only as far as extra cover, no run.
No, she would have had a 6-pack of...
something.
Moretti.
There
are other beers.
Beverages available.
Neck oil. Yeah. So obviously I ordered, but you've got to be hard, I mean, you can't show weakness or
and
cry.
To
and
your
Lydia was one of
teammate
those,
in the nets.
Obviously, I didn't know I'd hurt her that much. So she shook it off and acted like nothing had happened.
Did she face another ball?
She did, uncomfortably.
Wow.
But like
Lauren
I said,
Bell
she carried on.
again and defended by Ali Arias on the back foot. There is no run.
She did the rest of the training session, and it was like nothing had happened.
So when did you find out you'd broken a rib?
A couple of days later.
And then,
like everyone else.
Text, sorry about that.
Yes.
Yeah. What'd she say? What emoji did she reply with?
It was like, holy, what?
Holy moly.
Sure?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because she was wheezing a bit, she couldn't breathe.
Well, I'm not surprised. Broken rib and all.
She said she couldn't breathe.
Ouch.
And that's what made her want to go for a scan.
I feel bad for giving her a tight hug earlier now. Here's Lauren Bell in to Ali Arias, who guides this ball nicely to backward point. No run there, though. Very quick onto it.
If it was men's, there would have been no injury. They wear chest guards, don't they? But
sometimes
we generally think we don't bowl quick enough to, warrant that. But in the nets, sometimes. Some of these nets.
It takes
Georgia will back me up. I've had so many hits on the inside thigh when previous to having inside thigh pads.
Ooh.
We never had them.
Oh, they're the worst.
When a ball
down.
just squares you up and it just slaps on the inside thigh in the flesh.
Ouchies.
The hemorrhages Georgia always
Here's Lauren Bell. This is short. It's been pulled away. That's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Terrific shot from Ali Arias. Slightly wayward delivery from Lauren Bell and dealt with by Ali Arias. Just swiveled on it nicely and it ran away to that fine leg boundary for 4.
I've also done a net session where I got hit on the inside thigh, 1 ball. 2 balls later got hit flush on the exact same spot.
Oh.
And I, tears in my eyes, because that's it. Just, you're not crying, but it brings tears to your eyes.
Like onion tears.
And I just put my back under my armpit and walked out, went to the changing room, took all my stuff off and sat there and just thought about my life for about 10 minutes.
Here's Lauren Bell into Alia Riaz, again firmly behind that in defence. That completes the 30th
Luckily.
over of this innings. 129 for 4 after 30.
Luckily, I didn't lose my job, and no one came after me because everybody was on the same wavelength. That was just a moment that I just needed to take for myself.
Well, nobody's come after you yet, Catherine.
What doesn't break you?
Yeah, Phil Long, we're going to hand over to you in a second because we're having a double change in the commentary box. Georgia Elvis is going to be on commentary alongside Henry Moran.
Yeah, 129 for 4 at the 30 over mark. England at the same stage with 20 overs remaining, 137 for 4. A couple of stories from this innings so far. There's been 25 runs scored in wides, and there's been 8 fours. What's going to give?
I feel it's been ill-disciplined. It's been the equivalent of a group of unruly school children, this performance, isn't it?
Rusty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rusty from England. And we've become accustomed to them being so consistent with their lines, their lengths.
Sarah Glenn with the leg spin, tossing it up, pushed into the offside, and Nida Dar, who likes a quick single, is unable to find one on that occasion. 129 for 4.
Even with the throws into Amy Jones, they've been quite sloppy and she's had to do a lot of work tidying up. So maybe just a little bit of rustiness, not been out there for this long, any of these girls so far this summer. Plenty to work on.
I should say so. Here comes Sarah Glenn. And a sweep attempted. LBW shout. No, says Sue Redfern. And I always like the way you can tell it's a no from Sue Redfern, because she tilts her head from side to side and the hat sort of dances in quite a jaunty way. England are going to review this, though. So Anna Harris is going to be called into service. And they were quite convinced.
Yeah, I thought my initial view, although I am a terrible umpire, was that it was going down the leg side. But you're right, Sarah Glenn and Amy Jones both went up quite hard, and I think it would take a lot for this to be overturned.
Once it's given not out on the field, it does make it difficult to overturn, and it should in theory be turning the right way.
Okay, that's coming across the ball there. Can I have
I think that's pitched in line, hasn't it?
It's whether it's carrying, because she's not a great turner of the ball. It's more sort of the top spin that she gets rather than anything lateral. Here we go. Here's Ultra Edge. Clear gap, I think.
flat line and clear gap? Keep playing through.
Flat line.
Yeah, satisfied, no battle gloves involved.
I think it's missing.
Yeah, I think. Well, we did see Hawkeye say it was a big turner earlier, didn't we? So
There was a right Tina. There was. And I didn't expect it, because it looked on initial viewing that it wasn't doing as much, but suddenly. Right, they're still looking at Ultra Edge. Sometimes they do this for quite a while, just while they're building.
the suspense.
Yeah, I know. Well, that and the ball tracking. Here comes. And it is impact in line, and it is missing. So England lose the review.
Go back and soon. Stay with your not out decision. Stand by.
So there we go. And there's a nod of the head from Sue Redfern, a little bit of a smile towards Sophie Eccleston. She's one of the great characters, is Sue Redfern, and she's such a laugh, honestly. Former England international and real fixture on the circuit. As here comes Sarah Glenn and bowls a ball which is thumped into the offside. Maya Bouchier runs in from the boundary. 130 for 4. I mean, look at it. They need 114 to win from just shy of 20 overs with 6 wickets in hand. It's eminently doable, this.
Definitely.
Do they have the bravery to do it? Alia Riaz sweeping and not really getting anything on it. Yes, no, maybe. Nida Dar, uncertain. There is no run.
If historically we didn't know how this probably will pan out, and if this was maybe Australia or India, I think England would certainly be second favourites at this point, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely in the game. More than, I would say. Pakistan. Here's Sarah Glenn. Sweep attempt. That's a nice shot out towards the boundary, and Siva Brunt will move to her right to pick up. We haven't got a win predictor at the moment. 131 for 4, 1 ball left of the 31st over.
It's interesting, isn't it? Would it become one of those situations where the closer Pakistan get to the total, the more difficult psychologically it becomes?
Here's Sarah Glenn once more to finish the over. Sweep attempted. Will it beat the fine leg fielder? It does. Alice Capsey has to hare after it in pursuit down towards that fine leg boundary. It'll slow up. She'll retrieve it, but 2 runs are taken. And so the over comes to an end with 133 for 4, 111 to win from 19 overs. Phil, remind us, what is Pakistan's record in ODI cricket against England?
Against England, they've met 12 times. England have won 11. There's been a no result, so no wins for Pakistan. In England have won 6, Pakistan none. And as we mentioned on that 2016 tour here, England scoring over 350 on 2 occasions and comfortably winning the first test.
So 133 for 4. I think this could be on. This partnership has been together for a while, and both Nida Dar and Aliyah Riaz are good players. They know their games and they can hit the ball a long way.
And also to mention, in terms of both ODIs and T20s, England have won 19 times in a row against Pakistan.
Whoa. So history is very much in favour of England, of course, but forget about that. Play the situation.
Absolutely. I think Pakistan is scoring quite nicely without trying to do too much too different, are they? And they're getting a loose ball from England every over, really.
Here's Lauren Bell to start a new over. It's a full delivery. That's a nice looking shot. Punched back over the bowler's head, straight back down the ground. The ball almost picks up pace as it goes across that sponsor's matting. And it's going to be 4 runs to start the over. I said they could hit the ball cleanly, these two. And Aliyah Riaz with a brilliant shot first up in the over. 137 for 4.
That could be my favourite shot of the day, that. Out of absolutely nowhere, really. Beautiful straight drive. Straight over Lauren Bell's head. It wasn't too full, was it? Even the delivery, it's just a beautiful shot.
Lovely follow through as well. Mid on and mid off remain up. Here comes Lauren Bell, skipping in towards us. An appeal for LBW, which is more enthusiastic from those square on, and in the end, Lauren Bell rather joins in because she feels like maybe she should, I think. 137 for 4 still.
That's one of those Catherine was just on about, the ones that hit you on the inner thigh and really sting, and I think with it being cold out there as well, it's a nasty one.
I'll see a replay of it now. Because of the extra height from Bell, it's a big inside edge as well. It's going to be one of those that does bounce a little bit more. There's shirts out there. Those untouched are all being buffeted by a breeze that has gone from right to left as we look at it all day. Grey skies overhead. Here's Bell bowling to Riaz, who mistimes a drive into the onside. The required rate, for what it's worth, is 5.73.
Doable.
Very doable.
So doable. I think...
What, get under 100?
Yeah. And then the mind games begin, don't they? Then England starts searching. More bad balls come. Will Pakistan start feeling they need to play any differently as they get any closer?
Lauren Bell, high knees, running in towards us. And Riaz drives through the offside. Lovely looking shot and a bit of a yes, no, maybe. And eventually they do get a single. It's a good stop from Beaumont at point. Lovely piece of timing, that. I'm feeling, what a close finish. I feel like it's a bit like sort of reading Tolstoy. It feels like you have to go through quite a lot of hard work, but you want the exciting conclusion once you get there.
Feels like a long way to go often though, doesn't it?
Yeah. Here comes Lauren Bell running in with Nida Dar waiting and dropping the ball into the onside. No run.
Well, Nida Dar's had a fairly quiet start to this series, hasn't she, in the T20 series as well, so she'll be wanting to show her seniority, show her side how it's done. Play a proper captain's innings.
Well, yeah, you look at her experience compared to, she's played 100, this 110th one-day international.
Wow.
So far ahead of anyone else in the squad. There's Lauren Bell, there's bowling to Nida Dar, slashing the ball towards Charlie Dean at what became a short third, and there's no run. 32 overs gone. You've got a lot of players, the score I should say, 138 for 4, chasing 244, but a lot of players that have played single-figure ODIs or well below 50. And so it's a reasonably inexperienced squad compared certainly to England, but all the players are going to have a drink. So Jasmine Naeem heads out with possibly hot chocolates, I don't know, for the umpires.
Bovril.
Yeah, I know. ice cream vans departed, unsurprisingly.
Yes, I noticed that earlier.
Yeah.
Not sure they would have had a huge amount of trade today.
No. Wonder how many they sold. 99?
None to you today?
None to me today, no. Didn't get round there quick enough.
I suppose if you're in that business, you do have to take the rough with the smooth, don't you?
You do, yeah. I think it's one of those where you think, maybe save it for another day. There'll be a warm day later on in the summer where we'll clean up. I wonder what the conversations out there are. As one of the Pakistan duo, I think it's Nida Dar's, headed off for a comfort break, but Alia Riaz, who's out there in the middle, well, she should know that if she can continue this momentum in the partnership with Dar, then no reason why England won't start feeling the pressure, and you could suddenly find this game gets really interesting. The equation for victory, 18 overs left, 106 runs.
Yeah, Pakistan are 10 behind where England were at the same point in their innings. But England didn't get away in those final 10 overs. They scored 50 off the last 10, only scored 4 fours off the last 15 overs. So there's no massive acceleration from England that Pakistan have got to match.
What I hope, from England's perspective, we don't see is, if they do win this game, which they're still are favourites to do, but there isn't that sense of, okay, well, on to the next one. I think there needs to be a bit of introspection after today, George. I don't know if you'd agree, but I don't think it's been a very good performance, personally.
No, I would agree with you there. I think by England standards, they would want to be putting close to 300 on the board each time they bat, especially against a much weaker Pakistan side. So I think there's definitely areas to look at. A lot of the top order batters got in and got out and gave their wickets away quite cheaply, and nobody's gone on to make that big score that is so often needed in big scores in a first innings. And then with the ball, I mean, they've just not been able to apply pressure for long enough to take wickets, and Pakistan have played nicely. The pitch looks good. I think that Pakistan have enjoyed a bit more pace on the ball. I think that's helped with their batting innings, and they've looked really good. I've been impressed with the skill, the temperament, and the tempo of which they've gone about building this run chase. And like I said, they've got themselves into a position now where in any other against any other team, you would say they were favourites.
Well, for the racecourse end, we're going to see Sarah Glenn continuing. Still to come, by the way, Fatima Sana, Najir Alvi, Umi Hani, Diana Baig, who can hit the ball, Nashra Sandhu. So there's some inexperience there, but some players that certainly won't be scarred by previous.
Georgia mentioned big scores. The 3 T20s in this ODI so far, we've only seen one score in excess of 50. Danny Wyatt's 87.
And she was dropped about 4 times. Here comes Sarah Glenn, starting a new over. Alia Riaz will punch the ball back towards the England leg spinner. I should say, by the way, coming up here on 5 Sports Extra, loads of cricket. There's just so much this time of year, of course, and it's a place to follow it all here as Sarah Glenn bowls and playing right in front of the pads with reasonably risky paddle sweep for no run is Riaz. Tomorrow we'll be on air from 10:55 with Kevin Howells and the team, live commentary from the County Championship. Durham against Somerset will be our base from 5 to 11. In comes Sarah Glenn, tossed up, driven towards mid-off. England with plenty up inside the circle, trying to prevent those singles. Got fielders in the deep, but deep backward point, deep backward square, and deep mid wicket. So the extra fielder inside the circle just to try and prevent those singles. And indeed, it's exactly what happens as the ball is patted towards Heather Knight at mid wicket. On Saturday, I should say, the second T20, hopefully, well, the first really in many senses, between England's men and Pakistan from Edgbaston will be on air from 2:15, whilst the county cricket continues on the BBC Sport website and app. Slashed away, that'll be 4. That's a nice looking shot. Alia Riaz letting the ball that was a little bit wide just have that extra bit of bounce. Played it late, cuts it away to the boundary. 42 for 4 now, and they almost got it into double figures.
There's only a tiny bit of width on offer, wasn't there? But slashed away, a player that looks in good touch, looks confident, and knows the scoring options, which I think is really important at this stage of the game.
Driven into the offside, beating the dive of Natsiva Brunt. There's a chase on in the deep for Bouchier. They'll turn for a second. They should push for it as well, and they do get that second run. And with that, they're ahead of the rate from the over. So With that score, 144 for 4 after 33 overs means they are 100 runs away from a target. 17 overs to do it. It could be on. This, I can tell you. And, well, Daniel is saying it's on. He's going to join us on commentary to reveal exactly why. Georgia Elwes, some more from you, and then Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, well, it is on, and I think that's why Heather Knight has now turned to her most senior bowler in Sophie Eccleston out there, the wicket taker, #1 bowler in the world, and she's having to call upon her to break this partnership and to stem the run flow, because with every over that goes by, Pakistan are edging ever closer.
She's not used Capsey. She's not used herself on a surface which has been really helpful to the slower bowlers. It's been harder to get them away as a general rule than the seamers. They've also tended to bowl, fewer wides perhaps. But Capsey, I don't understand why we just haven't seen a couple of overs of Capsey. It gives Heather Knight a bit more flexibility about how many overs she needs to bowl of her seamers. So Eccleston comes in, starts a new spell. She's got 2 wickets already, and this first ball is driven through extra cover, and it's going to run away to the boundary for 4. A great start from Nida Dar, who's in now. She's on 25, the score 148 for 4. The required rate is under a run a ball. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it's been difficult to score runs quickly today. But got to put this into context. Pakistan are looking for their first win against England in a one-day international in their history, and they are in with probably as good a chance as they've ever had. Still got Fatima Sana to come as Eccleston is in. This is another all-pitch delivery, taken on the full, fired in at the stump, is driven to short extra cover. Charlie Dean, I beg your pardon, picked the ball up and hurled it in somewhat pugnacious rage at the stumps. And a game that has sort of drifted with the sort of sluggish meanderings of an asthmatic snail for much of today is just coming to life now.
Wow.
Wow?
Wow at you, not wow at the game. Always something with you, isn't there?
There's always something with me.
Often asthmatic snails.
I don't know if they have lungs, actually. I don't suppose they do. I'm not up on gastropods. As Eccleston is in, this is dabbed into the offside. They're going to get a single for it, even though it went no more than about, probably because it only went no more than about 15 yards. And Tammy Beaumont is on the edge of the circle. And we've seen a couple of singles like that today. Clever batting. Doesn't matter how you get a run. They just need a runner ball, a little bit less than a runner ball. Eccleston into Alia Riaz, who drives crisply to short extra cover. She's looked good today, Alia Riaz. We saw her, didn't we, out in South Africa, and she impressed.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with her today.
She faces up again, a well tossed up delivery, again nicely driven, but straight to Charlie Dean on the bounce at short extra cover. 5 runs have come from the over, 1 ball remains. As Eccleston is in. And that's a sweep and a peel stifled going down the leg side. Amy Jones tidies up. There's no run. End of the over. 95 needed from 96 balls. Pakistan 149 for 4. In those 11 losses, Phil Long, what's the closest that Pakistan have got to England when batting second? We like that question, do we?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I'm going to hazard a guess.
Mm-hmm.
No closer than 50 runs.
I feel you might be right. Yes, I was going to go 61.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Charlie Dean's back in the attack, so the 2 most perhaps potent spinners up today. It's hard to say.
Wicket-taking threats today, I suppose.
Yes, I would say so. Charlie Dean's first 5 overs cost 22. She's bowled the only maiden today in a game where the scoring rate has been under 5 and over all day. It's weird, isn't it, to have got through 84 overs and only had the 1 maiden. I love it when Phil has to look over his glasses.
I know, I keep promising myself to get some bifocals contact lenses.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I think so.
Dean in, tossed up wide of the off stump, flirted at by Nida Dar, rather limp.
Let me start to give you the margin of victory when England have won, when Pakistan have batted second. They've won on 7 occasions when Pakistan have batted second.
3 of those in 2016. Dean in, And again, she goes for the little dab through backward point, but misses it.
So it's all in terms of runs. It is 230, 111, 212, 202, 107, 75 and 127.
75 is the closest they've got. Well, they're only 94 away now. This is, wonderful shot. This can be today's first 6, is it? No! It's going to go into the hands of deep mid-wicket. Tammy Beaumont takes the catch. It was a spectacular shot from Nita Dars. The first time we've really seen anyone attempt to clear the ropes. And I thought she might have got enough of it, but looking at the wind, it swirled a little bit. She was hitting against the wind. It's held up, and Tammy Beaumont has got very safe hands out of deep mid-wicket. And just as Pakistan were really threatening England's target, they've lost their skipper. 149 for 5.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? I think the 2 dot balls previous to that one maybe brought about the shot, the pressure, but it was on. Nita Dar just not got the gap that is available between long on and cow corner and dragged it somewhat to the safe hands of Tammy Beaumont. It's quite a long boundary out there, isn't it? And maybe at the other end of the ground she may have been safe, may have gone over the boundary for 6, but unfortunately for her, she has to go, and that was a big wicket that England needed. It brings to the crease Fatima Sana, who Atif told me scored 90. Her top ODI score is 90, so she can bat.
Oh yeah. Well, you've seen a bit of Fatima Sana batting, and but you feel this is the last hope, really. This partnership, you think, is the one that's going to have to do it. I thought the shot was on, and when she first hit it, I thought it was sailed away, but actually she's hitting it into the wind, and she got so much elevation it sort of held up, didn't it? It just stopped travelling. And it is a long old boundary. I mean, when England played Pakistan back in 2016, that would have sailed over for 6 on any of those occasions. Dean in to the new batter, Fatima Sana, who defends diligently on the front foot, plays into the onside, and there's no run, but it gives you an idea, doesn't it? Those margins of victory there. Was it 75? 75 is the closest Pakistan have got in the past. You fancy they'll get closer than that today. Dean in, short, clattered away, out through extra cover for 4. Short and cut. 150s up and more. 153 for 5.
Lovely shot.
Wasn't it?
Lovely shot from Fatima Sana, showing a class. England have that offside up for the new batter. Short and wide from Dean and slapped away. Never really any chance for Mai Boucher at cover, and that'll make her settle. That'll make her feel a little bit better at the crease.
Yeah, that was quite the shot. Dean, and again tossed up full and driven now through the space that's been vacated by Boucher going out to sweep, but deep extra cover, and they get through for 1. So 154 for 5, 90 needed from 90 balls, exactly 6 and over. It's still on. It's just the depth in the batting, that's the issue, isn't it?
Yeah, you feel like one more wicket in it. It really is England's game. I think perhaps at this stage I still fancy England a little bit more. They've been in situations like this before and been able to pull it out of the bag. They've got the experience of how to bowl. They've also got Sophie Eccleston in their ranks, who we know what a fantastic bowler she is. We know they can go to their T20 plans now, get them. They can push that rate up. It goes up quite quickly, as we know, in the last few overs. Pakistan no cause for panic yet. They're ticking along quite nicely, but you do feel like this is a big partnership here.
She's just got 2 overs left, though, Eccleston. She's starting her penultimate one now. The first ball is driven to the covers where Beaumont does the fielding. And her last over, when she came back on, perhaps a little bit stiffer, a bit colder fingers, because it is really chilly out there. It's not fun. She just overpitched a couple of times. This one's on the money. Now it's hit the pad, really close. Up goes the finger. Fatima Sana has been given out. She's gone straight for a referral. I don't know whether she might have got a little tickle on it. It's hard to tell from where we are. Bowling's coming towards us. We'll get a better look at it in a minute. She just propped forward onto the front foot. Then we heard ball thud onto pad. It felt pretty adjacent. Fielders went up, bowler went up immediately. And this is a big moment in the game. So it's full. Has that straightened? That feels out. That feels very out. It's hit her very low on the shin. If there's no bat in that, then that will be out. Here we go. Ultra edge.
So a gap there, so there's a gap between the bat and ball. Just go back one frame for me. Yep, so there's a gap between bat and ball there, one frame forward. Yeah, there's a clear gap there, so the spike is the pad. So satisfied, no bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, please.
Right, here we go.
So original decision is out. Pitching in line, impacts in line, wickets are hitting. Go back on field to Kim. You can stay with your decision of out. Stand by.
That is Sophie Eccleston's 98th one-day international wicket. She's zeroing in on that record, the fastest to get to 100 wickets. She's the number one bowler in the world for a reason, and as Georgia Elvis said, she's been brought on to make the breakthrough, and she's done it. She's got rid of Fatima Sana, and Pakistan now 154 for 6. Just in the last 5 minutes, this game has turned. It wasn't that Pakistan were ahead of it necessarily 5 or 10 minutes ago, but they were very much in it. Now England are right on top. They've got the foot in the throat, and they've still got, well, Eccleston's only got another 10 balls to bowl, but they've still got overs from Dean and Sarah Glenn, and now it's a really uphill task for Pakistan.
It is indeed, and how often Heather Knight can call upon Sophie Eccleston to break the deadlock. I think the spinners have been the standout bowlers today for England, and Charlie Dean in the previous over. Sophie Eccleston here, it feels like what a weapon she has. What a luxury it must be for Heather Knight to be able to call upon her and know that she's always going to make something happen. And it's almost like a reputation thing, isn't it? And
just the ball itself. I mean, it's a good ball. It was fullish. It was straightish.
It's not magic
straightened
delivery.
a touch, didn't it?
Yeah.
But it's just, I think that you get so tentative, don't you? When you're playing Eccleston, you think, shall I just play her out? The new batter is the wicket-keeper, Alvey, and she goes to cut her first ball, misses it through to Amy Jones. There's no run. I think, is that what happens? You sort of, you don't have a clarity of thought when you're facing up to her. Hajia Alvey comes forward and just dabs the ball into the onside. There's no run. 2 balls left in Eccleston's over, and then she has one more up her sleeve. You just bowl her through now her fingers are warm.
I think so. See what more damage she can do.
She comes in once again, in forward in defence. Comes Najiha and plays the ball back to Eccleston. She might be about to deliver a wicket maiden here. We're only the second maiden of the day. Tossed up, defended on the front foot, and there it is, just out into the offside. There is no run, a wicket maiden for Sophie Eccleston. She has figures of 3 for 24, Pakistan 154 for 6. They need another 90 from 14 overs. Now, if you happen to be of a Pakistani persuasion, I will say Aliyah Riaz has impressed already at 19 off 27, but we've seen her hit a long, hard ball. Thing is, she needs someone not just to stay with her, but to be able to turn the strike over. That's the issue here. Yeah,
exactly that. I think she was building a really nice partnership with Nida Dar, and you felt maybe Fatima Sana as well would have been able to see her side home, but from here it looks like it might have to be all Aliyah Riaz, and how much of the strike can she get?
Charlie Dean starts a new over, and Aliyah has a little dabble at a fullish ball that she plays off the back foot, misses, goes through to Amy Jones. There's no run. England have been a bit messy today. They lacked urgency with the bat, but it looks like they're going to get away with it. As Dean is in, tossed up, that's driven off a thick outside edge. It's going to run away down towards the boundary. It's being pursued, and it will just about be dragged back in by Sarah Glenn. They get back for a couple. 156 for 6. So, I mean, what's the game plan here? Ali's just got to be really positive at this stage, hasn't she? Because she knows there's not a huge amount of batting with her and to come.
Yeah, she knows she's got to score the majority of the runs, but also it's a fine balance, because if she gets out, it's game over.
Short, she goes to just push it into the offside. Another rather indeterminate shot that she misses through to Amy Jones.
I think if she can keep being positive, as she has been, and then look to steal the strike at the end of the over.
Alia waits, and then she sweeps, but straight to short fine leg. There'll be no run there. Alice Capsey's waiting, fires a throw back into Amy Jones. It's a bit dark, it's a bit gloomy, it's been cold, it's been a bit inhospitable today. As Dean comes in once more. Oh, now a big appeal for LBW. This looks close, and up goes Sue Redfern's finger this time. Forefinger and a left hand raised to the sky. Alia, as well, she's going to have to refer this because she is Pakistan's last hope. They have referred it, but it was very full, I'm afraid. She went to sweep, and unless this has turned a long way or possibly hit outside the line, she's in trouble.
She's in trouble. I've given that out. I think it's a panic sweep, and I think it's a panic review. I think she knows she's the last batter, but too full to sweep. I think maybe a quicker delivery as well from Charlie Dean. She's so good at that, changing her pace and her flight, and deceives Alia Riaz there, and I can't see that hitting anything apart from middle stump.
Right, we're seeing Ultra Edge.
The flat line, the gap, just play that through all the way to the pad. Okay, satisfied, no bat involved. We'll have ball tracking when ready, please.
Anna Harris is the third umpire, TV umpire, very fine umpire. She's walking off, actually. It's Alia. She thinks she's seen the repeat, the replay, and I think she knows she's toast here. Here we go.
Original decision is out. Pitching in line, impact is in line, wickets hitting. To go back on field to Sue, you can stay with your out decision. Stand by.
So confirmation of what we knew, really. Alia Riaz has got to go for 21. It's another wicket for Charlie Dean. It's another wicket for England and Pakistan. In the last quarter, an hour has subsided. They've lost 3 big wickets. They're 156 for 7. And, well, are they going to get up to that 75 that is their skinniest loss when batting second? I mean, that looked like it was an absolute gimme a moment ago, but not now. England have struck when they needed to. This pair of Eccleston and Dean, they are irresistible. They are the Laker and Locke de nos jours. And now, I suppose it's just about saving face. Sorry, I was referring to 2 incredibly old Surrey spinners from the 1950s. I don't know why they came to me, but...
Of course you were.
I saw the look of... yes, there's confusion on your face. Outside the off stump, pushed that through to the keeper. There's absolutely no reason why anybody should be thinking about Laker and Locke at a time like this, but what I was, 156 for 7.
I'm going to go and research them now.
Oh, they're very good. Check out the 1957 Championship season, truly amazing. 88 needed from 78 balls. Phil Long.
Yeah, you said the game had turned. Pakistan have lost 3 for 7 off 15 deliveries.
Ouch. And they're 3 big wickets as well, aren't they? Nida Dar, Fatima Sana and Alia Riaz. Those are the sort of powerhouse in that middle order for Pakistan. Alex Harley joins me, and it's almost final knockings time now.
It is, and I've come with stats.
Have you?
Stats off my long run, but we're going to wait to see if Sophie Eccleston gets this wicket. I'll do the stats after this.
Eccleston in, round the wicket, defended, back to the bowler. There was no run.
Because does she just need 1 wicket?
I think she's on 98 now, isn't she? 98. Oh. Might have to wait till Taunton. Is that what you were thinking of? No. Never know, she might get 2 now. Oh, back into a crease goes Najia Alvi and just pushes into the offside. There's no run. She's got 4 balls left for Alex Hartley's stat.
Yes, it's a good one.
Yeah.
Got some good ones, yeah.
Got some good ones?
Yeah, I'm coming off my long run.
Oh, do you want to wait to the end of the over and do them all? Driven this time up to mid-on. There's no run. We've got Alex Zoltzman or Andy Hartley alongside me, or indeed Alex Long.
Ooh.
I'm not very long. I'm quite short.
You're not really. You're not long. I'll give you that. Full, defended on the front foot, squirted to backward point, no run. It's almost like they're playing this over out here and just trying to give themselves a chance against, well, it's 3 overs of Dean, 3 overs of Glenn, 3 overs of 2 seamers.
I said it was a 2 for 25 there.
You did say 2
3
for 20.
for 24.
Yeah, you did.
Good at my job sometimes.
And modest with it. This is full and then dab through backward point. There'll just be the 1, will there? They think of a second, or they're going to get a second. Capsey was not quick to the ball, and she fumbled slightly on retrieving it. So it's 3 for 26 now. 158 for 7.
I was wrong.
Yeah, well, you can't legislate for that, can you? 1 more ball for Sophie Eccleston to bowl today. It's tossed up and just worked back to the bowler. End of her over her 10th. She finishes with 3 for 26. There was a maiden in there as well. Pakistan are 158 for 7. They need 86 from 72 balls. Over to you, Alex Harley, for a stat attack.
England have bowled the most ever wides today in a home ODI.
Is that right? How many?
I don't know however many it's been.
A lot.
They've bowled the most today since 2009. That was that long ago. Tammy was keeping.
What, in any game that they played, home or away?
Yeah.
Woof.
And Lauren Bell has played 9 games and bowled 40 wides before today.
Charlie Dean starts her 8th over, is defended on the front foot by Ummi Honey into the offside. There's no run. That's really good.
I think there might be a wide problem in this team at the minute.
She's done well there, hasn't she?
Good,
Phil?
very good.
Yeah?
Very good.
Do you want to give her a gold star? Encouragement?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
I'd rather a badge.
She's got those together very well.
Dean in, not much turn as it just drifts back towards the right-hander Ummi Honey, who gets a single, pushing out into the offside, the gap between point and extra cover for 1.
And nicked them from Dominic Cork.
Dominic Cork? Oh, I see. Do those come courtesy of Sky Sports then?
Yes.
He's probably nicked them from Benedict.
Yeah.
It's a great big nicking merry-go-round going on here. Charlie Dean in again. And forward comes Najee as she pushes into the onside and thinks of a completely impossible single because it went very close to Nat Silver-Brunt, who's at short mid-wicket. There is no run. 159 for 7, 85 needed from 69. That equation becoming deeply improbable as Dean turns and runs in. Now she's gone for the big old swipe, and this might make it through. So running away towards the boundary. It's a swipe out through deep mid-wicket or wide long on, and it gets there. Oh well. 4 for Alvi. Najiha Alvi, the keeper, just showing what she's capable of here. 81 from 68. It was well tossed up, and she swiped that across the line, but she's got it quite straight was the key to the success of that shot.
Yeah,
and a rare boundary.
Not a bad shot, actually. A full-length dive from Tammy Beaumont, couldn't get that.
Full length, though, isn't very long, is it, when you get a Tammy Beaumont dive? Dean in. And she tries to play a ridiculously, impossibly finessable shot there. Najiha tries to guide it very fine past the hands of the keeper, Amy Jones, and misses. And there's no run. Lucky not to get a tickle on that.
25 wides today for anyone that was wondering.
25 wides is a lot. Dean, last ball, and again she tries to play that little dab shot, and Najiha and misses it through to Amy Jones. 81 needed from 66 balls. 163 for 7, and I thought that Pakistan put up a really good show for a while. There was those 3 wickets that fell so quickly that you feel is now done for them, Alex Hartley.
Yeah, I think if you look at the run rate, you almost think that they were up with it for such a long period of time, but it was those loss of wickets, and I think the lack of intent as well. If they'd have thought, it's a 20 over game, we need 120, you're backing yourselves to chase that, obviously.
Yeah.
But because it's the longer format of the game, 20 overs left, 120, they've just almost not figured it out.
Yeah, and it'll be frustrating for them because they bowled themselves into good position as Kate Cross starts a new spell. First ball gets the wicket, off stump, out of the ground. Amy Harney just pressing forward and just missing a straight ball, really. That's knocked out the stump. It's the 8th wicket to fall, and Pakistan are folding here. 163 for 8.
That's what she does so well. Hits the top of off stump. She shakes her head because it's not really done much. And it's just, as you say, she's missed a straight one. And Kate Cross into the attack, targeting the stumps and a wicket with her first ball.
Yeah, it's a shame for Pakistan.
Oh, it's nipped.
It's nipped a little, but she's quite late on the shot, wasn't she? I mean, the bat sort of arrived at where the ball roughly had been, but slightly too late. But yeah, there's been a nip.
A little bit of nippage.
A little bit of a nippage. Yeah, I think the disappointment for Pakistan will be that they got themselves into a position from which they might have put a serious, really worried England, and it was the loss of the skipper, Nida Dar, at just the wrong moment. I thought it actually wasn't a bad shot, and she got a hold of it well, but it's a long boundary, and she was hitting into the wind, and it just held up, and from that point on, we've now had 4 wickets in next to no time. I'll get the exact 4 wickets for you in a moment as Cross is in. The new batter nearly gets through again. It's Deanna Baig. And the ball's worked out into the onside square of the wicket for a single. So the last 4 wickets have fallen for what, Phil?
4 for 14, 149, 154, 156 and 163.
Yeah, that's been the problem. And this is probably a good move from the skipper now, Heather Knight, isn't it? Get a bit of pace onto the lower order. Cross is in. Oh, actually, that's flicked away fine, down towards fine leg. Just bounce and then dribble down to Eccleston. He runs in from the boundary. One more for the total. 79 needed from 63, 165 for 8.
She stepped right across her stumps there, and just that leading edge down towards fine leg.
As a bowler, you go, oh, I'm through. Oh.
You think, oh, LB, no.
Yep. It comes Cross again. And swing and a miss. Well, actually, Kate Cross thinks there might be a bit of an edge on that. She's appealing. Umpire Cotton is not interested. Crossy can't believe this.
She said, I heard something. I heard something.
I heard something.
I heard something.
Surely. She wants a referral. You can just do it. Yes, they're going to do it. Well, Kate Cross has definitely made this referral happen. And if this is miles away from the bat, I think you've got quite a lot of content for the No Balls podcast.
I reckon we might do, yeah. She's the only one that heard something. She is the only one that heard something, so...
Original decision is not out. I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. We'll start with front on, please.
So here we go. Don't know.
The ball is close to the bat. Can I have ultra edge when ready, please?
It's all going to hinge on ultra edge. And Anna Harris won't mess about.
So flat line there.
Don't think she hit it.
Keep playing that through. Yeah, clear gap.
She's miles away.
Yeah, satisfied, no bat involved. Go back on field to Kim. You can stay with your not out decision.
Don't know what she heard.
That's the first 10 minutes of the podcast sorted. By the way, if you want to see that, you want to see what a shocking referral that was, and pile into Kate Cross, you can see it on the in-play highlights and check out the live text. I wonder what they've got to say on the BBC Sport website and app. 2 balls remain in the over. No referrals left. That's it. We're done with reviews. As Kate Cross is in. That's full, driven up to mid-on. There will be no run. It's always a bit of a relief when the reviews have gone for me.
Back to normal cricket.
Yeah, well, you just know that, umpire's giving you a nod. We don't have to go, ooh, will they? Ooh, hang on, might there?
It's like VAR. Is it a goal? Is it not a goal?
Oh, don't get them started on VAR.
Yeah, I know, sorry. And I shouldn't have mentioned
Phil Long. Yeah, he won't be happy with that. Last ball of the over. Defended on the front foot by Deanna Begg. That is the end of the over. 79 needed from 60 balls, but there's only 2 wickets in hand. It seems incredibly improbable, but we've had a tightish game. More from Alex Hartley, and then take you through the next 20 minutes. It will be Artif Nawaz.
Yeah, just looking at that ball from Cross, and actually it's nipped enough. Had it not nipped, it would have hit the middle of the batter's bat, but it's just nipped enough and then gone inside and taken the top of off stump. So it was a great first delivery, the classic Kate Cross ball, the wobble ball, the one that she'll bowl time and time again at this stage of the game.
She will. She can bowl anything she wants at this point. England have Pakistan 165 for 8, 79 needed off 60, and very, very implausible equation at the moment. Here's Charlie Dean now in for her 8th over, ninth over, I beg your pardon. That ball's been battled nicely by Najiha out towards fine leg. They should get a couple here. They do. A couple more runs to the Pakistan score. 167 for 8. Alex, we mentioned this earlier, that there's a lot more at stake for Pakistan than England in this series. They've got to qualify for the 50 over World Cup next year, and this could prove very, very difficult, because England, I mean, this was a below par England performance, and they were still sort of head and shoulders above Pakistan. As in comes Charlie Dean once again. That ball's just been just squares up Najiha a little bit. It ricochets off a pad to backward point. There is no run. Phil.
Well, in a game where we like to take the positives, don't we? This is Pakistan's highest score against England in England.
No, that's something.
Yeah.
I can't imagine they've played very often in England, but even so. Here's Charlie Dean again. Lots of flight on that. Beats Najiha. All ends up outside the off stump as he goes through to the keeper.
Their closest defeat, if that makes sense, is 75 runs, so they're just still slightly shy of that.
Yeah.
England have gifted them 25 of those runs.
Most wides ever in a one-day international, as the next ball's defended into the covers. Oh, they might be a mix-up at the non-strikers end. She just about gets back in time, does Diana Bigg, looking for a single that was never really there, if we're honest. They're just smiling at each other, the batters.
On home soil for England, that wide stat.
Yeah, that's correct. Sorry, I beg your pardon. On home soil, the most wides that England have ever bowled. And I heard something about Lauren Bell in the last 9 matches. As Charlie Dean in again, that's down the leg side. It's been swept away fine. It's trickling away towards the boundary. There's a fine leg fielder who's going to try and cut it off, and will do so relatively comfortably. And there's Kate Cross out there. Gets the throw back in. And another couple of runs for Najeeha Albi.
Yeah, just straying down the leg side ever so slightly is Charlie Dean. Just the angle of the delivery.
Still got a slip in place, which shows you about England's position in this game. Lots of flight on this outside off, driven nicely by Najeeha. Can't be fielder at mid-off. It's Lauren Bell, and there's no run. And England complete another over. 41 overs bowled. In that equation for Pakistan, they need 75 or 54 with 2 wickets remaining. And yeah, it's very, very implausible. It's a weird game, isn't it, Alex? It's not one that... I mean, I think Pakistan, oddly enough, might take more positives from it than England will, despite the fact that England are likely to win the game.
Yeah, I think Pakistan have been good with the ball, haven't they? You know, they've been good with the ball all throughout the T20 series, putting England under pressure in certain periods. They were good in the power plays. But England are by far the better team.
Yeah. Big gulf between the two teams. Here's Kate Cross, as that ball's driven to extra cover, and there's no run. Kate Cross bowled well today. Figures of 1 for 32 from her 8.1 so far. 64 miles per hour, that last delivery from her. Still pushing hard. Bowled a couple of short ones as well today. One of the Pakistani players wrapped up in a towel. This is short. And nice bouncer from Kate Cross, and really exceptionally well taken by Amy Jones behind the stumps, who also takes the bails off for effect. The umpire signals it a wide. Yet another one. My goodness. They're really racking up now.
I can do you know that meme that's in my head? Not another one.
It's been a bit of that today from England. Lots to work on ahead of the next game. As here comes Kate Cross into Diana Bigg. This is full. Big swing from Diana Bigg. Only the faintest of connections, though, as the ball runs away to the fine leg boundary, just in front of us here at the racecourse end, and goes for 4. A welcome boundary for Pakistan. They're trying to close the deficit in that biggest ever defeat to England. And I beg your pardon, the smallest ever defeat to England, even. As Finn Long was just telling us, just not very elegant, but somewhat effective, Alex.
It goes down as 4 in the scorebook as a tail ender, doesn't it? You take every run that you can. Little inside edge onto the thigh, down to the boundary. Thank you.
And Kate Cross will walk back to her mark, thinking there is no justice in the world. Here she comes again. This time the ball's been driven on the up. Is this a chance? No, it's just gone wide off the fielder, and that's going to run away to the boundary for 4 as well. So back-to-back boundaries for Diana Bigg of contrasting convincingness, but either way, as Alex Hartley says, they both count for 4 in the scorebook. Phil Long.
Yeah, this will now be Pakistan's tightest ever defeat to England. There's a positive for you. One more to take. 209 is their highest score against England, so if they can get that today, they can tick off a few boxes.
All sorts of records being broken. Here's Kate Cross now into Diana Bigg again, and that one's been chipped up in the air, and the catch is taken at mid-wicket. It was a low full toss, didn't really get a hold of it. Diana Bigg looking to clip it away. It was just a little bit early on the shot, and the ball flies off a leading edge. An easy catch at mid-wicket, and Diana Bigg goes. Pakistan 9 wickets down now for 178, and a wicket for Kate Cross.
Yeah, slightly straighter that time for Kate Cross. The ball probably more leg stump and just flicked into the air, and a simple catch taken for Nat Sivabrant. Very, very rarely you'll see her drop catches like that, and after being hit for 2 consecutive 4s, it's a good comeback from Kate Cross, and a decent little cameo from Diana Bigg with those 2 4s in there.
And 9 off 8 for her, but Kate Cross, terrific bowling for her. Another wicket on after a little bit of a gap from international cricket, just having to watch the T20s, into the one-days and immediately into the action, getting herself some wickets. She's blowing hard at the moment. She's really running in hard this tail end, and then we just see another replay of it. It came off the leading edge of the bat, and that's Sivabrant full stretch, but by her standards, an absolute dolly, which brings Pakistan's number 11 batter out to the middle. Kate Cross in. That ball's been played off a thick outside edge to backward point. There is no run. And well, that equation looks more and more unlikely now. 66 needed off 49. I mean, that's somewhat doable, but not when you're 9 wickets down.
Yeah, if you were 2 down, you'd back yourself to do it, wouldn't you? T20, you're backing yourselves all day long. But when you've got your tailenders out there in the middle, it's just a matter of when. When are you going to lose?
Yes, Nashra Sandhu's average doesn't inspire confidence as the next ball's pushed into the onside for no run. She averages 4.08 with the bat. And her best score of 11 not out. So
that's a decent.
That's not bad. 11
score,
not out is pretty good. Yeah, 11 not out is pretty good. I mean, for a number 11, absolutely, you'd gobble that up every day.
Always makes me laugh when they bring up like tailenders' stats.
Yeah.
It's like why are you doing that to me?
Just show their bowling figures again.
I know I'm rubbish at batting. It's why I'm 11.
But could you imagine, like, if it was like Jimmy Anderson, for example, and they put up his batting stats? Like, why? What's the point?
Yeah, so like I used to come on and it'd be on the big screen, Alex high score of 1 not out. I'm like, oh, brilliant, thanks for that. Must get more.
Charlie Dean now getting ready to bowl her final over. Najiha Alvi on strike. Here's Charlie Dean. Starts with a fly to delivery. Nearly gets an outside edge from the bat of Najiha, who just pushes hopelessly at one outside the off stump. Completely deceived by the flight. She's mixed up her pace so well today as Charlie Dean.
Yeah, she's a canny bowler, is Charlie Dean.
Here she comes again. This time a little bit quicker into the pads of Najiha. Works it to short fine leg, and there is no run. 178 for 9. The score remains. Well, there's been an improvement from Pakistan, but they're going to have to find another gear somehow in these last 2 matches after this one. As in comes Charlie Dean again, beats the outside edge. So close to both the outside edge and the outside of the off stump. Very close.
Yeah, slightly quicker delivery there from Charlie Dean. Just pushes it through. Nearly takes the outside edge. Amy Jones not able to take the ball cleanly.
That's not something you say very often either. Here's Charlie Dean again. Lots of flight on this wide outside the off stump. A wild swipe from Najiha, who was trying to send that from Derby to Birmingham, but made absolutely no contact with the ball. It's another dot for Charlie Dean.
Well, the crowd stayed in, which is lovely to see. Quite surprising.
Yeah, value for money in Derby. Here's Dean into Najiha again, who works this ball just in front of square leg. And they'll get through for a single. Might work out for Pakistan's favour. It means Nashra just has to negotiate 1 delivery here. Charlie Dean's final delivery of the day. Wouldn't she love to get herself a wicket? I like that she's still got her sunglasses on, Charlie Dean. And she comes, and that ball's kept out by Nashra. Back to the bowler. That is the end of Charlie Dean's work for the day. Terrific spell of bowling. 10 overs, 2 for 39. And she collects a hat. She'll be pleased with her work today. Not conceded fewer wides than some of her teammates today. Although that's going to be a big focus of the post-match discussion. I'm sure the coach, John Lewis, is going to have a lot to say about that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he will. 4 wides for Charlie Dean. But well bowled. Economy of 3.9 in an ODI is a steady day, isn't it? It's a very, very good day. And Charlie Dean, for me, is going to be one that I know she's the fastest to 50 wickets, but she's such a good bowler. She's going to break a lot of records, and it helps that she's got Sophie Eccleston on her team as well.
And Kate Cross, who's running into bowl now from the city end, as that ball is defended by Najiha into the ground. There is no run. Opportunity here for another wicket for Kate Cross. It's her final over. Figures of 2 for 41 so far.
You know it's cold when you see them as a bowling in jumpers.
The sleeveless ones, to be fair, but yeah.
But they always come off. Seamers never bowl in jumpers, but Cross can't bother taking it off.
Sort of restricted movement a bit, isn't it, when you try to rotate that Here's Kate Cross in again to Najiha. Moves outside the off stump a little bit, but can't get in line with the ball, and it beats the outside edge. Through to the keeper, who knocks the bails off. Amy Jones is something else.
I really don't know how to summarise that shot that I've just witnessed. It's like on one knee trying to guide it to short third, but a little prod outside the off stump, and then maybe try and drive it at the same time.
She sort of got into the Hamlet position. Here's Kate Cross again. This is a short ball, which she's waited on well, has Najiha, and guided the ball out towards deep third. They'll get a couple of runs here as the throw comes in from the deep. Another couple of runs for Najiha Alvi, also sort of justifying her selection here. Maniba Ali was behind the stumps for Pakistan in the T20s. They've opted for a keeper just to give Maniba a break. Not convinced her fitness will hold up with keeping for 50 overs and then having to bear the burden of batting as well, as the next ball is full, flicked away nicely by Najiha. There is a fielder out at deep mid-wicket. Sophie Eccleston gets the throw back in. Just be another single. And now then, Kate Cross has a couple of deliveries at number 11, Nashra Sandhu. This is the opportunity. What are you looking for? Full and fast here, surely.
Yeah, you got to target the stumps.
Yeah.
Got to target the stumps. Catherine Siverbrunt in the background saying full toss.
There we go. She says it always works. Here's Kate Cross. She does bowl a full toss. It just about dipped past the full toss area. Nashra's worked it to sort of the edge of the circle in a sort of short, fine leg area. They get through for a single. And we'll work out if that's a single or a leg by. Umpire says runs. So Nashra Sandhu off the... Oh, and it's a no ball. She was looking for an extra bit of pace, was Kate Cross, and she's overstepped. So Nashra gets off the mark, I think. Still not been confirmed by the umpire. I think she has got off the mark with that single. She has. We can confirm that she has. And now Najiha is on strike for the free hit. And the field can't change as well for the free hit, although it's slightly complicated by the fact that you've got the right-hander on strike. 184 for 9. Here's Kate Cross now into Najiha, who moves a long way across the stumps and has somehow managed to tickle the ball into a sort of third region just beyond the circle. She was trying to ramp the ball into a fine leg region. The umpire says it's a bye, so she didn't get any bat on it at all. It was all about deceiving Amy Jones, apparently, behind the stumps. One more run to the score either way, 184 for 9.
And one ball now to bowl at number 11. As a number 11 myself, I loved it when Seamer's bowled back of a length, because you know that's not going to get you out, so you've just got to go full and straight.
Here's Kate Cross into Nashra Sandhu, who cuts that ball nicely. It was slightly short and worked to cover for no run. So Nashra survives. Kate Cross's work is done for the day. There you go. You can hear them announced on the PA system here at the County Ground Derby. They've been hard at work today. Have the PA staff keeping everybody up to date on what's been going on.
2 for 46 from her 10 overs.
Yeah, great return from Kate Cross. She'll be gutted not to get that third wicket as well, but 2 for 38 is a pretty strong effort.
2 for 46.
I beg your pardon, 2 for 46.
Were you even listening?
I was. Phil's accent got me.
But yeah, 38 and 46 sound pretty similar.
Regional accents in it. In it. Here we go. Sarah Glenn in for her 8th over into Najiha, who pummels this ball down the ground only as far as mid-on. She put everything behind that. In fact, Sarah Glenn's gone down in a follow-through as well. Maybe a little bit of moisture creeping into that sort of bowling area.
I think that was just a pie.
She couldn't quite put it away. Now, there's a little bit of a mini conference here between Sarah Glenn, Sophie Eccleston and Nat Siverbrunt. They're just having a little bit of a chat. I think she's done a bit of... Oh, she's just grabbing her ankle there. She doesn't seem comfortable. 185 for 9 is the score. That equation, for those interested, 59 needed off 35. Almost impossible, you'd say, for Pakistan with just the 1 wicket in hand. But finishing on a good total. Getting closer to that England total. Minimising the loss. These are all the minuscule positives you have to take from a series like this, as the next ball's pushed into the onside and there is no run.
You have to feel for a leg spinner in this situation. It's freezing out there. She's not bowled for a while. It's the hardest thing to bowl in cricket, and it's no wonder you come on to bowl, it's cold, your fingers are freezing and you bowl pie because you're not warm. I don't.
Here's Glenn in again. It's a foolish delivery, smothered by Najiha towards mid-wicket. There is no run.
But what I love about Sarah Glenn is her consistency. Yes, she's bowled 1 bad ball today, but she's actually so consistent for a leg spinner.
Yeah, keeps in a good area more often than not, the Sarah Glenn. No wickets yet so far for her today, and she comes as that ball's on a leg stump line. It's been paddled nicely, but picks out the fielder at short, fine leg, Alice Gapsey. And there is no run. 185 for 9, the score remains. 59 needed off 32 balls. Floodlights on full blast now, as full blast as they get. 3 rows of lights. Lovely. This is short, cut nicely by Najiha out towards deep extra cover for a single. So happy to expose Nashra to 1 ball of Sarah Glenn.
Yeah, I think as a number 11 in this situation, she's got to get on the front foot. Just defend the ball.
You don't think you got license to just have a swipe?
No, because as a number 11, you're thinking we might as well make them field for 50 overs.
outstanding, as that ball has been driven hard into the ground by Nashra Sandhu on the bounce back to the bowler. And well, they're going to have to bowl at least one more over, I can tell you that much. 5 more left in the innings. Pakistan 186 for 9, 58 runs needed. Najiha on 16 off 36, Nashra on 1 off 6. Sarah Glenn has bowled 8 overs, 0 for 37. It's been good performance all round from the bowlers. If you remove those wides though, I mean, let's have a little look at that. Kate Cross has bowled 5 wides, Lauren Bell has bowled 7, Sophie Eccleston the 2 wides, Charlie Dean has bowled 4, and Sarah Glenn, the leg spinner, who you'd think has a little bit of license for that kind of thing, she's bowled just the 1 wide. So that's a solid effort from England. There. Now, your thoughts on this performance? Surely you're not happy about all the wides that have been bowled today, Catherine Silverbrun. And joining you in a moment is going to be Henry Moran.
I feel for him. It's not easy, guys. If it was easy, we'd all do it. It's just one of them days. Luckily, they don't happen very often. But here comes the long and burly Lauren Bell.
Right, can she wrap things up? 2 for 31 for her so far. She's into bowl to Najia. Full delivery onto the pads. Big appeal for LBW. No.
Inside edge.
Do you think?
Potential. Because, I mean, I can't see that well, but it looked like leg stump, but she wasn't confident in her appeal. Probably down the leg side.
Let's have a little look.
As it was.
It was, wasn't it?
Might have been inside edge as well, you never know.
Yeah, she's making that universal sign.
A little bit of a classic coming back for your third spell, collapse to the left in your body and push to the right.
Here is Bell once again. Full delivery, dug out. It goes away into the offside. 58 needed from 28 balls. 1 wicket needed for England.
I think at this point I would be having absolutely everybody as deep as they possibly can be. Like Heather's in on the 1 extra, but I would have her very far back. I would probably have 4 slips just to make an easy one. I'd need to get the other batter on. I want Asher on strike.
Lauren Bell sprinting in. And, an aggressive looking charge, but in the end the ball rears up rather, hits the shoulder of the bat and dribbles down towards Alice Capsey at deep third. And so it will bring the number 11.
Here she comes, Nashra. Lovely. And do you know what? That third ball... She's warmer now. The first 2 were a bit of a struggle. That third ball was proper. That was on the money. Much better from Lauren. I think there's a bit of wind. Would you say behind her?
More
sideways.
Sort of more sideways, isn't it?
The hair was blowing violently.
Well, I mean, I do wonder about that, because obviously you had your hair tied up very tight for bowling.
I have to.
Here comes Lauren Bell. And this is driven rather competently into the offside. A tumbling save from Beaumont at cover. But you think of some bowlers, and who at New Zealand, who I'm trying to think, there's a very famous photo of a New Zealand bowler, and her hair was all in front of the eyes as she released the ball. It must be very... And Ryan Sidebottom was the same back in the day.
Yeah, no headband, just let it flow. No, I couldn't do it, it stressed me out. Hair in my face. Really annoyed.
Lauren Bell running in towards us, past umpire Kim Cotton. And down the leg side, helped on its way. It's a rather elegant pull shot from Nashra, who will get a second run down towards Sophie Eccleston, who, Phil, is now just 2 away from 100.
2 away from 100 ODI wickets, yep. 2 more at Taunton on Sunday, and she'll be the quickest to 100 ODI wickets in terms of games played.
Lovely. Very good. Did not know that.
There we go. So Lauren Bell, final ball of her 8th over. England need 1 wicket to get the victory. She's running in now, past the umpire. It's onto the pads, clipped away for a single. So that will hand a strike to Najia. And possibly a little bit of end of game captaincy from Heather Knight, in the sense not bring the field up to try and keep the number 11 on strike. And so an easy single is collected.
Yeah, it is frustrating me. Like, they're just the one thing to do. And actually Nashra is playing some shots. She's swinging fairly hard. She's not actually trying to block it or look for drop and run. She's actually swinging at the ball. So I would definitely be trying to get her on strike at all costs, and then when she's keeping her there. So, and like you say, if she's facing the last ball, I'm giving her the opportunity to get on strike for the next over. So a bit of, missed a couple of tricks here, I reckon.
Three fielders outside the circle. Sarah Glenn starts new over, her 9th. It's defended. 55 needed from 23 notionally.
It feels somewhat like they're just marshalling around trying to get these last 4 or 5, 6 overs done as fast as possible and get in the sheds and get the win.
Sarah Glenn moving in. And that ball is slashed towards backward point, and that is a really painful one because it's leapt up awkwardly. And actually, I think in the end, Charlie Dean's done brilliantly to get the sort of face out of the way of the firing line because it
we've seen
horribly.
Some horrible rolling of the ball and bounces, and this one I think just catches the very edge of the square. Actually, the very edge just pops up, a blow of sand, and smacks her straight in the shoulder. She's lucky she didn't lose her teeth.
Glenn bowls down the leg side. It goes. That's going to be 5 wides, making it 31 wides in the day. And it goes racing down to that boundary, and that is a pretty unpleasant statistic from England's point of view, that, because
they've gone to the plus 30s, haven't they, now?
Yeah.
That's just one of those where Amy at the beginning of the day was stopping them. They were even wider than that, and she was stopping those one-handed, and with maybe a slight lack of concentration.
40 extras in the innings. Sarah Glenn bowls, and a big swing and a miss.
31 wides.
31 wides.
I did say it would be 30.
You did.
I am unhappy that it is, but, you know.
It's actually 31, Catherine, so better luck next time. 194 for 9. In comes Sarah Glenn to bowl the ball. It's just back of a length and played into the offside for a yes, no, maybe single. 195 for 9. Phil, hard to say I know, but where does this rank in terms of England's extra concessions?
Well, in terms of wides alone, it's second only to a game in Pretoria against Sri Lanka back in 2005. I was just looking at the scorecard, actually. 38 wides in a total of 70.
Woof.
Not me.
No way. I scored over half the runs were wides.
Yep.
That's unbelievable.
Attempted
wallop into the leg side, and that sort of caught the midships for Nasha right in the tummy. And
inside thigh. Potential.
49 needed from 19 deliveries. 195 for 9. What on earth happened in that game?
England made 284 for 4.
Glenn tosses it up, driven towards knighted extra cover, no run.
Pakistan are really getting on my wick here. They just need to play some shots if they want to. In normal circumstances on a pitch like this, the scenario was better than this. It's 49 from 18 now, but it was
run a ball.
It was like playing any other team. This game would have been lost a long time ago. Not any other team, but New Zealand, Australia, West Indies, India,
South Africa, maybe. Probably South Africa.
Definitely South Africa. That scenario would not have been good at all. I mean, it's certainly not doable, but yeah, being very frustrating. I would like to see them actually try and win it from here, and there's no real effort or urgency to try. Just ruining the game a little bit.
Well, it is a bit. 195 for 9. 3 overs left, unless England can take that final wicket. Here's Lauren Bell looking to do just that. Chipped in the air. It'll drop just short of the fielder. The captain diving forward. Heather Knight from cover. Can't quite get there. She pulls herself to her feet with a smile on her face, but the smile turns into a grimace. Talk me through that scorecard, Phil. It sounds absolute chaos.
284 for 4 England. Sri Lanka, 70 all out from 26 overs. 39 of them came in extras. 1 leg by, 38 wides. 12 wides from Jenny Gunn in 6 overs.
Whoa.
In comes Lauren Bell once more. Full delivery, clipped away. Oh, it was a good attempt for a diving catch at mid-wicket from Nat Sivabrunt. And the ball will race out towards the boundary. It'll stop just before it, and Maya Boucher has to run the long distance out towards the deep. And the score moves on to 197 for 9.
Yeah, the highest score off the bat was just 8. Nobody made double figures apart from extras. Very good performance from them with 39.
You can't rule out extras. Who took the wickets for England?
3 for 23 for Lucy Pearson.
Big swing. Oh, that was not far away from middle stump being demolished.
That's what we want.
Now she moves to 21. 47 needed from 15. It's 197 for 9.
Jenny Gunn 3 for 28. Ishigua 7 overs 4 maidens 1 for 4. And Rosalie Birch 7 overs 2 maidens 2 for 14. They bowled 1 wide each.
1 for 4 off 7. overs.
Yep, with 4 maidens.
Crikey.
Happy birthday, Isha, this week, by the way. Here comes Lauren Bell. She's got 2 for 36 today. She's looking for a third. And Peel for LBW is not terribly convincing, to be honest. And Kim Cotton has to shake the head and
Have a look.
say try again. Are there any more reviews left for England? No,
What?
none.
Oh dear.
No reviews left at all.
Oh,
It wouldn't have been a good one, would it?
that'll learn them.
And
They
England,
did review a shocker, didn't they, really? It was daylight between bat and ball.
England up to 40 extras. That is the most extras they have ever conceded.
Is it?
Beating that 39 at Pretoria against Sri Lanka.
Oh, all right. In comes Lauren Bell, and it's defended very cautiously and competently.
I wonder if that would have been out. Maybe we'll
wonder.
have a little look. She's bowling a couple of slower balls here, knowing she's having a little hack. She's changing her pace last delivery. Down to a little 55 miles an hour, I think, opposed to a standard 68.
It's on a dibbly dobblers.
Yeah.
It's not quite the Jenny
It's a
Gunn.
horrendous whiff, isn't it, from Jenny Gunn?
Oh, it was absolutely horrible delivery. In comes Lauren Bell, pace on, whipped into the leg side behind square for 1. They'll turn for a second that isn't there, and again England have allowed the single at the end of the over.
When a seamer can bowl 41 miles an hour in slow ball, it's just made of nightmares.
Yeah, well, it's very hard to bat against. 46 needed from 12 for Pakistan. England need 1 wicket for victory.
This last wicket partnership now worth 20 runs. Before today, Pakistan's best 10th wicket partnership against England was 5.
Oh, wow.
Smashed it.
Smashed it.
Who'll be the happier of the two sides?
Well, I think there's some real positives for Pakistan to take away from today, isn't there? The fact that they've practically made it to 50 overs without being all out is obviously a positive. I don't think they'll quite like their intent the second half of these 25 overs. They also won't like the collapses they've made either. But
Sarah Glenn bowling to Najiha, who remains on 22 with a little push into the offside. The throw from Charlie Dean is venomous.
all in all, though, I think both teams will be disappointed with this day, and they'll quite like it just to be over and move on to the next. So I feel it'll be.
Sarah Glenn moves in once more, drops it a little bit short. It's in the air, drops a yard or so shy of Charlie Dean, waiting at a quite
She
sort of
didn't
square,
appreciate that, did she?
Short third.
Just no need. Cold hands. 2 naughty throws from Charlie Dean at backward point.
In comes Glenn, and so nearly onto the stumps, and instead it beats Amy Jones and goes down towards the boundary. And is that going to be saved? It is. Oh, could be a run out here. No, the throw isn't good
terrible
enough.
Terrible throw.
That buys.
Is that another terrible throw from Charlie Dean?
Might be that.
I think it was.
It's runs.
Oh, it came off the bat, little toe under the bat.
Yeah, she tried to just run it down and ended up. I would like to see a replay. It might have gone off the back of the bat and inside Amy's leg.
It might be for that. I think it is.
That looked like a 4 to
That might be
me. Just like her fingers just brushed the Toblerone a wee bit. Not here, but there. That bit.
I think it's the sort of one that they could spend quite a lot of time debating, and in a more significant situation they probably would.
I don't know if you can give that though. I can't see. This is a better angle.
Well, here we go. The 200, regardless, will be up for Pakistan. That was the ripple of applause.
Can't see anything there.
That view has not helped us.
No.
Here we go. Here's another view. And
I'm giving that 4. I think I saw it move just slightly.
I think you're right. Anna Harris has got the unenviable job of having to make this decision.
I think the other angle was better.
This
we're
one.
seeing a right-hand angle, but I think the left-hand angle was better. It was much clearer. This is very, what's the word? Blurred.
It's one of those things, isn't it, where if you were trying to explain cricket to somebody, they would wonder what on earth is going on here.
So a Toblerone is the padding shaped like a Toblerone over the rope, the traditional rope of a boundary, to stop people twisting ankles and getting rope burn. Anna Harris decided It's not a full.
There's 2 runs. Here we go. 9 balls left in the game, potentially. Oh, that's a good ball from Sarah Glenn. It skids on, but well played, actually.
Skiddy and low.
It was, wasn't it? Defended into the offside. 200 for 9 then, Pakistan, chasing 244.
Can they make it past 209, which was their previous best score against England?
This is a cake ball.
You're giving the wicket.
A wicket.
Yeah, okay. Here comes Glenn, tosses it up, smacked into the ground, fielded by Charlie Dean, who again, with a sort of extra set throw, just to...
What I meant was this one.
This next one?
Yeah,
right.
Obviously.
Cake ball meaning you think a wicket's coming.
Yeah. To be fair, I thought that was going to be sweep slug right out to Tammy Bowman at Cow.
Here comes Sarah Glenn. And that's a good-looking shot. It's pulverised into the offside, out towards Maya Bouchier. And there is 1 over left. Can Pakistan negotiate it? That's the question.
Deep cover out again.
Again, I know.
Najiha gets a 1, gets back on strike. Why was that fielder not up? Sacrifice the boundary and be bowling at number 11.
Well,
it's beyond me.
Well, what do you put that down to? Just sort of long day in the field?
I think long day, cold, not making good decisions, but then there's many leaders within this team, but everybody's got their hands in their pockets and would quite like to just go home.
Well, there's 6 balls left of the game.
You play in Australia, you'll be thinking more on your feet. I think it's just one of those where you're not taking it quite as seriously as you probably should.
Right, here comes Lauren Bell, final over of the game. Full delivery first up. We'll see Najiha whip the ball into the onside and get a single. So
that is me obviously clutching at straws and being pretty harsh, considering this game is well and truly gone.
Yeah.
There's no need to be, but it's just, I just quite like...
But it's habit, isn't it?
Yeah, I just want to be able to say, oh, that's, what you're supposed to be doing, rather than just being like, oh, well, don't do it just because they need, 42 from 5 balls. So it swings and roundabouts, but,
Here comes Lauren Bell. 5 balls left in the game. England need 1 wicket. Pakistan 42 runs. That strikes the pads as it angles in towards the right-handed number 11, Nashra. Next ODI, by the way. It's on Sunday. We'll have full commentary of that for you. There's a men's T20 Saturday afternoon from 2:15 from Edgbaston. England's men against Pakistan as they build up towards that T20 World Cup. Before all that, at 10:55 tomorrow morning, County Championship coverage with Kevin Howells and the team here on 5 Sports Extra. In comes Lauren Bell outside the off-stump edge, flying down to the boundary, and that will be 4 runs. Toe end of the bat, and Capsey couldn't stop it. I think it's fair to say, didn't necessarily put body on the line to stop it.
25 overs ago she would have dove and actually stopped that. I can confirm that would have been a stop.
So the possibility of their highest total against England still on here, Phil.
Yeah.
There's always a game within a game.
Always. And this last wicket partnership continues to grow.
Yeah, just giving a bit of confidence and momentum going into the next one. Why not?
3 balls left. Punched into the offside. It might be a run there. It might be a run out here. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end, the wrong end.
She would have been out.
She would have been out.
She fell over and couldn't quite stretch her bat out.
So 38 needed from 2, notionally. England need 1 wicket, and we are on the cusp of this game concluding.
Partnership now worth 28. It's Pakistan's best ever 10th wicket partnership in women's ODIs.
Fantastic. Interestingly, I feel like there's going to be a very big swing off the last ball.
I hope so. Lauren Bell bowling, and
lovely slow ball.
Lovely bowling. Pace taken right off it through to Amy Jones. 1 ball left as a plane goes overhead.
So number 11's on strike. Last ball of the game.
No excuse not.
There's going to be a very, very big swing.
I hope so.
What's Lauren bowling?
Oh, it's a helicopter. Important details. You can tell Phil's a scorer.
You're going slow ball, or you're going pace on, full and straight. What are you doing?
I am going full on straight, pace on.
Lovely.
You?
Same.
Outside the off stump, swinging a miss, slower ball.
Lauren!
There we go.
That was a very tired.
That was.
Let's just finish.
Let's get this done. Right then, end of the game. England win by 37 runs. Pakistan don't quite make their highest total against England. They finish on 206 for 9. England victorious. It was not perfect.
But in an ODI, I'd say that was one of the smallest margins.
Yeah.
Pakistan have played us in quite some time.
I think you're absolutely right there. So victory for England by 37 runs. Georgia Elwes is going to join myself and Phil Long and Catherine Siver-Brunt, as we reflect on all of that. And I'm going to ask you both a simple question. And that question, first to you, Georgia, is what do you give that England performance out of 10?
I'm going to give it a 6.
Okay. Because you can't give it lower than a 5 if you win, I suppose.
No, and I think, they obviously it's the first game of this series. They haven't played a huge amount of cricket so far this summer. They're still hitting their straps, but there's definitely more in the tank from them, and they'll be as disappointed as anybody that they haven't put on the performance that they would have wanted to. But again, they've got the job done, so they'll be happy with that.
Catherine, what would you say out of 10?
I think I agree, and I think they'd score themselves harshly too. When you're thinking about who you're playing and where you want to go, where you want to be beating Australia in World Cup, Ashes series. If you're thinking about those situations, then you're going to score yourself that can't. If that's an 8, you're worried about the World Cup and so on. So I think they'll score themselves harshly and have a little bit of reflection on this one.
Well, let's look at England's batting first of all, and 243 for 9 in the T20 series. They were 6 down in 2 matches and all out in another one. They've lost 9 wickets again today. We've only seen one batter reach a half century, albeit they were dropped on 3 or 4 occasions, and that was Danny Wyatt in the T20 series. Today, you've got how many players out of the 11? 8 out of the 11 reaching double figures, no one going on to make a 50. It's a worrying trend, that, to me.
Yeah, it is, and it's something that they'll have to look at. And we talk about when you're posting big totals, you want big partnerships, you want one set batter in for the majority of the innings, and England just haven't managed to do that. Nobody really took the ball by the horns and batted for a long period of time today. And
neither team.
Yeah, neither team. Perhaps maybe a batter light. England opting to play Charlie Dean coming in at number 7. Whether that's one spot too high and there is space for a Danny Wyatt in there as well as Alice Capsey. That's something that they can look at, especially when Nat comes back into bowling as well later on in the summer. So I suppose that if they're thinking there may be a batter light in there, it's a fair reflection of where they're at. But something for them to look at and certainly to go and address, because nobody really wanted to go on soft dismissals, wasn't it?
But on that, Danny Wyatt saying the only one, she was dropped on 12 and I think had 2 other lives within that as well, and obviously good on her for keeping going and capitalising, but that is the reality of it. That could have been a 12 and the trend would be even worse. And so I think today I agree with what George is saying, and on top of that, it's also if Nat Siver-Brunt, Amy in the form she's in, Heather Knight, Maya Boucher, the form that she's in, can't make those scores. Who's to say that 7th batter coming in could do a job? It seems that every single person that's come in and got a 20 or 30 has got out today, and that's so rare.
But why does that
on both sides?
Yeah,
that never happens. There's always one person in the day.
I don't know whether it's because they've played a lot of short format cricket and it's a case of building an innings, isn't it? And the tempo of batting in 50 overs is very different to how you'd go about a T20 score. I think they've probably quite conscious about how they go about their ODI cricket as well. Heather's come out and said before the game that they want to look at certain areas, they want to be aggressive but in a controlled way, that maybe they're working out what that means and they're just stuck a little bit in limbo at the moment with the tempo.
Yeah, and there's that bit where they had a red ball practice session the other day, and I've never known that happen. For me, even I didn't stop playing those that long ago, and we never did that. So there's obviously a focus there on building scores and being more focused towards that Ashes series that's coming up in January, and so they are trying to figure it out, but they need to figure it out quick. It does feel weird having so much T20 cricket and then 3 random ODIs here and then 3 random ones against New Zealand, but it has to be done because there are championships still.
Yeah, indeed, it's all qualification points for the 2025 World Cup. Phil, more extras than Ben Hur today from England's point of view.
Very good.
It was unbelievable.
There were 40 extras in the end, made up of 1 bye, 6 leg byes, 2 no balls and 31 wides. Only once in their history of England conceded more wides. They've never conceded more extras than that 40 today.
So what do you put that down to? That you two have bowled on cold days and sometimes it is hard to to get everything flowing and moving correctly when you come into a spell as well. But what do you put it down to?
Again, a little bit of rustiness of bowling long spells. I think sometimes things like that can be a bit contagious as well. And they'd have been searching for wickets. They'd have been wanting to get, wickets early on in their spells, and maybe that's just forced them to push deliveries a little bit wider, whether they've been trying things with slower balls as well, and they've just not got the execution quite right. And I think it's been one of those days really for the bowlers. It probably won't happen again. I think they'll look at it. It's obviously not something that they mean to do, but the execution has just been a little bit off.
It's T20 cricket. I mean, the emphasis is on keeping the stumps in play and then mixing it up, isn't it? I think there was a lot of bowling wide of the crease, a lot of mixture of pace, different deliveries. I think they feel they can be more aggressive, bit more experimental with a team that's not as good as what the top 6, 7 are. And I think they're 8 Pakistan at the minute. So there'll have been a bit of that, but also when you're searching for the stumps, which is what they've not really been able to do over the T20 series, they're now like overcompensating, bowling 2 straight, a little bit of turn today, which has resulted in a fair few leg side wides. So it's a sloppy, but it's if you look at it from like an actual skills point of view, if you're searching for the stumps, a lot of the time you will bowl down the leg side. So it's almost a good thing that's resulted in a really bad thing.
Yeah.
So it'll just be one of those things, and it's an extremely rare thing that will happen. And at least they can think that it can only get better from here.